Blue Nose Audio presents Indestructible, Book 4 of the Serendipity series. Written by Charlene Namdari. Narrated by Raven Rose, Antonio Amato, and J.F. Harding.
Trigger warnings. This book contains subjects and themes that may not be suitable for all listeners. Listener discretion is advised. The list of adult content includes degradation, graphic violence, rape, BDSM, a male-female-male sexual encounter, pregnancy loss, and a consensual sexual scene with a 17-year-old female character. In addition, the prologue to this title includes sexual assault of a minor and rape of a minor. If this content is too sensitive for you, please feel free to skip the prologue or find the written text available in the Kindle version of this story. We thank you for considering your own mental health, and we hope you enjoy this story.
Prologue. Get out here, you filthy cunts! Monster's voice roars through the air. Don't call them that! My mother yells, her voice slurred. They're my babies. Leave them alone. Her voice sounds funny, like she's crying. Only now does she remember she has children. I'm so sorry, my babies. Forgive me. Hide my babies. Don't come out, she shouts, her tone begging. You bitch! Something slams against the table I hide under, and I pull my brother's head tight into my body, using mine to protect him from whatever is coming. The table legs shake for a while, scraping at the wooden floor. My mother's making weird noises, like something stuck in her throat. Then I see the shadows move behind the tablecloth, shielding us before it falls, heavy and hard, landing with a loud thump. I flinch, thinking he found us. My head jerks to the side. I stare. My mother's cheek puffed up against the floor, her red eyes wide open as her shocked gaze meets mine. But she doesn't move. She doesn't reach out. Doesn't make a sound. She just stares. Then I know why. No, she'll never move again. Ever. Where the fuck are you fuckers? Monster screams, his breathing harsh. My brother whimpers against my chest and leans back. I stare down at him. His 3-year-old face crumples in terror, his eyes round with fear, his chin trembling uncontrollably. His tiny body shaking as he grips the front of my dirty t-shirt, smeared with the scuff from Monster's shoes I'd polished earlier. While he's always nice to my brother, Monster hates me. If he isn't yelling at me, he'd smack me, banging my body against some wall or door, whatever came in his path. Or he'd make me stand in the corner during mealtimes so I'd miss dinner, and sometimes breakfast as well. But I don't care. The hunger doesn't hurt as much now. I learned to deal with it. As long as my brother doesn't go hungry, I'm fine. Monster stomps out of the room, his heavy boots thumping on the wooden floors as he searches all the rooms. I know I can make a run for it, but my brother will slow me down. So I stay there, hoping the ugly fucker would leave. I'm scared, my brother whispers, his voice trembling. It's okay. I whisper back, widening my lips in a smile. One I reserved only for him. I'd forgotten how to smile. Everyone else got the scowl that had become permanent since Monster's arrival into our lives. Remember what I showed you to do when you're scared. I take his hands and place them over his ears. Close your eyes, cover your ears tight, and listen to the ocean until everything else goes away and your breathing sounds like a magical sleeping dinosaur, okay? The first time Monster screamed at us, my brother had peed his pants. We hid under the bed, and I taught him that trick while we stayed there until Monster left to meet his friends. You remember? He nodded. I might be a kid, but my mind, my thoughts, my feelings had grown up a long time ago. 2 years ago, to be precise, when my mother brought home that sick bastard as her husband. Within a month I was calling him Monster, because there was no other name that suited him and what he'd done to our little family. It wasn't long before he'd filled my mother's arms with so many holes she didn't know light from dark, night from day, her children from make-believe shadows. I had to grow up. Fast. For his sake. My brother's sake. He was just 1 then, and me 7. He needed to eat, to survive, to live. Both my mother and that pig didn't think it was important to feed us, to protect us. So I did it. I survived monster shit for us, so my baby brother could live. And right now, I'd do it again, surviving this shit no matter what it takes. I'll give my life and everything I have for my brother to live. Monster will find us soon, and I have to act tough. My mother might have forgotten we existed, but her last words, begging for forgiveness, had come at a cost. Her life. Still, I can't forgive her. She abandoned us when we needed her most. She forgot us when we deserved love. She killed my youth instead of showering me with love. All for what? Some drugs and some fat cock who stole her happiness, her family, and finally her life. She deserves what she got. Bitch. Got you. Monster's face pokes under the tablecloth, his yellow teeth bared in a sneer. The scar on his left cheek from eye to chin making him even scarier. My brother screams. Get away from us, I shout, shoving at his grimy hands while holding on to my brother with my other hand. But Monster is exactly that. Large, beefy, and tall. My hands are no match for his. Grabbing my brother by the collar, Monster rips him from my arms and straightens. I follow, jumping to my feet as soon as I clear the table edge. I freeze. He's leaning, my brother's squirming body, stomach down on the table, then yanking down his briefs and shorts. I'm 9, not stupid. I know what he's going to do to my brother. No! He ignores my yell and leans down, pressing his chest to my brother's back. You're going to make me a lot of money, little boy. But first I need to break you in. Monster sneers close to his ear. That threat slams through me, cracking the ice, keeping me rooted to the spot. I lunge at Monster, and he backhands me. I fly across the room, my face connecting with the wall. Stars dance behind my lids, and pain wins me. I don't care. Blinking a few times, I hold my head and shoot to my feet, charging Monster once more, not caring that blood pours down my nose and into my mouth. He reaches for his fly, fumbling while trying to hold my brother, who's screaming now, his body twisting and jerking. Monster has him pinned down with a large hand splayed out on his back, pressing him into the wooden tabletop. Let him go! I grab at the arm of the hand pulling out his ugly cock. It's futile. Hard muscle flexes under my fingers, making my grip slippery. He's too strong. I let go of his hand and sprint into the kitchen, yanking drawers hard until they drop and crash to the floor, spilling their contents. I grab the biggest knife I can. When I race back, he's lining his cock up to my brother's naked rear. Without thinking, I raise the knife and slash forward, but his head whips around, his long, greasy hair almost smacking me in the face before I can sink the blade into his back. He snatches my wrist, twisting until I let go of the knife, and it clatters to the floor. Biting down on my tongue to block out the pain, I stop resisting and meet his gaze. His eyes blaze with rage, but it has nothing on the fury pounding through my body. Take me instead. I pour every bit of anger into those words and glare back at him. He stills for a moment, his lips widening in an ugly-ass smirk. You want to give me your ass? He cocks a brow. I nod. He rubs his jaw, leering at my body. No fighting. Again, I nod. Grinning, he lets go of my brother, who jumps off the table and scoots to hide behind me. Then get to it. He gestures to the table. I take a step forward, and my brother grips my t-shirt. Skywalker, he whimpers, calling me the Star Wars characters we'd named ourselves. Holding my aching wrist, I turn and kneel in front of him. Do you trust me, Obi-Wan? I whisper. He nods. Then you have to go upstairs and play in our room, okay? He shakes his head hard, tears soaking his cheeks. I force back my tears. I won't let him see me cry. You have to, or he's going to hurt you. Just put your hand over your ears and keep it there until I come for you, okay? I don't give him a chance to respond. Go. I turn him around and gently push at his back. He walks a few steps, then stops, fisting his t-shirt and pulling down to cover his naked bottom. He looks at me, his face puffy from crying. Go. I tip my chin at him. When he's gone, I stand there staring at Monster until he glares at me and grabs my arm. What the fuck are you waiting for? He sneers, pushing me toward the table. I curl my toes in my shoes, trying to anchor myself. He jerks me forward and bends me over, then shoves down my jeans and underwear. What a good little fucker you are. I should have done this sooner, he snorts. Instead of spewing out the retort sitting on the tip of my tongue, I bite the inside of my cheek, knowing that fighting him is useless. He'll go after my brother. Like I said, I'll die than let him do that. Look at me, he demands. Turning my head, I watch him over my shoulder. My body was used to being bashed by the asshole so often, I'd learned to withstand the pain. Biting down on my tongue until blood floods my taste buds, I feel nothing when he slaps my ass. Nothing when he spits into his hand and rubs it over his dick with a loud groan. Nothing when he spreads my ass cheeks and pushes his fat cock inside me. Nothing when he stretches me wider than a newly made elastic band. Fuck yes, he roars. I continue watching, looking but not seeing, his stomach slapping against my ass as he pounds into me, hearing but not listening, his grunts and moans filling the room. Alive, but dead. That's what I became the second my mother gave us up to the son of Satan. And as he touches me in places I'm not sure a man should touch a child, I know two things for sure. One, I'm no longer a child. Two, I'll kill Monster. I stare blankly at him, the disgusting sounds of him fucking my ass, zoning me out. The darkness in my mind slowly changing into the forms of me and my brother, pretending we are Star Wars characters, pretending we are in space, flying through the blackness filled with thousands of tiny, brightly lit planets. Our oohs and ahs every time we see another star take shape. I want to smile, but I don't dare. It's wrong. I can feel the spaceship's control slipping from my fingers. It's tilting, first left and then right, dipping, pulling me down. My fingers tighten on the control, digging deep into the wooden design. Another second, and my ship crashes, dropping and rolling with the heavy clang of metal. I come tumbling back to Earth and back to the bastard who caused the collision with his noisy groans. Looking away for a second, I notice the deep scratches my fingernails have carved into the wood. It wasn't the ship's control that was losing momentum, was it? I know the moment Monster finishes. He sounds like a dog whose leash has been pulled too tight before his chest presses into my back, flattening me to the tabletop. His loud pants filling my ears, his weight squeezing the air out of my lungs. Still, I don't squirm. My ship crashed. No one will be able to rescue me. Not because they can't, because I don't plan on letting them try. When his body stops twitching like a dying corpse, he steps away from me. Go get cleaned up, he barks, and walks away. Slowly I straighten, ignoring the pain in my stomach and bottom, the blood-soaked cum running down my thighs, the shaky legs that carry me to my room. I stop in front of the mirror. Nothing matters. Not the vacant, red-rimmed eyes staring back at me. Not the dribble of dried blood on my chin from biting my lip hard. Not the hardened expression of a face that will never smile again. I move closer and lift a hand, my palm connecting with its reflection, the glass cold against my skin, just like the flickering light of my soul. I vow to keep it burning, my mind stuck only on one thing. Monster might be the son of Satan, but I just become the devil himself. My palm curls into a slow fist. And what does the devil do well? Unleash hell on earth. My fist swings back and crashes into the mirror, splintering my reflection and sealing the deal. An hour later, I'm staring up at the ceiling of our bedroom when the sound of car doors slamming catches my ear. I check on my brother, sleeping soundly next to me, and crawl out of bed. Dragging my sore body to the window, I look out in time to see two men pushing through the waist-high gate and walk up to our pathway. I hear the door open downstairs before loud voices float up. Another couple of seconds pass, and our bedroom door slams open. Monster stands on the threshold, his smirk weird and creepy. "Get dressed and get your asses downstairs," he demands. My brother stirs, then sits up, rubbing his eyes. "I don't want to go," he mumbles, his voice trembling. I sit down next to him and squeeze his hand. "We can't make him mad, okay? And I won't let anything happen to you, okay?" He nods and gets up with me. After we dress, we go downstairs. The two men are standing in the living room while Monster sits on a couch, his hands spread out on the backrest, his feet tapping to a silent beat. My eyes dart to the dining room. He's removed my mother's body. He stands. "There's my little fuckers." The taller of the two men takes a step towards us, and I immediately step in front of my brother, shielding him. I meet the man's gaze head on. His gray eyes filled with something I've never seen before. Warmth, maybe, roams over my face, then drops down my body to my sneaker-covered feet, like he's studying me. "Protective, that one." The shorter man laughs. The tall man offers me a smile. Any other time and he would have looked friendly. Right now, though, I trust no one.
"Hi, what's your name?"
His voice sounds different, like he has an accent. He kneels, bringing his face in line with mine. I ignore him.
"Do you know who I am?"
Still, I make no move to answer. Why would I know who he is? I've never seen him before. My brother peeks out from behind my arm.
"Hey, little one."
Tall man unbuttons his jacket and slips his hand inside. I catch sight of a gun sitting in a holster at his side before he withdraws a chocolate bar. He holds it out toward my brother. I glance down at him, shaking my head, and he ducks behind me again. Laughing, the man straightens. "We'll take them both. 10 grand apiece," short man says to Monster.
"What the fuck?"
Monster curses.
"You said 20 for the small one."
Tall man shifts his gaze from my face to Monster.
"Do we have a problem?"
The expression on his face is a simple, "don't fuck with me" look, and I wonder who this man is that he can frighten a man like Monster.
"Fine,"
he mutters.
"Take the fuckers. Not like I care."
Tall man looks at me again.
"Come."
He holds out his hand and I don't move.
"I'm not going to hurt you,"
he says, his tone almost gentle, like he cares. Wary, I shake my head. Why does he care? He's paying a lot of money for us, and who knows what he plans to do with us.
"Would you rather stay with him?"
He tips his chin at Monster. I look from him to Monster and back again. I have no idea who's nastier of the two, but I'm not taking any chances. "We'll go with you, on one condition." For just a second, the man frowns, then throws back his head and roars with laughter. Behind him, short man also bursts out laughing.
"Shut the fuck up and go with him,"
Monster sneers.
"No, I want to hear his condition,"
Tall man says without looking at my stepfather.
"Go on, then. Tell me, what's your condition?"
"I want him to die," I say, my voice stiff as I point to Monster. His brows shoot up.
"You fucking punk."
He takes a step toward me, and Tall man lifts a hand, stopping him. His eyes, now a darker shade of gray below slanted eyebrows, making him look scary, and nothing like the friendly man from a moment ago, sweeps over my face and body, as though contemplating whether I'm lying or not.
Do you want me to kill him?
He asks me. Slowly, I shake my head and he frowns.
Then?
I want to kill him, I growl, baring my teeth like a rabid dog. 3 different sounds follow my words. A snort from the short man, a soft laugh from the tall man, and an incredulous, "What the fuck?" from Monster. Still, I keep my hard glare on my stepfather, hoping he takes my threat seriously, but he merely smirks, shaking his head like he can't believe what I just said.
Here you go.
I flick my gaze from Monster to the tall man. He's holding out a gun to me.
Go on, then. Let me see if you have the balls to kill him.
Are you fucking... Monster's words slam to a stop before his shocked gaze registers the smoking gun in my hand and the bullet to his neck. His chest heaving, his hand wavers trying to cover the spurting blood. Quickly, it spread, soaking his white t-shirt and turning it pink. He opens his mouth to say something, but thick black blood oozes out his lips and dribbles down the sides, his words garbled as he struggles to breathe. Standing for just a second longer, his other hand reaches out, his beady eyes pleading for help before he falls face forward, hitting the ground hard.
Well, I'll be damned.
Tall man grins, his gaze shifting from Monster's writhing body to mine.
Looks like you've got bigger balls than I thought.
He winks at me, but I just stare. That doesn't mean I got rid of one fucker. I can't do the same to anyone else. The difference is, Tall Man looks like someone who can teach me a thing or two. And now, I'm itching to learn. Behind me, my brother's grip tightens on my t-shirt. He hasn't made a sound yet, not even when I shot Monster, or when the fucker fell, bleeding out. I look back at my dead stepfather. Strangely, I feel nothing. No relief, no joy, and no peace. The sight of his blood pooling around him like a dark shadow tickles something in me. Something I can't clearly describe, yet it calls to me, in music so seductive, I can tell it's going to consume my soul. Short man steps forward, distracting me.
You just saved us 20 grand.
Then he smirks, black eyes filling with an evil I hadn't seen before, not even in Monster's eyes.
Not like we intended paying the fucker.
I don't get a chance to question him because Tall Man takes the gun from my hand and points to the door.
Let's go,
he says.
Do you want to take anything with you?
He asks as an afterthought, and when he does, I know our lives might get better. I nod, and he checks his watch, yet his expression remains friendly.
You've got a minute. Leave your clothes. You'll get new ones.
Taking my brother's hand, I walk him upstairs. It doesn't take us long. A minute later, we join the 2 in the foyer. Tall Man glances at my brother's backpack strapped to his shoulders that he'd filled with his favorite puzzles and 1 or 2 other things he wanted. Then his gaze shifts to the single item in my hand.
Just that?
He asks. I look down at the only important thing to me. There's nothing else I want to remind me of our former life. We follow them outside to 3 shiny black Mercedes, and Tall Man slides in with us into the middle one, while Short Man climbs into the one behind us. Again, I wonder who they are, but I don't ask. If they wanted to tell us, they would. As the car pulls away from the curb, I don't bother glancing back at the house, don't care that orange flames are now licking at the dry wood and green paint. Don't feel anything for the roasting bodies of Monster or my mother. Instead, I look at my brother. He's smiling. My heart clenches at the happiness on his face, the twinkle reflected in his eyes every time we pass a street light, yet his tight grip on my thigh never eases up, like he's scared I will leave him. Reaching out, I move a lock of hair curled over his brow. My mother never bothered with our hygiene or looks, which fell to my shoulders. Even though I had no idea what I was doing, I'd cut our hair, which meant sometimes we got weird looks because it wasn't straight or neat. We continue staring at each other, For how long, I don't care. All I know is that we're safe. Everything is going to be all right. Hopefully. A sudden blare of a horn drags my gaze up and out the window. Bright lights, white and glaring, blind me for just a moment. My hand shoots up to shield my eyes, and the next few minutes happen so fast I can't grasp it. One moment I'm upright, the next my world turns upside down. I'm floating. Deep, black space surrounds me. Am I back in the spaceship? Only this time, no tiny planets are dotting the blackness. Worse, Obi-Wan isn't in the pilot seat next to me. Then I blink. No, I'm the one out of my seat. I try to focus, but bone-jarring pain smacks my body. All I hear is chaos between groans. Gunfire. Yes. No, I'm not sure. Then the sound of glass shattering and metal clanking. My body lurches, and my brother's leg slams into my face as we're tossed around. We roll, we jerk, we flip. Then nothing. Stillness, cluttered by the odd burst of creaking metal, the hiss of air. My chest hurts as I inhale. My head pounds. Adrenaline runs through my veins, forcing me to move. My head jerks around, searching for my brother. He's hanging upside down while I lay on the roof of the car, my legs twisted at an angle. I open my mouth to call him. Only a wheeze rasps out. Blood drips from a wound to his temple and his mouth. I reach out, screaming, but can't move, the sound of my voice still unheard. My gaze jerks to Tall Man. He's also hanging, suspended by his seatbelt, his eyes closed. Blood flows from his nose. My blood heats, my heart rate spinning out of control. Then I see it. A face. An ogre. An animal? I can't tell. My vision blinded. I put a hand to my forehead, and it comes away wet, gooey with something thick. Blood. Still the creature moves closer. I shift my gaze to my brother and blink. Is the ogre taking my brother? My brother's face is disappearing, being pulled away into the black hole. I reach out a hand. I feel nothing. I open my mouth to scream. Nothing. The ache in my head becomes a thundering drum. I can't focus. My eyes bulge. Still, I try to grab him, my fingers grasping empty air. Sleep, pequeño. A hand on my throat coaxes, pressing tighter. My stomach lurches, my heart clenches, my breathing bellows around me. No. I try to move, to go to my brother. My hands flail, clawing, grabbing, sinking into thick flesh, until I can't anymore, my body growing weightless. I feel light, dreamy. My heartbeat sounds distant as though it's fading, slowing by the second, dying. Then nothing. Just plain darkness once more, as space calls to me. Then I go, until everything grows silent, even my heartbeat. Metal clanks somewhere in my head, tiny little noises that sound like me and my brother's sword fight with pieces of steel rods we'd found in the woodlands. Am I dreaming because I can't see him? Everything is still dark. Then something cold touches the back of my shoulder, and I jerk awake. I struggle to open my eyes. They feel heavy and sore, like I've been sleeping too long. When the coldness slaps my skin once more, I glance over my shoulder. My vision is blurred and I blink to focus. I try to move my hands, but they hurt. Jerking, I pull. Nothing. My brow drops and the feel of soft leather has me lifting my head. I'm lying face down on a leather chair that looks like the ones in a dentist's office. I saw it in a horror movie once and it scared me then. Just the memory has me yanking harder at my hands. My skin sticks to the leather, making sucking sounds as I move. The sudden bite of metal into my wrists stops my movements. I'm handcuffed to something under the chair. "Let me go," I yell, finding my voice, but it's a feeble squeak, the inside of my mouth dry in fury. Movement behind me shifts my gaze, and I look over my shoulder. I can't see anyone. "Relax, pequeño," That voice again. I strain my neck, twisting as far back as the restraints will allow. A partial view of a man's face meets my eyes. A large man with thick, greasy hair. His thin lips curve in a sinister smile, vacant black eyes framed by bushy eyebrows stare back at me. A yellow bandana tied around his neck covers his chin, probably used as a mask. For what? My gaze lowers as he pulls on black rubber gloves. My heart squeezes with something I don't immediately recognize. Then, like Monster, the man touches me where a man shouldn't touch a child. But his touch is different, almost like that of a doctor's examination. I drop my head, hiding my humiliation. The snap of his rubber gloves has me looking over my shoulder again. He changes his gloves before his hand moves over my ass cheeks, then lower, running over my legs, my calves. Somewhere, my brain urges me to ask him what he plans on doing, but nothing comes out of my open mouth. Still, I watch him. His hands move up. My lower back, then to my shoulders. He moves out of focus, and my eyes fall to a steel table near the chair. It's full of silver instruments I've seen in horror movies, all sharp and weirdly shaped, glinting now and then from the light of a burning fire in one corner of the room. I rotate my head. The room is plain white walls and bare of furniture. Not a doctor's room. A sudden whirring sound vibrates behind me, and I swing my gaze over my shoulder. The man holds a pen-like instrument with a black vial in his hand, before leaning forward. An abrupt sting ignites a burn just below my shoulder. Tiny pinpricks nip and tear into my skin. He's tattooing me. I grit my teeth, my fingernails digging into my palms as he works on me for how long I have no clue. When he finally stops, I'm shaking, my palms clammy from being clenched so long, my skin a fiery burn. Breathing hard to calm my palpitating heart, I drop my sweaty brow to the leather seat. I hear him cross the room, and I lift my head to watch as he stokes the fire for a bit. Then he turns, and my eyes widen, recognizing what he's holding. While walking back to me, he pulls his bandana over his mouth and nose. His eyes, however, stay locked with mine until he's standing over me. Even as I stare, the tears don't come. The panic in my chest from a moment ago dies to a mere flutter. The ache in my bones now just a twitch. The burn in my shoulder nothing but a glowing ember, and the fight in my throat swallowed by collected saliva. I died in that single moment. And when that red-hot end of the steel rod he's holding hisses against my skin, marking me, and the stench of burnt flesh fills the room, I don't need any verbal or physical confirmation to know. Someone will pay. My eyes snapped open as my body jolted awake. I sat up, running a hand through my hair. My skin clammy with perspiration tingled with the light breeze blowing through the open window. The woman, whose name I couldn't remember, stirred next to me, but didn't wake. Climbing out of bed, I walked into the ensuite bathroom, and after using the toilet, I splashed cold water on my face. With my palms resting on the edge of the sink, I stared at my reflection. I'd come a long way since all those fuckers desecrated my soul, but that nightmare persisted. Reliving those integral moments as though it were a reminder that I hadn't sought the revenge I needed. Straightening, I turned slightly and eyed the area just below my shoulder blade. While tattoos spread from shoulder to shoulder hid it, only if you looked closely and knew what you were looking for would you recognize the emblem he'd seared into my skin. I might have unleashed my brand of evil on the world, but I'd left that fucker for last. I had something special for him, and he didn't even know it. Soon. 8 years ago. 1. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel, 29 years. I tugged the collar of my jacket up to shield my neck against the bite of the mid-November chill. It was cold and wet, miserable dawn breaching the divide between night and day. Sleet whistled through the tall buildings, collecting on the rooftops of downtown Seattle. Low-hanging dark clouds promised another bitter day. Every few seconds, a piercing wind rushed through the empty spaces, blowing sleet like misguided smoke from a fire gone wild. Some would question my logic to be out in this weather. But in my life, every day was hunting season. It never stopped, and a case of you snooze, you lose always circled me like wolves around a prey. Only I never snoozed, and I sure as fuck never lost. Those that knew me knew I never slept when the game was in play. I hunted, I played, and I fucked while I waited, but I was always ready. I tracked my latest mark for the last 3 days, and the routine remained the same. Not even a moment of change. Remembering Sam's words during my training, I chewed my bottom lip. Your closest ally is attention to detail. Your worst enemy is routine. Don't forget that, boy. It leaves you open, vulnerable, a fool for the taking. Like using your birthday as your ATM pin. He drilled those words into me since I was 14. Scoping out the rooftop, I walked around until I found what I needed. I looked over the edge and cocked a brow. 84 floors off the ground weren't child's play for the squeamish, but I enjoyed the fucking thrill out of it. Setting the black case on the floor, I opened it and proceeded to set up my toys. 2 minutes later, I dropped to the ground and lay flat, stomach down. Immediately, the cold skimmed through my woolen coat and 3-piece suit, nipping into my flesh. Years of practice had me instructing my brain to ignore the bite, with a clenched jaw. After another 3 seconds, I stuffed the earbuds into my ears, effectively blocking out the mid-dawn traffic below. Nothing but the sounds of silence playing a calming tune with my heartbeat, as I slowed it to what a heart surgeon might call a dangerously low rhythm. But that was my fortitude, acquired through refined training and repetition. This time was no different, as I channeled my focus on the building sitting 1,600 yards parallel to my position. More significantly, on the suited buffoon making his grand entrance through the dark brown door into his posh office. I could have taken him out anywhere between him waking in his bed to him wanking off in the office bathroom a minute ago. Only the instruction was precise. Shifting the tripod, I canted my shoulders, slid the rifle up in one smooth motion, and locked my arms in place, giving the weapon the ideal support and leaving no room for the smallest distraction. My thumb flicked up. Safety off. Sliding my eye behind the scope, I adjusted. Aimed until I had his head in the intersection of the crosshairs, and waited, counting. 1. Sets briefcase on the floor. 2. Opens his laptop. 3. Opens an email. 4. Picks up phone and dials PA for morning coffee. 5. Turns chair slightly. 6. Picks up a pen and spreads legs wide. 7. PA enters with coffee and sets it on the table. 8. One hand on his cock, he drops the pen between spread legs. 9. Gestures for PA to bend down and pick up the pen. 10. Leans forward and grabs her ass. I pulled the trigger. The rifle jolted against my shoulder. The fucker disappeared in a blur of recoil, my perfect picture shattering as his body jerked and fell forward. I drew back slightly. No second shot was needed. I cocked my head, watching his PA scream and run from the room. 5 minutes later, I slid behind the wheel of my rental, having parked my car at the airport, and my mobile, one of 3, vibrated in the center console. Yeah. You owe me a fucking bottle of that expensive shit you drink. Katerina Petrov's purr glided through the speaker. It seems like you're not so hard to get hold of, are you, Gabriel? I smirked, starting the engine. Maybe I wanted you to find me. Yeah, right. She scoffed. Katerina was the first agent I'd taken under my wing at the TRA Academy and trained. While she hadn't reached my status yet, she had it in her to do so. 3 years, asshole, and not even a Christmas card. Grinning, I maneuvered the car toward the airport, the drone of helicopters and police sirens filling the block I left behind. "Was that a party, or did I catch you on the job? Who is the mark?" "You know I don't kill and tell, Kat." "No. You have fucking trust issues." She snapped, then sighed, knowing she wouldn't get a rise out of me. "Sam wants you to come in." She referred to my old CO/handler/adopted father. "I no longer work for the TRA," I replied, keeping the anger out of my voice. Another 3 cop cars zipped past, followed by 3 black SUVs. Guess they were calling in the big boys. That's what happens when the president of one of the biggest investment companies in the world keels over and dies. Either he groped the wrong woman's ass, or he pissed off some fucker on his team. I didn't ask for details. If you paid, I cleaned up your mess, or I got rid of someone you considered a mess. "You know you mean the world to Declan, right? He's matured, and while he might not say it out loud, he misses you, Gabe." Kat tried a different angle. "Why don't you visit, spend some time with Deck and hear Sam out? Just for old times." I chuckled. "You're using Declan to hoodwink me, Kat. Not very strategic. I taught you better." "He's your damn brother," she scolded. "Fine," I relented, figuring it would be good to catch up with Declan and Kat. "I'll change my travel plans." I cut the call and raked a hand through my hair, wondering why Sam would want to see me now. While working for the TRA, we had one simple rule we all adhered to. No harm to children, no matter the mark. Easton Daniels, another trainee under me, fucked us over when he accepted a job to take out a busload of kids belonging to cartel men. I was on that bridge in Colombia with Easton setting the charges to the bombs that would take out the bus I assumed were carrying criminals. By the time I caught sight of the passengers, it had been too late. 45 kids died that afternoon. On my fucking watch. As for Easton, he flew the coop, knowing I was after him, something I still planned on doing when I got my hands on the fucker. It was only a matter of time, and revenge was a bitch.
2. Gianna, a.k.a. Ria, 17 years. Baggage puppet. Frowning, I pulled out my earbuds and cocked an ear, not sure I'd heard correctly. When he didn't call out again, I dropped my book, climbed out the hammock near my window, and scooted out of my room. Downstairs, I turned toward the kitchen after finding the living room empty. Bhavna Singh stood at the stove, stirring her famous lamb korma, while her husband Harsh sat at the table, fidgeting with something electrical again. Since retiring a year ago, he made it his mission to try and fix everything in the house, with disastrous results. "You called, Papa?" He looked up, his usual charming smile absent. When he set his screwdriver aside and tipped his chin at the small brown box on the kitchen counter, I understood why. Staring at it, I chewed the tip of my thumb, a telltale habit when I became anxious. Harsh stood and came up behind me. With his hands on my shoulders, he gave it a gentle squeeze. "It's probably urgent." My eyes met Bhavna's concerned gaze before she offered me a reassuring smile. "Papa's probably right, sweetheart." Usually, I couldn't wait for the day the package arrived, but the fact that it was a whole 2 months left me out of sorts. Nodding, I reached for the package, untied the twine, and pulled off the triple wrapping. I read the single line on the small piece of paper glued to the sealed box and looked up. Both Bhavna's and Harsh's normally smiling faces wore expectant frowns. "When?" Bhavna was the first to break the silence that had settled between the 3 of us. "Tomorrow morning at 10. I chewed my upper lip as Harsh withdrew his phone from his pocket. The second he opened Google, he asked, "Where?" "Madison Wharf." Bhavna neared me, and with her arm across my shoulders, we watched as he did a quick search. "It's an hour's drive from here," he said, looking up from his phone. "We'll leave after breakfast." "What about school?" I hedged, having never missed a day since the year began. "I'll call Wilbur." Harsh smiled, referring to the principal. There were few people Harsh trusted, and Wilbur was one of them. Privy to my secret, he knew the lengths to which Harsh would go to keep it that way. I nodded as Bhavna guided me to the dinner table. Although we ate with the nightly ritual of discussing whatever game we'd watched earlier that morning, I couldn't stop the palpitating nerves each time I glanced toward the counter where the sealed box sat. My fingers itched to open it, but I knew it would be a waste of time. I had to wait until I reached Madison Wharf, not before. "You okay, Puppet?" Harsh reached across the table and squeezed my hand, his brown eyes swimming with tenderness. Even at 66, he was a handsome man who carried his tall frame well. At 5'9", Bhavna complemented his height perfectly, to say nothing of her dark black hair and sparkling green eyes. Although I looked nothing like them, if anyone saw the three of us together, how happy we were, they would never believe that these two adorable people were my adoptive parents. Yet they never treated me with anything less than heartfelt love and care. I came to them the day after my 9th birthday, and I'd cried for almost a month. Regardless, their warm smiles and gentle words never faltered, and soon eased me into accepting my new life. Even though I didn't understand why, every year that question mark grew smaller as I learned a little more. With it, my maturity grew quicker, because unlike the kids my age, I had to be more cautious than curious. I wasn't allowed social media accounts, sleepovers, or long-term friends. The fewer people that knew me, the better. Still, there were times I wished my life wasn't as complicated as the reason the adoption dictated. One more year, and I'd be free. One more year, sweetheart. Bhavna voiced my inner thoughts with a heavy sigh. I glanced up from the blueberry cheesecake she set in front of me and smiled. "Doesn't change a thing. You're my family." I drew emphasis on just how important they were. "And you're ours." She grasped my shoulders, leaned down, and dropped a soft kiss to my cheek. Laughing, I nuzzled her nose with mine. "Thanks, Mama." "Still keen on Harvard?" Harsh forked a piece of cheesecake into his mouth, his eyes on me. I knew he was trying to distract me from wondering why the package arrived early. Lifting my shoulders in a slight shrug, I popped one of the blueberries decorating the cheesecake into my mouth and licked my fingers. Given my good grades, I'd been accepted to all 5 universities I'd applied to. "Whichever one you choose, we're proud of you. You know that, right?" He winked. Nodding, I stuffed my mouth with more cheesecake, then stood. "I've got homework to finish." Wiping my mouth, I dropped a kiss to both their cheeks, glanced at the package, and ignored the tightening of my stomach muscles before trudging upstairs. Even as I dropped to my mattress, stuffed my buds in my ears, and reached for my books, I knew sleep wouldn't come easily. Between the tension and excitement tingling in every inch of me, I tried to focus on my notes.
3. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel, 29 years. Parking my car, having driven down from Seattle, I climbed out and stared up at the house belonging to Sam Tanner, and the one place I was able to call home for a long time. While the white Tudor style presented a holistic family facade to anyone looking in, only a handful of people knew what went on beyond the red door in his basement. It led to a mass of underground tunnels not even sophisticated technology would detect. The bell barely chimed before the door was flung open, and Katrina grabbed me into a tight embrace. "It's so good to see you, Gabriel," she gushed, leaning back. "I thought I'd never see you again." She dabbed the corner of her eyes, trying to hide her tears. Laughing, I swallowed her in another hug. "It's good to see you too, Kat." "Whatever happened to calling me Mom?" she teased. We had this long-standing joke after she'd fucked a guy up for calling her Mom and saying women belonged in the kitchen. "Sorry, Mom," I winked. She walked toward the kitchen where the scrumptious smell of homemade scones and apricot jam filled the air.
Sam's wife has been baking again. Coffee?
Thanks. Where's Sam and Declan? I asked, as she placed a steaming mug in front of me.
They're working up a storm downstairs.
She nudged a plate of scones toward me.
That man's getting too old for this game, and he won't listen to us about retiring. I'd swear he's married to that job.
She grinned as we played catch-up. 5 minutes later, I followed her to the basement. Reaching Sam's office, I stood at the open doorway for a second, taking in the scene, letting memories flood back for just a moment before Declan lifted his head. Shock registered on his face momentarily before it broke into an excited smile. He shot up from his seat. "Would you look at what the elephant dragged in?" We came together in a bro hug in the center of the room. He clung to me for a second longer before he stepped back and raked a gaze over me.
"Isn't it what the cat dragged in?"
Katerina asked as Sam approached us. "Does this body look like something a cat can drag in here?" Declan chuckled, squeezing my bicep through my suit jacket. "Sam." I held out a hand, but the old man pulled me into a fatherly embrace. "It's been too long, Gabriel," he said after we parted. "Katerina's up to par now." He smiled at her. "She is still a rookie when it comes to your knowledge, though. I'm hoping you'll take her under your wing again." There was no mistaking the authority in that tone, and I hadn't even sat down yet. Difference now, I was no longer accountable to them. I did my own thing. What that entailed required no one's approval and no need to know either. I snagged Katerina's scowl and grinned, knowing she still had it in for me for leaving without a forwarding address. "You've been off the grid for so long, I thought we'd never find you, man." Declan flicked me a quick look through glazed eyes. I didn't miss the sense of loss gathering there. "What gives?" I felt his desperation-laced anger despite the smile. "You lit out without so much as a goodbye." His tone accusing. "I don't blame him," Sam intervened. "Being betrayed by a government you respected and put your life on the line for will make any man lose his shit." He was right. I'd worked my ass off for a country that didn't think twice about throwing me to the wolves. During the hearing held after the Colombian fuck-up, I learned that certain government officials involved in backdoor dealings with the cartel had gone after the kids as a warning to their parents. Easton was recruited to see the task through. Still, they stood back and let me take the fall, leaving me to rot in a godforsaken prison in Colombia. Good thing I had skills, or I wouldn't be standing here right now. Even when I returned, Sam tried convincing me it wasn't the TRA's doing. His collateral damage speech didn't work for me. Done trusting a government fraught with crime and willing to use loyal soldiers to do their dirty work, I left the agency. "Still," Declan didn't waver, "I'm your brother. Surely I deserve some acknowledgement." I sensed he was hurting, and he had every right to be pissed off with me. We'd been in foster care together for so long that I'd fought pretty much all his battles growing up. The most life-changing one happened when he was 9. Declan had gotten caught in the crossfire between 2 gangs that our foster father at the time was involved in. Trying to force our father's hand, the rival head had grabbed Declan and held a gun to his head. A wasted effort to get cooperation. The motherfucker hadn't even seen me coming, and when he did, it was too late. I blew his head clean off with a pump action I'd swiped off his own man. Then I turned it on our foster father, taking him out too, and with it, his depravity. A brutal kill for a 14-year-old. 3 weeks later, Special Ops Deputy CO Sam Tanner found Declan and I, covered in blood from another kill and living in an abandoned building. Instead of taking us back to foster care, he brought us home, to his estate, where, under the love of his wife, we'd become a real family, and under Sam's supervision, skilled at tactical warfare, among other things. Declan's weakness wasn't lost on me. I'd missed the fuck out of him, too. I'm here now, aren't I? Catching his neck in a light chokehold, I brought him into my body, holding him until I felt his tense shoulders relax. Sam gestured for Katerina to follow him, giving us some privacy. Knowing Declan better than anyone, if I hadn't done that, he would have probably broken down, embarrassing himself. Although he was 23, I was the one person he could be himself with, could cry if he wanted to, and I knew my leaving had left him out of sorts. Still, he had no idea I'd watched his back. "I never left you, Deck," I said softly, then released my hold on him. He breathed in, pulling himself together. "You're staying this time, aren't you? Let's see what Sam has for me." I didn't affirm or deny his question, and he knew better than to question me for more. He just nodded, and I followed him to a chair at the table they'd be sitting around. "Thanks for coming in, Gabe," Sam began when we were all seated. I merely nodded, still uncertain why I was there. "This is Nathaniel Prescott, a biochemical engineer." He gestured to the screen set up at the front of the room. "He looks harmless," Declan sniggered. Sam's brow shot up, his stern expression quieting Declan. "He's been classified as a potential risk, probable terrorist currently under investigation by both the FBI and CIA. He arrives on our shores next week. Katerina has the 411 on his personal information." She took over from Sam. "No accurate birth certificate. Believed to be in his late 30s, but looks like he's in his early 20s, and he uses it to his advantage, luring unsuspecting young girls to do his bidding." Kat scowled, distaste lining her hard words. "American with Russian and British citizenship, so getting around is easy. Goes by the name Jake Steiner when he's on American soil. When the Russian KGB disbanded one of its rogue agencies, some of the members established a new agency, and Nathaniel's been declared a successor to that organization. His forte, biochemical warfare and human trafficking." "That's two distinct extremes for one man." Declan voiced my question, and Sam nodded. Leaning back in my seat, I studied the face of the man on the screen. Why is he on the TRA radar if the FBI and CIA are investigating him? "There's a mole," Katerina replied, and my gaze snapped to her. "Someone's been leaking information to Nathaniel." "How do we know that for sure?" Declan stood and walked over to the coffee machine. "Need to know information with a Deep Six outcome shared between the two agencies made its way into Russian hands via a coded message. We picked it up during a random search and rescue mission." "Random? How?" I frowned. "Someone called in a favor," Sam replied. "FBI knew we have free agents in Russia. One of their operatives went in to extract information and got herself caught in the process. Time was of the essence, and they needed someone capable on the ground." I accepted the coffee Declan handed me. "Successful?" Sam nodded. "We were until she got back. Killed 2 days later." "Why am I not surprised?" I snorted, stood, and walked over to the window. "Let me guess. Drive-by shootout. No leads." During my stint as a TRA agent, I'd seen that MO so often I'd quit questioning the obvious until shit hit the fan in my backyard. "I understand your skepticism, Gabe, but we need you in on this." Sam massaged his brow, and for the first time, I noticed just how tired he looked. Dark circles under his eyes hinted at a lack of sleep, yet the look in his eyes said a lot more. He was into his early 60s and damn good at his job, which was why they still kept him on, and probably looking for a replacement. I didn't have to ask to know he viewed me and my experience as a potential candidate. "Why? Is this to test if I'm still capable as a TRA agent?" I asked. He shook his head. "You're an independent, and you know I respect that. Given the mole situation, I'd rather have you working this than a rookie agent. It's critical." Rubbing my jaw, I nodded, then frowned. If the FBI and CIA know Nathaniel is a terrorist, human trafficker, and he's on his way here, why not just arrest him? Why bring us on board? "It's not a simple open and shut case," Kat answered, her intelligent eyes on me. "We need to know why he's on his way here. There must be something huge in play to bring out the big dog himself." Sam stood and rolled his shoulders. "It also means that Nathaniel has accomplices here that we know nothing about."
Which poses the question, what are they up to? What's their endgame? And who's their target? Declan did some digging and located a friend with ties to Nathaniel. We figured if we could get you introduced to Nathaniel as his fall guy, we might have an eye on the prize, and they won't even know it. My brow creased. Why would Nathaniel take me, someone he doesn't know, on as his fall guy? Because? Sam pulled in a deep breath, and somehow I knew what was coming. Nathaniel's known to do a thorough background on all his people. And you're hoping my fallout with the government will make it seem like I have a hidden agenda for revenge. I scoffed, shaking my head. Would that shit ever leave me the fuck alone? That's only if we can figure out what Nathaniel's after, right? Declan asked, as if sensing my irritation. I'm not using you, Gabe. Sam ignored Declan's question. Out of all the TRA agents I've trained, you're the best, and I was sorry I had to lose you because of fuck-ups I had no hand in. Easton had us all fooled. He knew because I vouched for Easton to join me on that mission. The knock was harder on me. Katarina and Declan are excellent at what they do, but they're nowhere near as good a quick-thinking field agent as you are. That means I'll have to bring in others, and I'd prefer not to. So if you want out, there's the door, but know this. You can always trust me to have your six. I've never let you down once. He gave a resigned sigh and lowered himself back to his seat. I said nothing for the moment. Does he have immunity? Declan lazed back in his chair, switching his gaze between Sam and Kat. He does. As if she were expecting me to scoff, she was quick to add, only if his visit is purely family-related, not even social. Word is he has a sister here, and probably his reason for a family visit. So how do we play this? I went back to my chair and sat, knowing I'd probably regret my actions later. Sam's smile was slight, a silent communication that he was happy with my decision to stay on. Surveillance for now. Find out who he's meeting and get whatever intel we can on this sister that isn't on any file we have. Probably a ruse, but I'm not taking any chances. Declan will arrange the meet with his friend. Once you're in Nathaniel's circle, we decide our next steps. He clarified. The quicker we nip this in the bud, the better. There's no guarantee he'll take me. I cocked a brow. I have faith in your fuck-up. Declan snorted a laugh, making me smile at his usual immaturity. At my smirk, Kat rolled her eyes. Anyway, I can create some shit on the dark net which would give them more fodder for believing you're the right man for whatever shit they have going down. Sam nodded his agreement. As a tech genius of note, Declan was ace-up on some of the most wanted hackers. Difference was he belonged on the TRA's payroll. Plus, this guy I know, he's Italian mafia. He and his brother have done business with Nathaniel before, Declan added. Should I even ask how you know people in the Italian mafia? I gave Declan some serious eyeballing. While we'd agreed that he'll work for the TRA, in front of the computer was his field work. Chill, bro, he smiled. The dude saved my ass once when some guys got a little handsy with his sister at a nightclub. I tried to help her, but there were too many assholes for my skilled brain to compute. The guy rocked up out of nowhere and fucked the shit out of them just before they were about to cook my goose. I shook my head, having warned him to never try using his TRA skills outside of the office, especially when still in training. Fine. Arrange the meet as soon as you can. I turned my attention to Sam. If we're going in because of a mole, who do we trust? I chewed my bottom lip. He was accustomed to my vigilance. We trust no one. Tell no one. Until we have Nathaniel and his accomplices secured, the usual TRA code applies. I'll be reporting directly to the president on this. He's not taking biochemical warfare with a pinch of salt. And human trafficking? Kate grimaced, already anticipating Sam's response. You and I both know that's an ongoing battle, Kat. If we get Nathaniel on the biochemical warfare, it alleviates him as a human trafficker. A case of 2 birds, 1 stone. But he's probably got 100 men, if not more, under his command, waiting to take over.
Sam ran a hand through his more salt than pepper hair with a soft sigh. I don't claim to have all the answers, and I can't promise that we won't come under fire, like the other agencies. But what we have going for us is the ability to take risks the others won't. Once we find out more about his organization, the easier our job becomes at nailing the sons of bitches without recourse. Sam was right. The rules of engagement didn't apply to TRA as they did with other agencies. While everyone believed the government conformed to strict measures, there were two attributes to the Defense Force. One where everything was visible to the country and its people, the legitimate agencies and institutions whose work was recognized and appreciated. The agencies made visible by their suited agents or designated uniforms, where medals of honor were highly respected. Then there were the TRA, tactical rogue agents who worked in anonymity, going above and beyond. No uniform, no formal dress code, no designation, and only one agenda: national security at any cost. Agents were trained to prepare for every possible scenario, including fatal surrender when captured, living a life steeped in danger and death as your bedfellow. Most survived, and the few that couldn't, no one heard from them again. Giving up your identity was a norm you grew into, because the chances of being caught were high, considering the risks the agent took. And above all else, the possibility of being framed, held accountable for wrongs you didn't initiate, but were instructed to execute, and having your superiors turn their backs on you when you needed them most, was a probability. I had first-hand experience of that. Now, I killed at my own peril, and my own price. My current kill-or-be-killed attitude pissed off a lot of people on both sides of the law, but it also made me friends with some shady characters who would be serving time if I was still a government agent. As long as I got to play when I wanted, I didn't give a fuck. I excelled at playing cat and mouse with agents who tried to get me arrested with no luck, and probably why Sam wanted me on board.
4. Gianna, a.k.a. Rhea, 17 years.
We're here.
I woke to Harsh's soft shake to my shoulder. Rubbing the sleep that had evaded me last night out of my eyes, I pulled out my earbuds and glanced around. Madison Wharf belonged to a little tourist town. I could see why it would be ideal for a secret meeting. There were too many people to spot someone easily. Unclipping the seatbelt, I looked at my father. "Are you heading back now?"
Fishing.
He winked with a small chuckle, and at my frown he added,
There's a pier at the south end of the wharf. I'll be there until I get your text.
He trailed off as we both climbed out the car. Stretching, I inhaled the salty breeze swirling through the air and met him at the rear. After he popped the trunk, I reached for my duffel bag, pulled out the box, and ripped the seal. I stared at the small black phone for a second, then switched it on. When life glowed on the green screen, I willed it to ring, then watched Harsh reach for his fishing tackle and a small picnic basket. Worrying my bottom lip with my teeth, I looked around.
You okay, Boppet?
He asked, his brow ridged in concern.
I know it's an early package, but the procedure was still the same. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
He tweaked my nose, making me smile. I'm sure. Even though I agreed, my insides mimicked the opposite of the gentle waves lapping at the shore to our right. I glanced at my watch. 9:59. A minute to go.
Here.
Harsh held out some money.
In case you see something you like.
Shaking my head, I smiled. I still have the money you gave me last month. Laughing, he stuffed the notes back into his jeans pocket.
It's your money. You're supposed to be spending it.
Although he received money every month on my behalf, I was short nothing, and apart from the occasional jeans or shoes I liked, my spending was relatively low. My simplistic tastes were unbecoming of my status, apparently, but I didn't care. I have everything I need, and I love who I am without having to try being who I'm supposed to be. That made so much sense in my head. Harsh seemed to understand, though.
And I love you just the way you are, too.
He punched my chin playfully, just as the phone rang. With a quick smile at him, I answered on a breathless, "Hello?"
Beluga Cafe in 5 minutes. The corner table near the deck. Face the window.
The call ended. I relayed the message to Harsh before he scooped me into a big bear hug. Laughing, I leaned back. "It's just 2 days."
Yeah, and I miss you already. He grinned. Don't forget the text, or I'm coming after you. Fishy smell and all.
Wrinkling my nose, I nodded, waved goodbye, and headed for the place which was on the other side of the road. I could just make out the end of the sign around the corner of the beige building. 3 minutes later, I was sitting at the chair as directed, waiting. My eyes fell to the phone once more. It was always the same. The name of the place we'd meet, no hello, and no goodbye either. But that didn't bother me much because that text meant we'd spend the day together, which was way more special than a greeting. Still, I was curious why it had come early this year.
1 banana smoothie.
Thank you. I smiled at the waiter placing my order in front of me, and he winked. He was cute, in a nerdy sort of way. All dark curls, pink lips, and black-rimmed spectacles.
Haven't seen you here before.
His gaze roved over my face as though committing it to memory, and I blushed.
You're new to the area, aren't you?
He asked, hope glinting in his eyes. Sticking the straw in my mouth, I sipped the cold liquid, then nodded. I was warned about giving away any personal information, but a nod couldn't be that harmful, could it?
You're waiting for someone? He asked.
Rhea. I glanced over his shoulder as the waiter turned to look at the person who'd called my name, then stepped aside.
Sorry, he said.
Coffee, black, no sugar, please, my visitor ordered. Offering me an engaging smile, the waiter nodded, then walked away. Standing, I ran a slow gaze over my visitor. Dressed in a chic white suit, hair so dark it was raven, and sparkling green eyes like mine, she was beautiful. Instant tears blurred my vision as she opened her arms. "Mom," I whispered, slipping into her embrace. "Oh, baby, I've missed you." She held me tightly to her body, my nose tucked into the crook of her neck, her sweet scent of lilac and soap filling my nostrils, her gentle pulse calming against my skin. We stood that way for what seemed like an eternity before she drew back, keeping her hands on my arms, her grip tight but comforting. "Let me look at you." Her tender gaze roved over me from head to toe and back again. "God, Gianna, you grow more beautiful by the day." Now that we were alone, she used my real name. "I've missed you." I swiped at my tears, my bottom lip trembling to keep from sobbing out loud. "I know, baby." She tugged me to her body once more before she let go, and we both took our seats. When she'd done ordering her coffee from the same cute waiter, she reached across the table to hold my hand. As I opened my mouth to ask the burning question, she smiled. "I know. You're wondering why I'm early this year?" I nodded. "I can't risk meeting you on your birthday, especially not this year." "Why?" I asked. Sighing, she sat back in her seat. "Because it's time, sweetheart. Time for him to honor his deal. I've done well over the years to hide you from him, but I fear he may be on to me. I can't be certain, but I think he knows I've been the one hiding you. What do you mean by time for him to honor his deal?" Sadness mingled with irritation flowed through my body, faster with each breath. Although she visited me every year on my birthday, I accepted my mother had never divulged the real reason why she'd sent me away to live with the Singhs. only tidbits about what dangers lay ahead if I returned home. Because the people my parents dealt with threatened my life. So I couldn't wait to hear who she was talking about and what deal. Your father, sweetheart. My father? She nodded. He promised your hand to some people he... She trailed off, then continued. Works with. I frowned, not fully understanding the need to hide me. Are you saying you've been hiding me from my father all these years? Incredulity tightened my voice. She nodded. My hand in what? I asked, still trying to make sense. She glanced away as the waiter approached with her coffee. Done, he winked at me before leaving. My mother sipped her drink, then set her cup down. You've been promised in marriage to some people. Calming the rising irritation, I breathed in slowly. Is that why I was hidden? She nodded. Surely Dad can change his mind after he sees me. You don't understand. Then make me understand, Mom. Please. I reached across the table and squeezed her hand, wondering why a marriage promise would necessitate me being hidden. She eyed me for a second, her eyes filled with an emotion I couldn't decipher. Your father is a criminal, sweetheart. My stomach somersaulted, and for just a second, the world shifted. All this time, I'd believed he was an extremely rich businessman who'd been threatened. The few times I'd seen him in the newspapers with various businessmen made the belief legit. You've been promised as a virgin bride on your 18th birthday to some bad people. I thought I could hide you until you turned 20 and capable of making decisions on your own. Too shocked to comprehend her words, I sat back in my seat and fingered the smoothie glass. How have you managed to hide me from my father for so long, Mom? It wasn't easy. There were very few people I could trust not to say anything to your father. In the end, I had to cut a deal of my own, which I'm not proud of, but I'll do anything to safeguard you. You know that, right? What sort of deal? I asked, more curious than concerned with what she'd done. Let's just say that hiding something in plain sight is a lot harder to find. She trailed off, a look of worry swathing her beautiful face. Mom? When her attention came back to me, I asked, What deal? Don't worry about that. She sounded tired, and I relented. To answer your question about how I hid you from your father, I staged your kidnapping, sweetheart. Made a big deal of it so he would accept it as a legit kidnapping. He thinks his business associates may have had a hand in it, but he couldn't prove anything. For years I pretended to be the distraught mother, and he bought into it, although he still searches for you. That's why you warned me off social media? Yes. I could see the pain reflected in her green gaze. Lately, though, I have a feeling he knows I've been lying. Why? There are times I feel like I'm being followed. I hear these strange noises on my phone when I'm done with a call, as if someone is listening in on my conversations. And he's grown suspicious that I always seem to disappear every year on your birthday. That's why you're not meeting me on my birthday this year? She nodded. Weren't you followed today? Without realizing it, my shoulders tensed, and my eyes darted to all corners of the tiny coffee house. My mother squeezing my hand brought my gaze back to hers. Because it's not your birthday. Every year the chairperson of the Women's Society I belong to, and a close friend of mine, have helped me by scheduling their annual getaway to coincide with your birthday. When I mentioned the deal to her, she rescheduled the getaway for this weekend. I wasn't sure why I asked the next question, but it just felt right. Why so much of creeping around, Mom, and putting yourself at risk? Is it not better to just let him get me married? You don't understand, sweetheart. Her eyes shimmered with tears. Your marriage to the wrong person could start a war. There's no guarantee you'll be married to a man who will treat you well. These men are bastards. They're hardcore. They don't think twice about killing. Worst still is the fear of what would happen to you in the wrong hands, if one side gets you and the other doesn't. You're a pawn between the Italian mafia and the Mexican cartel in more ways than one. My jaw dropped, my eyes almost popping out of their sockets. It took a moment before I could speak. Italian mafia? Mexican cartel? Suddenly unsure what to do with that information, I sipped the rest of my drink until the straw gurgled at the bottom of my glass. Who is my father? I choked out. Again, a dismal sigh slipped through her lips. He's not a man to be easily trusted. While he might have promised you to one man, there's no telling if he'll keep that promise. Her grip tightened on my hand, and my heart swelled at what she must have gone through all these years. I don't understand. He made that promise when you were 9. 9? A sarcastic laugh tripped past my lips. Who does that? Who makes a 10-year marriage promise? My father, apparently. I was beginning to dislike him more and more by the second. And who would accept that kind of promise? I know it's a lot to take in, baby. She gave me a warm smile. Not long after he made that deal, I arranged your disappearance. A lot has changed in the past 9 years, and I'm afraid that my father might give me to someone else instead. I finished for her, trying to act calm, yet the warm perspiration dripping down my back said otherwise. She nodded. God, sweetheart, you've been so good at following my instructions all these years, and to just give you up right now is something I'll never do. You're growing into a beautiful woman who deserves to meet her Prince Charming and experience what it is to love someone wholeheartedly, not some dishonest crime lord. And I'll do whatever it takes to protect you, even if it's at the risk of me dying. Don't say that, Mom. I choked on a sob. The mere thought of losing her left me cold. I shivered, immediately squashing the image of her meeting an untimely death. This man he's promised me to, do you know who he is? You don't have to worry about him, sweetheart. The less you know, the better, for your sanity. She stood and pulled me up with her. Slowly, we walked side by side onto the deck. When we were leaning against the rail rimming the deck, she turned to look at me. I need you to be strong, Gianna. Always. Your father needs that virgin bride, or he stands to lose a lot. So, over the next few weeks, you need to be extremely cautious, more than you've been before. Watch who you befriend and trust no one. Will you do that for me? Yes, Mom, I nodded. Why have you never told me any of this before? Because I wanted you to have a normal childhood. Do all the things girls your age did without looking over your shoulder. While Bhavna and Harsh did a fantastic job keeping you hidden and loved, I wish I could have played a more defined role while you were growing up. I missed so much. A tear rolled down her cheek. I cupped her face. But you've done something for me that was far more important. At her raised brow, I added, You gave me up so that I could live. Only a mother who loves her daughter intensely would sacrifice her role as a mother. I kissed her cheek. She squeezed me in a long hug, kissing the top of my head. Do Bhavna and Harsh know everything? I asked when she released me. They do. How? I tilted my head in surprise. How did you know you could trust them to take care of me? They're both ex-FBI. Huh? My life was turning stranger by the second. Her soft laugh lacked mirth as her gaze drifted toward the sprinkle of seagulls swooping over the water's edge. Years ago, when I found out what your father was involved in, they contacted me and asked if I'd help them. At first, I refused. Then I began noticing the late-night callers for your father became more frequent, until I witnessed him shoot a man in our living room. She stopped speaking, as if lost in memories. My heart took on a heavier beat, now that I knew what my father was capable of. She looked at me again. He sent me to our bedroom and ordered me never to mention the murder. I agreed because I had you to worry about, and I didn't want his criminal ways to bleed into our lives. I gave the FBI information about him and his associates. Unfortunately, they couldn't make the charges stick, because your father made one of his men take the fall. They did, however, promise to keep you safe, and when the need arose, I asked. Wow. Fear crept through me, slow and steady, grateful that my mother had shielded me all these years. Gripping the front of my t-shirt, I gave it a shake, hoping to cool down my agitated pulse. They never mentioned anything to me, ever. Because they needed to protect you, letting you in on who they were put you at harm's risk if you happened to fall into the wrong people's hands. And I'm not just talking about your father's associates. As agents, they've put a lot of criminals behind bars. More importantly, they needed to present a normal family front to you, she explained. Now that you know, promise me you won't ask them anything? I promise. I uttered a low laugh, thoroughly mesmerized by everything I'd just learned. What does my father do? My mother shook her head and tucked a stray strand of my hair behind my ear. Don't worry about that, sweetheart. I just want you to focus on staying safe, okay? I had to ask the question dangling before my eyes. I appreciate everything you've done to protect me, Mom. But what if he finds me? She was quick to palm my cheek and giving me a wider smile. He won't. How can you be certain? Because I'll stake my life on it. It's the only way he'll find out about you. I grasped the hand on my face and kissed it. Don't say that. Bhavna and Harsh are great, but you're my mom, and I can't lose you, not when we're so close to being together again. I know, sweetheart, and I promise I'll do everything in my power to make sure we're together again. Is there anyone else that knows about me? Someone I can trust? She glanced over my shoulder. Julian does. I turned, noticing the black-suited man with his hands laced in front of him, his head snapping from side to side before approaching us. Hello, Gianna. His smile was so warm, happiness poured through me. I didn't know how old he was, but with the smidge of gray hair at his temples and mixed with the black in his beard, I figured he was around my parents' age. Julian came to work for my father when I turned 4. At first, he shadowed my father. Then 6 months later, after a stalking incident, my father made him my mother's bodyguard. That meant I saw him the most out of all the people that worked for my father. "Hello, Julian." I tried to call him sir a few times when I was younger, and he'd wave it off with an offensive smirk, saying I made him sound old. There was definitely nothing old about him. With beautiful blue eyes and blonde hair, his face was chiseled perfection, and I'd seen the muscular frame beneath the dark suits. Plenty of girls my age would find the man swoon-worthy. "How's my favorite gal?" He winked, pulling me into an embrace. I hadn't understood the need for a bodyguard when I was little, but now I was glad he was around. Because he'd been in my life for so long, there were times I wished he were my father. And during my mother's visits over the years, the time we spent together felt like we were a happy family. "Won't the wife be jealous that I'm your favorite gal?" I teased. "No wife." He shrugged, but I didn't miss the look he lavished on my mother. It was a distinct tenderness I'd seen only in romantic movies, those that left you with a long, drawn-out sigh when the movie ended. My heart gave a little jig of happiness that just maybe they were in love. After so many years together, who'd blame them? "Maybe you and Mom should marry and the three of us can run off into the sunset," I blurted. "Gianna," my mother scolded, but the telltale pink of her cheeks was all the confirmation I needed that the thought had crossed her mind. Julian's chuckle was sexy as he ruffled my hair like I was an 8-year-old. I didn't mind, though. His affection was genuinely caring. He held out his hand. "Phone?" I handed over the burner and watched him take it apart before he crushed it and tossed it into a trash can. "Wow, what big muscles you have." I rounded my eyes, mimicking shock. Grinning, he tweaked my nose. "Come on, I feel like an ice cream sundae, and I know your mom is craving a strawberry daiquiri." He winked at her and she blushed before we began walking along the deck. Yep, there was definitely something between them, and I loved it. For their sake, I hoped I'd make it to my 18th birthday with my virginity intact. Or better still, me giving it to a man who looked at me the way Julian looked at my mom. The chances of that happening were slim to none. I was a social outcast by my own doing, and after what my mother divulged today, rightfully so. To meet a man like Julian probably meant I'd have to frequent clubs and bars with a fake ID. Given I was living a fake identity for so long, I was certain I could pull it off. Only question was, where did I start? As Julian pulled me into an ice cream parlor, one name popped into my head. Ishara. 2 days later, I stood in that same coffee shop, wishing my mother goodbye after having spent a beautiful weekend with her and Julian. I swiped at the tears on my cheek as my mother pulled me into a tight hug. When she kissed the top of my head and stood back, I hiccuped on a sob. "We'll be together soon, baby, and we can put all of this behind us." She ran a gentle hand through my hair, and I shivered, loving her touch and holding on to her scent. "I can't wait," I sighed, trying hard to act like an adult and not a teen misfit. She palmed my cheek. "You've been so good, baby, and you might not understand this now, but sometimes you need to be bad to be good." "Huh?" I frowned, and she laughed. "I need you to be strong, no matter what's thrown at you. Promise me, sweetheart. You have to fight it all. It's the only way you'll survive anything to live the life you want." "I will, Mom." After she left and Harsh drove me back home, my mind stayed in a constant whirlwind of what-ifs and how. 5. Gianna, a.k.a. Rhea, 17 years. Wait, let me get this straight. Your father sold you as a virgin bride to be delivered at the age of 18? A wide-eyed Ashara asked me a week later. She was lying on the bed while I stood with my back against her closet. I often spent the weekends with her when she wasn't working. Having just offloaded the details of my mother's visit, Ashara was having a hard time believing I was serious about my intentions. I nodded, adding, "Pinky swear secret, right?" She bobbed her head in acknowledgement. "And your plan is to lose your virginity before then, hoping it would deter your father." She scratched her chin in that thoughtful way I'd come to know. Chewing my bottom lip, I moved and dropped down next to her. "That's if he finds me by then." "Okay, if he finds you by then," she clarified. "And how do you propose losing your virginity?" "That's where you come in." "I love you, babe, but I don't swing that way." She winked, glancing away as her boyfriend, Rex, walked into the room, his eyes wide. I immediately froze, hoping he hadn't heard the conversation about my father selling me off. As if she sensed me tensing, Ashara gave my hand a gentle squeeze, reassuring me. "Who wants to lose their virginity?" Rex asked. Glad he hadn't heard the part about my father, I pointed to my chest. "Me." "Why?" he probed, frowning. "Apparently it's the rage now at her school." Ishara covered for me. Laughing, Rex left his post by the door and plopped his tall frame into a beanbag with a soft swoosh. "Maybe I can help," he offered. Ishara and I sat up to look at him. "I have this friend who travels frequently between here and Russia. He's the shy type and not looking for anything permanent. Maybe he can help you with your... you know." He grinned. Rex was a good-looking guy, but at times I just thought Ishara was too beautiful for him. They were in love, though, and I respected her choice. He wasn't a nerd as such, but some biochemical engineer, and worked for the government, which meant his friends were probably in the science field. Ashara looked at me. "That's an option, babe," she said, then, "Wait, is he American?" Rex nodded. "Do you honestly want to give your precious gem to some guy you're not likely to hook up with again, Rhea?" she asked. "That's fresh, coming from you," Rex snorted, earning a scowl from Ashara, who'd lost her virginity to a one-night stand a couple of years ago. "I'm sure," I quickly intervened. Ishara had a temper of note, and she'd probably make Rex suffer all night just for mentioning that. "When is your friend in town next?" Rex fished his mobile out of his jeans pocket and checked something, then looked up. "He's already here, and if you're keen, I can hook you up." He sounded too eager, and for just a moment, I hesitated. Ishara laughed. "You want a blind date, or prefer to see what he looks like first?" "Blind date," I replied, knowing if I saw the guy, I might change my mind. "Perfect." Rex began texting. "Can I see what he looks like?" Ashara asked, and he nodded. She stood, walked over, and crouched next to him. Her eyes grew round when he showed her the phone screen. "That's him?" Looking up at me, she scrunched her nose, screwed her eyes, and shook her head. I balked, my brow creasing in a frown. Rex noticed her face and shoved her arm. She fell to the floor, laughing. "He's not bad, babe," she blurted between giggles. "Not bad?" Rex rolled his eyes, then laughed. "So, Friday sound good, Rhea?" I arched a brow at Ishara. She worked shifts as a nurse at the hospital, which meant I needed her to be home to get me ready for the date. "It's my night off," she replied. "Great." He texted again, then put his phone away. "All set. He can't wait to meet you." I cupped my cheeks that had grown warm at the mention of losing my virginity. They were hotter than normal. Sure, it was the right thing to do. I followed Ishara into the living room.
6. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel, 29 years. A week later, I downed my second bourbon, enjoying the burn of the amber liquid sliding down my throat, and glanced around the sparsely furnished room, wondering why I'd agreed to this shit. Declan knew my work spoke for itself, and I needed to prove nothing to no one. On Sam's insistence, I agreed, only because the case depended on it. I flexed my fingers, raw from a little too much action with the punching bag. Heading down to the basement, I checked my gun before tucking it into the waistline at the back of my pants. The pungent odor of dampness crept through the air as the wooden staircase creaked under my shoes. At the bottom, I flicked the light switch, which hardly made much difference in a space that had no windows and dust for miles. If that wasn't enough to give someone an allergic reaction, then the puddles of water I crossed over was a lung hazard, waiting to be born. I stopped in the center of the room, empty except for its sole occupant. Bound to a chair by his hands and feet, my punching bag in the form of one Peter Feynman squinted at me through his good eye. Despite the other eye twitching beneath a swollen lid, the broken nose and fat lip, he still retained most of his courage. For now. "Who the fuck are you?" he hissed, his voice raspy from the futile screaming. "I'd say your worst nightmare, but that would be a cliched response." Crossing my arms over my chest, I raked a slow gaze over his white shirt dotted with splotches of blood from his twisting against his binds. "Are you ready to talk?" "Fuck you," he sneered. "We'll get to that in a second," I replied, my tone even, calm. It confused the people I questioned, especially when they were bound and gagged and staring at me like I just lost my mind. Or they couldn't understand what I was after. Usually I knew what I was after. Today, though, I was following an instruction. "So, Peter, I believe you owe some very important people a signed contract, and taking an extended holiday did shit for your delay tactics." He squirmed against the barbed wire I'd wrapped around him earlier. The more he pushed, the deeper the metal cut into his skin. "You can't keep me here without someone finding out. I'm the fucking mayor." "Well, I don't give a shit about who you are. All I want is the signed documents. So, you have two choices." "I'm not fucking signing anything until you tell me who the hell you are." Shaking my head, I took a step forward and withdrew the knife sheathed in my left sock. Holding it, tipped down mid-thigh, I met his gaze. "Who I am should be the least of your concern." Without so much as a flinch, I pressed down hard, sinking the knife through material and skin, then dragged upward, stopping an inch from his balls. Screams bounced off the basement walls, his legs shaking with the effort to rid it of the knife. When his cries muted to soft whimpers, I continued. "What you should be worried about is what the fuck I'm going to do to your beautiful wife and that pretty little girl of yours," I gritted. At the mention of his family, his head shook vehemently. Then, as if he had a contemplative moment, he whispered, "You'll have to find them first, and trust me, you won't." My right hand shot out, connecting with his jaw and snapping his head to one side, spittle flying out of his mouth as blood quickly spilled past his burst lips. I straightened. He blinked rapidly, but it wasn't enough to stop the tears rolling down his cheeks. When I had his attention once more, I smirked. "I'm feeling a little generous today, Peter, so I'm going to share something with you. I'm what you'd call a killer for hire. I locate, track, and eliminate. I don't care what you hire me for, as long as you pay my fees. I'll get rid of your mess. That said, let's play a game, shall we? I'll name a state, and you can tell me if I'm getting warm." He frowned. "State?" "Where your wife and daughter are this moment." When he merely stared, I said, "New York? Shall I give you the address as well?" His good eye tried to widen in shock that my first guess was right, but it failed its attempt to open anything more than a mere squint. My guesses were 100% correct on the first try, because I never guessed. His words were soft, unintelligent, before he sagged in the seat. "The documents are in my briefcase. I'll sign." Fetching the papers from his briefcase that stood against a wall, I released his hand from its binds, put a pen in it, and watched his shaky fingers scrawl a signature on the document.
Well, I'm fucking impressed. Barely an hour and you got the fucker to sign. Although I might have spilled a lot more blood.
With the document in my hand, I turned to find a man probably a year or two older than Declan at the bottom of the stairs. Even in the dimly lit room, piercing blue eyes studied me with avid interest, as though sizing me up. I returned the favor with a quick examination of my own. He didn't seem like a man who made many friends. Something about his stance told me he was an arrogant fucker who killed first and didn't bother asking questions either. Declan descended the stairs behind him.
I told you he's good, he chuckled.
Remo Rossi stepped forward and held out a hand.
I don't believe in handshakes, but something tells me that you and I are going to kill more fucknuts together.
A lot could be gleaned from a man's grip. Remo's firm latch on my hand told me he was one confident bastard.
And just for fucking delaying my brother's ownership of the marina we needed, we'll start with this prick's family. You know time is money and all that fucking shit.
He grinned, jerking his chin at Peter. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he released my hand, pulled out a gun and shot the man in the knee. When Peter's howls lowered, I cocked a brow at Remo. Fucknuts? Interesting. I figured he was a man after my own heart. Never hurts to have a friend in the Italian mafia.
And what better than a fucking sniper assassin to join me on my killing spree when I'm bored?
He winked, and I realized that his kind of fucked up was a rarity. 3 hours later, Remo eased off the gas on his Ferrari as we approached Nathaniel Prescott's Tudor mansion. He was holed up on a large golf estate just outside the city. Sitting in the center of a roundabout driveway, the building rose 2 stories high and flanked by tall trees that probably provided the privacy he needed. Remo parked along the side near the 6-car garage and climbed out. I followed, taking my time to survey the manpower Prescott had out front. Several men, armed with AK rifles, patrolled the property. I put the count at 6 from what I could see. Buttoning my suit jacket, I adjusted my sidearm holster as Remo led the way. 2 men flanked the dark wood front door and expecting a pat-down. I was surprised when they merely waved us through. Either the man was a cocky bastard, or his friendship with Remo was solid as fuck. Another couple of minutes later, with Remo on my right, I sat across from Nathaniel Prescott. His smile was light but fake as the Armani suit he wore. Someone ripped the fucker off, and he probably didn't even know it. I didn't return his smile, and wary he was analyzing me, I conducted one of my own. For a biochemical engineer, he wasn't good at hiding his illegal wealth. Judging by that arrogant smirk, the gold draping his neck, wrist, and fingers, he probably believed flaunting his money made him less susceptible to the law. Stupid fuck.
So, Nat, you've done your background. You asked for someone capable to run your operations here, and Gabe knows his shit. Does he pass your test?
Remo crossed an ankle over the other knee and leaned back in his seat. His beady eyes on me, Nathaniel puffed on a cigar. The sickly sweet smell wafting through the air in wisps of smoke made me want to rip that smug grin off his face. In the wrong hands, cigars gave the indication they were trying too hard to be someone they weren't. I was a good judge of character, and Nathaniel Prescott wasn't the head honcho he wanted everyone to believe. Someone else was pulling his strings. While his looks might pass for a man in his early 20s, his brain cells were still developing.
He does.
He answered Remo's question, then switched his gaze to me.
But I'd like to test him out, if you're up for it, that is.
I cocked a brow, saying nothing.
2 nights from tonight, I'm meeting a girl on a blind date.
What the fuck? Remo scoffed before I could. Nathaniel set his cigar on an ashtray and stood.
She's not the prize.
At my frown, he added,
She's a mule.
Then I'm not your man. I stood. Drug mules? Not my thing. Hands on his hips, Nathaniel grinned.
Not drugs. Something far deadlier.
He moved to the window to stare out. Remo and I exchanged glances before Nathaniel turned.
She will be carrying a memory card on her. Bring it to me, and we will continue our relationship. Fail, and I'll have to kill you, obviously.
Obviously. This time, I smiled. Having heard that threat so often in my career, it amused me when fuckers like Nathaniel deemed it so easy to take me out. Ramo must have thought the same, because his smirk said a lot. "Who will she be looking for?" I asked.
"Jake Steiner,"
Nathaniel replied. "Does she know about the memory card?"
"No."
He reached for his cigar and dragged on it for a bit before looking at me.
"How you get your hands on it is completely up to you, but she is not to find out."
I nodded. "And the person sending it, does she know who he is?" Nathaniel frowned.
"You do ask a lot of questions, don't you?"
"If my life depends on it, then yes." I held back my grin. He sighed.
"Ah, yes. She knows who he is. He, however, won't hesitate to get rid of her. Collateral damage and all that."
He waved a hand in the air like it bored the shit out of him talking about a girl's life. Slipping my hands into my pants pockets, I nodded. "On a scale from 1 to 10, how dangerous is this memory card if it happens to fall into the wrong hands? You know, in case shit happens." His brow creased. I could tell he was contemplating the importance of my question. Would he trust me?
"Well, Gabriel, you'll have to take damn good care of your fucking shit then, won't you?"
He sneered, his true self making an appearance.
"This is a two-part deal, but the cards are useless without the other, and someone has gone through a lot of trouble to make this transaction as smooth as possible. So I want that fucking card at all costs. Do I fucking make myself clear?"
I nodded. "Where do I meet her?" His smile was sly, the grin of an evil bastard in the making.
"There are only 2 people that knew about this deal. Now there are 4. Fuck it up and there aren't many choices of who I'll go after first. Come back an hour before 7 on Friday evening, and I'll share the relevant details with you."
It seemed like the fucker wasn't taking chances.
"Until then, watch your back."
His laugh maniacal. He walked off. Grinning, I walked out with Ramo.
7. Gianna, a.k.a. Rhea, 17 years. Don't forget, his name is Jake. Tall, good-looking, sexy build, and longish hair. He'll be waiting at the bar for you. You sure you don't want to look at his photo? I bit my bottom lip and shook my head at Ishara on the phone screen. Then it won't be a blind date, right? Yeah. She rubbed a finger along her bottom lip. You know your father will have my head for this, right? Please don't ruin my night that hasn't even started yet by reminding me of that man, I scowled. And that's if he finds us. My cousin's laugh was low. I'm sorry. Go get him, tiger. She growled, using her fingers to imitate a clawing tiger. I took a deep breath, opened the car door, then paused as sudden nerves hit me square in the gut. Shit. I don't know if I can do this. Ashara rolled her eyes. Jesus, babe, don't do this to me. Then she sighed. Fine, if you're not sure, come back home. We can do it another time. Or maybe when you feel like knowing what a cock you actually want looks like. Or maybe you want the old bloke your dad sold you to. She muttered dryly. My shoulders shook with laughter. If you put it like that. I blew her a kiss and opened the car door. Thanks for doing this. Anything for you, sweets. Now go get that handsome guy before he thinks you bailed on him. Remember, long-sleeved white lounge shirt and dark denim, and don't forget to lie like we practiced, okay? We'd spent the better part of an hour working up a reason why I was looking for a blind date, and each time I'd said it, I giggled uncontrollably. No laughing, Rhea, she warned with an arched brow. I nodded. Oh, and try and get that cock action tonight, will you? Her wicked smile reminded me of a lustful siren going after an unsuspecting sailor. Sticking my tongue out, I disconnected the video call and dropped the mobile into my purse. With a deep inhale, I climbed out of the car Ashara had loaned me for my big night, as she called it, and headed for the restaurant entrance. There, I caught my reflection in the glass door and stopped for just a beat, trying to calm my racing heart. "You can do this," I whispered. Thanks to my mom's gorgeous genes and Ishara's talent for making a simple schoolgirl look like a runway model, I looked older than my actual age. Maybe I could pull this off with minimum chaos some truths might instigate. Smoothing down my mid-thigh jade dress that, according to Ishara, matched my eyes perfectly, I finger-brushed my soft curls, gave my breasts a quick lift, then reached for the doorknob. Inside, I stood in the foyer and glanced around. The restaurant was busy with the evening dinner rush. White shirt and dark denim. Couldn't he wear something a little more distinct? I muttered under my breath. "Can I help you?" The maitre d' looked up from his phone call. "I'm meeting someone at the bar." He smiled. "Sure, down the stairs and to your right." I thanked him and descended the 3 short stairs. At the bottom, I glanced at the bar. Several people sat there. Thankfully, only 2 wore white shirts and dark denim. Sure, Ashara wouldn't have said yes to that man. I ignored the one with a few strands of hair covering his almost bald head and zeroed in on the other. He sat with his back to me and, from the looks of it, was on the phone. Pulling a deep breath, I walked toward him, my heartbeat going wild with each step closer. When I reached his side, I tapped him lightly on the back. He glanced over his shoulder, his longish hairstyle reminding me of Tom Cruise. "You must be Jake, my blind date?" "Hi." The guy's brow shot up for just a second before a smile curved his full lips, enhancing that square jaw and straight nose. Turning slightly, he cut the call without saying goodbye. "Hi." Eyes wide, I stared. Holy freaking cow. This was my blind date. Geez, he was gorgeous. Down south, every tingle known to mankind just made its way into my panties. Damn, Shara told me you'd be good-looking. She forgot to mention just how freaking hot. My cheeks flushed at my runaway mouth, and I slammed a hand to my brow. Shit, I'm sorry. I tend to blabber when I'm nervous. I slid into the seat next to him. "Do I make you nervous?" The husky words, followed by a throaty laugh, shot another wave of prickles down my spine. Clearing the sudden dryness in my throat, I clamped my thighs together. I'd seen plenty of gorgeous men. Never in real life, though. Given the dark-haired, brown-eyed Adonis sitting next to me, I was likely to swoon if someone didn't hand me a glass of water soon. He cocked his head to one side, his lips curling in a slow smile, waiting for me to speak. Okay, a definite no on the water. I'd take a whiskey instead. Neat. Nope. Yeah. Kind of. I internally cringed. My word skill was usually so perfect. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "I'm guessing you haven't done this before." He ran the tip of his tongue over his bottom lip, and I bit back a groan. Damn, could this man please stop with the freaking hotness overload? Silently, I kicked myself for acting like a smitten teenager. Oh wait, I still was one, wasn't I? Oops. I forced my brain to concentrate on an adult conversation before all my cousin's teachings were lost on me. No. You're pretty hot yourself. Why would you need a blind date? Instant heat flushed my cheeks. Well, the honest answer is I dumped my boyfriend a year ago and decided all men were dogs, and Shara thinks I'm in a serious need of a good shagging before I forget what a cock... I slapped a hand over my mouth as my eyes widened. Oh, God, please tell me I didn't say that out loud. Slowly, he nodded, followed by a lazy widening of his thick lips. I stood. That's not what I'd practiced with Ishara. I'm officially a disaster. I must apologize for my ditzy behavior. I'm normally not like this. Never mind. Thank you. Maybe we can do this another time. I'll show myself to the door, I blabbered. Before he could respond, I turned and made a beeline for the bathroom. Jesus, I'm a freaking jabbering idiot. Inside, I shut the stall door, fished out my mobile, and dialed. OMG, Ishara, I totally messed the whole act like an adult shit. Nope, strike that. I did embarrass myself. I rushed on, not giving my cousin a chance to get a word in. Can you believe 5 sentences in, and I told the guy I needed a good shagging? She burst out laughing. Oh my fucking God, you didn't. Well, you can't blame me, I muttered. That guy's like seriously hot, and my pussy took over and went off track a little. I'll say, she consoled after her giggles stopped. Listen, just go back to him and apologize. Do a start over. Nope, I'm coming home. He's way too hot for me. Would you stop behaving like you're fucking 50? You're a lot more mature than you give yourself credit for. You can pull this off. She soothed before her gentle tone did a 360 on me. Anyway, where's your sense of adventure? Just go back, or I swear I'll come down there, PJs and all, and embarrass the living shit out of you. I did that all on my own. Thank you very much. I blew out a raspberry, then inhaled. Shara. I stretched out her name on a wail. I made a fool of myself. Please get Rex to call him and ask if we can reschedule. I seriously can't do this. I'll mess it up, I pleaded. Plus, he's so freaking gorgeous. I don't think I'll be able to think straight around him. Would you just shut up already? She scolded. Did you see yourself in the mirror before you left? Yeah, I moaned. I knew what was coming. Ishara was 6 years older than me. Having lived on her own since her parents split when she turned 17, she possessed the confidence of a lioness that didn't hesitate to let people know she'd entered the building. I wish I had half your beauty. Her impatience came through in the form of a string of curses before she calmed down. Babe, half the secret to being attractive is self-confidence. And I suck at it, I groaned. No, you're fucking gorgeous. You just don't see it. She let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Need I remind you why you're doing this? Would you prefer I paint a big red sign on your back that says, "Cock wanted"? She mocked. I exhaled on a frustrated breath. No, I needed to do this. It was the only way to safeguard against my father's plans. If it's any consolation, I didn't want Rex to set you up with this date because I sort of thought Jake wasn't good-looking enough for you. Plus, he's the quiet type, not pushy, according to Rex. I figured he'd be perfect for your, needs, so to speak. I snorted out a laugh. Well, tell that to the hunk of pheromones sitting at the bar. Even my freaking feet are sweating from the heat he radiates. Wait, are we talking about the same Jake? You saw him, so you should know. I bit the corner of my lip. Despite our short intro, something told me that the man sitting at the bar and not pushy didn't fit in the same sentence. He looked like a man who didn't demand, he took. Just go back, babe, Ishara coaxed. I could hear her boyfriend say something in the background. I'm sure he's recovered by now, and anyway, Rex says Jake's a down-to-earth guy. He'll take your behavior in stride. Trust me. I shook my head, then realizing she couldn't see me, I slapped a hand to my brow. Please, Shara, call him and postpone. Stop being a fucking prude, Rhea, she scolded. Fine, I huffed. If he's not there when I walk out, I'm coming home. If you do, you're on kitchen duty every time you come over, she warned. Whatever. I disconnected the call, raking a hand through my hair, and opened the stall door. When I walked out of the bathroom, I glanced toward the bar and let out a silent whoop. My date had ducked too. Drawing in a sigh of relief, I strolled toward the exit. Outside, I inhaled deeply, shouldered my purse, and headed for my car parked on the side of the building. I can help, if you want. The deep drawl startled me, and I spun around. Shit. My hot-bod blind date leaned against a pillar with an air of lazy masculinity that would no doubt attract even the freaking fireflies out of a forest. His head cocked to one side, he studied me for a second. Now that he was standing, I put him at 6'2" or maybe 3. I couldn't be certain, and his build even more imposing and downright sexy. His crossed arms exposed a bulk of muscles that could lift me easily. With the shagging, I mean. His husky suggestion railroaded my thoughts. The level of sexy arrogance fascinated me, stirring up emotions of excitement and unease. Ishara mentioned Jake was in his early 20s, yet the man looking at me now appeared older, mature. Beneath his languid facade lurked an undisguised ruggedness that was both mesmerizing and menacing. Like my mother always said, sometimes women are a lot more attracted to danger than they're willing to admit. My skin prickled. I looked away, willing the disturbing emotions within my heated body to subside. Still thinking? He pushed off the pillar. I glanced at him. His eyes stayed on my mouth, watching me moisten my parched lips. God, the man was a ticking sex bomb, and I so wanted to hit that detonator. He smiled, and my insides melted. My heart fluttered so fast, I barely resisted lifting a hand to massage calm into it. The gentle evening breeze blew my hair across my face. My breath stalled when he took a step closer and tucked the brownish strands behind my ear. The soft touch burned like the tiniest licks of a flame, sparking a cadence of electric charges I fought to understand. Damn, you're beautiful. Eyes the color of liquid honey roved over my face. I could say the same about you, I mumbled. His throaty laugh caressed my skin like a silken feather, and so refreshingly uninhibited. Ka ozana. Uninhibited? If only he knew. I frowned. What do those words mean? Like a fairy. Unbelievable, but a breathtaking sight to behold. He replied, his tongue trailing a slow path along his bottom lip as he inched closer. I shivered, forgetting to ask what language he'd just spoken or why he equated me to a fairy. My body was on complete meltdown from trying to act normal like his proximity did nothing. I failed. Suddenly, I didn't care how careless my behavior would seem. I wanted to be brash and go with the mood, forget the rules and moral dictations I'd adhered to my entire life. For once, I wanted to be free with my mind, my heart, and my body. Risk be damned. All I wanted was to feel his hard body against mine, his cock deep inside me, filling me with that guilty pleasure Ishara talked about, living a wild fantasy of sex with a stranger. As if he sensed my surrender, one dark brow lifted, his confident gaze holding me in its grip. Slipping his hands into his pants pockets, he took a step forward, and without thinking, I stepped back. He took another, and I did the same. Every instinct told me to fear him, to put up my hands and tell him to stay back. Strangely, I couldn't, or didn't want to. Our eyes locked. We carried on that toe-to-toe tango until the cool feel of metal against the back of my thighs broke his hypnotic hold on me. Still, I couldn't look away, and I didn't know if I wanted to. My mother always warned me to be cautious, to be wary of strangers. Yet watching this man watch me, I stupidly wanted to know what he saw when he looked at me, what he thought of me. What ideas sprang to that no doubt handsome mind? Attending an all-girls school, I hardly met boys my age, and while I wasn't sure what to look for or what I saw when I looked at him, I was certain that our reaction to each other wasn't the norm. It was more than simple interest, a powerful magnetism I wouldn't even attempt describing. A muffled sound somewhere in the distance had me glancing over my shoulder, taking in the sleek sports car at my rear. Light from the street lamp bounced off the titanium coat. Before I had a chance to compliment the vehicle's beauty, his hands fell to my hips, the grip tight, yet not unpleasant. Instant heat from his palms seeped through my dress, skating down to my core in one quick slide. Spicy cologne tinged with hints of spice and musk usurped the night's air, stealing the limelight of the ocean freshness around us. Then, his hard body pressed me against the car, every rigid muscle melding with my body. I couldn't mute the soft groan when he moved, his rigid cock nudging my stomach. My legs buckled. If it weren't for his large frame keeping me up, I would have dropped to the ground in a hot mess. I let out a squeal of surprise when he lifted me and set me down on the hood. He leaned forward and I unconsciously drew back until I had to use my elbows to support my body from falling to a fully prone position. Catching the distinct smirk curling his lips, I gulped. He had me at a disadvantage, and he knew it. "I can't decide," he said. My frown lasted all of 2 seconds when he dropped a palm to my bare thigh. I could have sworn my stomach did a backflip, if that were possible. Given the angle of my body, my dress rode up, exposing a lot more skin than I would have wanted it to. Pick your sin, girl. Public indecency or kissing the McYumminess standing between my thighs? My breath turned shallow. "About?" I asked, cringing at my distinct squeak. "Whether I'm intrigued by this beautifully fuckable mouth," he rolled a thumb over my bottom lip, "or these mouth-watering curves." He breathed against my ear, trailing slow fingers further up my thigh. I felt the goosebumps before my body broke into a series of shudders. A moment's notice was all I had before his mouth crashed over mine. I'd been kissed once before, a stupid bet with one of the boys at a family function a year ago. I could safely say that it was child's play compared to what this man was doing to my mouth. If I had to attempt a description, it hovered somewhere along the lines of the ultimate sin, if not death itself. He was sucking the life out of me with his deep manipulation of my senses, or my hold on reality. The irony, I'd succumb to a sinful death if this man was hell all on his own. My body floated, lightweight and at the same time heavy with a need I couldn't explain. When he drew back, I was breathing so hard I had to force myself to slow down. Then he ran a slow finger over the shape of my jaw, and my heartbeat sped up once more. "Can I ask you a question?" he asked. Still trembling, I nodded. "Who's Shara?" "My cousin. Rex's girlfriend. His hand dropped from my jaw to my thigh, drawing lazy circles over the goose-flesh skin. I found it hard to concentrate when he asked, "Who's Rex?" My brow creased, and for a moment I stared at him through widened eyes. "I don't understand. You guys, your friend Rex, the guy that set us up tonight." His lips dipped at the corners in a panty-wetting smile. "I'm not Jake, baby girl." Baby girl? Did I look like a baby? Then his words registered. Wait, what? Instead of an answer, he trailed a finger up my thigh, across my stomach, to circle a nipple. I tried hard to concentrate. "What do you mean? You're not Jake. Who are you?" "Gabriel." My heart plummeted. I pushed his hand away and was off the car in a flash, glaring at him. "You don't look like a Gabriel," I snapped. Really? The man planned to do God knew what with me, and I was worried about his name choice. "What do I look like then?" he asked. His smirk so damn delicious I wanted to eat it. Oh my God, I was seriously losing it around this stranger. "I don't know. Zane, maybe?" I muttered. He chuckled, and the throaty sound gave rise to goosebumps over my heated skin. What the hell kind of trickery was this? Ashara didn't warn me about any of this. "I'll be Zane, just for you. Would you like that?" He took a step forward, and I stepped back. I ignored his question. "Why did you say your name was Jake?" I finally found my logic, hidden beneath my layers of stupidity. Hooded eyes studied me. "I didn't, remember? You assumed I was Jake." I thought about our meeting for a second. Shit. I slapped a hand to my mouth. He was right. I'd assumed he was Jake and jumped into a conversation without giving him a chance to respond. Still, it didn't give him the right to pretend. And I'd kissed him, almost had sex with him. Crap. "Why didn't you correct me?" Flustered, I straightened my dress. He grasped my hand. "I'm not going to hurt you." He leaned forward, his words a husky whisper. "You ducked before I had a chance to correct you. In the time it took me to squeeze between an old couple and two women with itchy fingers, you were gone." His hold on my hand was giving me serious heart palpitations, and I swallowed repeatedly to steady it. "When I saw you coming out of the bar, I kept up the pretense because I didn't want to scare you away. You piqued my curiosity, and I wanted to get to know you better." I guess I piqued more than his curiosity. Without thinking, my gaze dropped to his crotch. Oh crap, I didn't just do that. When I looked up, his smug grin was a dead giveaway he'd noticed. "Then you got to know me a lot better than you expected, right?" I didn't hide my sarcasm, trying desperately to not palm my heated cheeks. Anger with my inability coiled in my belly. "Is this your norm? Meet strange women at the bar, force yourself on them, and then what? Rape them in your car?" I crossed my arms over my chest as my breathing sped up. "How many women have you scored with tonight?" I hated that I was more irritated with the notion of him being with another woman than his deception. God, I didn't even know the man. I should be getting the hell out of there. He laughed, a rich, agonizingly sexy sound that reverberated through my body. "None. I never fuck women I don't." "Yeah, right, and I'm the president's misguided daughter. I'm out of here." Turning away, I forced my legs to walk away, my pussy to not think of him being my first, and my lips to stop remembering his kiss. The sudden grip on my arm stopped me. He stood so close I felt his chest press up against my back. "At least tell me your name before you go." His warm breath tickled my ear and my breath hitched. "No, you got one kiss out of me. That's all you'll get." I moved to walk away, but his arm banded around my stomach, keeping me in place. "That's where you're wrong, baby girl. I'll take a whole lot more than a mere kiss. Only..." His lips trailed the shape of my ear before dropping to the curve of my neck. "You'll be the one to give me everything." He emphasized the last word with a flick of his tongue over my earlobe. "Dream on," I whispered, a tremor racing through my body. "It's not a dream." He spread his fingers on my stomach, pressing down lightly. The hot palm scorched my skin beneath the dress, and the unusual feeling between my thighs surprised me. It felt all wet and warm. "It's a promise." His husky words kissed my ears before he released me, stepping back. Biting my lip to stay my resolve, I headed for my car, not looking back. It took several swings before I could start the car and drive off. 20 minutes later, I closed the door to Ishara's apartment and leaned against it for a moment. Still, my body shivered from the memory of the stranger's touch. "I could be wrong, but you look well and truly fucked." My head shot up to find my cousin's curious gaze running rampant over my flushed body and face. "Spill. Now." She closed the gap between us, crossed her arms over her chest, and waited. "Can I at least sit down?" I asked, still fighting the sensation spearheading the need to slide under my downy coverlet. "Nope. Details. Now." I sucked in a breath. "I kissed a stranger." Ishara's brow lifted. "Not Jake, I take it?" Slowly, I shook my head and my cousin laughed. "He must have had some impact to leave you looking like that." "God, Shara, it was..." I spun around the room with a laugh. "It's hard to explain. I felt so grown up, so sexy." Ishara followed me into the living room and dropped to the couch with me. "Why didn't you take it further?" she asked. "Because I didn't know how to act after I found out he wasn't Jake." I scratched my head, leaning forward. "Don't laugh." I got all wet and thought I might have peed my panty when he was holding me. Is that freaking normal? To get so wet from being held? My cousin, goofball that she was, burst out laughing before she grabbed me in a playful tackle. "My sweet, innocent Rhea." She kissed my cheek. "Were you that turned on? What were you doing when that happened?" After I explained, her eyes grew wide. "Damn, that man must have been something to make you wet with just a touch. I've got to meet him. Maybe I should try the blind date thing." She laughed. "Speaking of which, what happened to Jake?" I asked when we both stopped the giggles. She shrugged. "Rex hasn't mentioned anything. He'll probably know tomorrow." "Know what?" Rex walked out from Ishara's bedroom, his brow furrowed in a deep frown. "Rhea didn't meet Jake. She..." "What the fuck?" Rex cut her off, startling the both of us with his abrupt anger. "What the fuck happened, Rhea?" "What's up, Rex?" Ishara frowned. "Your fucking cousin stood up my friend, and he hasn't called. So, where the fuck is he?" Rex left the apartment before both Ishara and I could question his attitude. "What the hell?" Still staring at the closed door, my cousin blew out a sharp exhale. Suddenly, I wasn't sure who was angrier, Rex or her. "I'm sorry," I mumbled. Ishara looked at me and smiled. Nothing to be sorry about, babe. He's an ass. She stood and held out a hand. Come on, let's get some hot chocolate, and you can tell me all about your sexy date. Well, it's a waste. I followed her into the kitchen. Why? She opened the fridge and retrieved the milk. Because I don't know who he is. No contact details, and unless I stake out that restaurant, I have no other way of knowing if I'll see him again. Then again, I'm not sure if I want to. The man was way too intense for the likes of me. Ishara set the milk to heat and glanced over her shoulder. Serendipity, babe. Huh? I screwed up my face in confusion. If something is meant to happen, it will, and nothing, not the weather, the world, or any person will be able to stop what's written in your destiny. If he was meant to be, he'll find you. That's only if you believe in that, I mumbled, handing her the mugs she gestured to. Nope. She shook her head. You don't have to believe in fate. It just happens. I sipped the hot chocolate she placed in front of me, wondering if I really wanted to meet a guy that lied to me and manipulated me into kissing him. Grinning, I rolled my eyes and followed my cousin back into the living room.
8. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel, 29 years. Watching the yellow Beetle fire up and hightail it out of the parking lot, I grinned. Now that was one fucking interesting date. Even as I stared at the taillights making a slow getaway, I wasn't sure why I hadn't continued with the deception about being Jake Steiner. The lies had bubbled to the surface as soon as she introduced herself. Yet the second she stepped out of the restaurant, for some crazy reason I couldn't continue lying. What was it about that woman? A woman I'd known all of 10 minutes that had me offering up the truth, despite knowing the potential risk to the both of us. Fishing my ringing mobile out of my jeans pocket, I answered. She's clean and innocent. The bug's in place. How do you... Wait, let me guess. The pat down gave you a boner. Declan sniggered. Fuck off. I got what I came for. I stared at the plastic holder in my hand. Somehow, they'd managed to create a memory card that looked like a contact lens. Once on, the wearer would view the information like a normal screen. Clever fucks could easily avoid detection if it were seized in a random security check. One down, one to go, right? Declan asked. Yeah. Do we have eyes on Rex? He's with the girlfriend. I need to watch him closely. I have a feeling when this girl gets home, he might not be too happy. Start listening in until I get there. Sure thing. And our friend Nathaniel? Warm and toasty. I think that drug you gave him worked a little too well. The guy hasn't even taken a piss since you left. Declan snorted a laugh. Yeah, it's some serious shit I picked up in Africa on my last visit. See you in a few. I cut the call. Before the date, I'd returned to Nathaniel's place to get the details for the meet. He'd offered me a drink, and knowing he planned to follow me, I'd laced his drink. The powder was so subtle, just a pinch quickly dissolved, and it made the drinker space out like he would on too much marijuana. The difference, he couldn't move to save his fucking life. When he finally woke, he'd remember shit, and feel as if he'd had a very restful sleep. Now, after the taillights of the car disappeared around a sharp curve in the road, I slipped behind the wheel of my car. The throaty roar of the engine purring to life, filling the night air, brought a smile to my face. My heart possessed two loves. The black Dodge Challenger currently rumbling under my body as I shot out the parking lot, and the silver Colt Python 357 Magnum sitting in the glove box. Not wanting to scare the girl away, I hadn't carried the gun into the restaurant. Stupid maneuver to go in unprotected, but my hands were just as lethal as the weapon I carried. Fortunately, there'd been no hiccups. This time, I could hear Declan's nagging in my ear if he found out I'd gone in unprotected. But I needed Nathaniel to trust me to get this done tonight. While he hadn't divulged his partner in crime, the bug I'd planted at his place the day I visited with Ramo revealed a lot more information than we bargained for. Turned out, Rex Wheeler was not only Nathaniel's cousin on his mother's side, but also a biochemical engineer working for the government. He and his team had developed a virus that, once ingested, could turn the consumer's inside to ash. It started with the liquid in the body, drying it out before eating into the organs, slowly shutting down the system. The irony, it looked like water, tasted like water, and wouldn't disintegrate in the purification process. Nathaniel and his team of degenerate fucks planned to infiltrate specific bottled water distributors with certain targets in mind. To avoid suspicion, Rex had stolen the information in increments, but needed all of it to recreate the virus. I'd have to watch him like a fucking hawk. 15 minutes later, I pulled into the parking lot of the building opposite Ishara's place. Another 3, and Declan was letting me into the surveillance apartment. "Anything?" I asked. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "She's just walked into the apartment, and singing your praises." He grinned. I walked over to the scope he'd set up. "Take over. I'm gonna crash for an hour." I nodded, not bothering to look at him. My gaze riveted on the girl who'd captured my attention with a simple hi. Placing the headphones over my ears, I adjusted the volume on the computer. "Don't laugh. I got all wet and thought I might have peed my panty when he was holding me. Is that freaking normal? To get so wet from being held?" "My sweet innocent Rhea, were you that turned on? Aroused? What were you doing when that happened?" I listened in, then grinning, I pulled off the earphones. "Rhea." I said the name out loud, liking the feel of it on my tongue. Sweetly innocent. Just as I thought. She had no fucking clue what I intended on doing to her. Call me insane, call me a perverted fuck, but that girl had stirred emotions in me I couldn't explain. I'd fucked plenty of willing women to the point where I got bored with their quick acceptance and gave up on sex for a while. Yet that girl, her innocence, more so, her uninhibited response, had me falling like a goddamn anvil. Hard and heavy. She turned me on to the point I could have taken her right there and not given a fuck about anyone. Every inch of her screamed, "Fuck me." From those short blue nails I envisioned biting into my shoulders to those long, shapely legs I imagined wrapped around my waist. Christ, even if I wanted, I couldn't ignore that there was just something about her that had my entire body tensing at the thought of having her under me. I sniffed my shirt, and the distinct smell of her perfume, lavender with another subtle hint I couldn't decipher, reminded me just how long it had been since I fucked. Strangely, up until that moment she tapped my shoulder, I'd never considered a meaningful relationship with anyone. There wasn't time. More importantly, I didn't think it fair that a woman would have to live like a fly caught in a dangerous web of lies. Because it was all I could offer her, for the moment. Perhaps Rhea would make me the perfect partner. I could see myself telling her the truth. Lust aside, I was thankful that I'd been the one to meet her and not Nathaniel. God alone knew what that bastard would have done to her. As I thought about it, I now figured out how he lured young girls into his sick world. Rex was Nathaniel's spotter, and while he might have used Rhea to deliver the memory card, this was their M.O. Rex found the girls, and then set up blind dates with Nathaniel. That meant Rhea was only safe until the second delivery took place. What about you, Ishara? Are you innocent, or helping Rex lure Rhea? I placed my eye against the scope again, and slid the headphones back over my ears. Rex was pissed, which meant Nathaniel hadn't told him about me yet, and that made me curious. What was the man up to? Or was he testing Rex's loyalty as well? In terms of biochemical warfare, Rex had a gold mine in his hands, and Nathaniel probably knew it. Rhea disappeared, and I swung the scope around, searching. She stood at a window with her gaze focused on the stars. I zoomed in, and the smile on her face widened my lips. Then she stepped back, and with her arms spread out, her head thrown back, she spun around, laughing. What's got you so happy, baby girl? I continued watching as she stopped spinning, then stood in front of the mirror, sliding the dress off her shoulders. The curve of her hip halting its descent. Next, she removed her bra, and I hissed in a breath when she turned slightly, my eyes latching onto her full breast and the dark brown nipple. I felt like a fucking pervert, but fuck, she was beautiful. As if discovering her beauty for the first time, she turned her body from side to side, studying it. About to draw back from the scope, her palms on her breasts stopped me. Her tentative exploration told me she hadn't experimented this much before, and I was desperate to know what she was feeling right now. She rolled her nipples between her thumbs and forefingers, slow at first, then squeezing harder. Her lips parted slightly. She threw her head back, drawing my gaze to the long arch of her neck. I could feel the taste of her smooth skin against my tongue as I imagined running it along her neck. Releasing her breasts, she stuck her thumbs in her dress at her waist and began shimmying out of it. Before she could expose any more skin, she moved, disappearing for a bit. When she returned, her slim body was covered in a loose-fitting white t-shirt. The dark outline of her nipples teased my eyes from beneath the thin material. My gaze dipped lower, and the shadow of her pubic hair, also visible, had me clenching my jaw at the thought of burying my mouth between her thighs. My heartbeat picked up as I traced the shape of her body. She turned slightly while slipping on panties, and I wanted her to leave them off. I balled my fists at my sides, wanting to touch her, to let my fingers learn every curve of her body. If someone asked me right now what the fuck I was doing watching a young girl, my answer would be, fuck knows. She jumped on the bed and laid still for a moment. The position of her bed gave me a full-length view of her body. She rolled from side to side like she was searching for a comfortable spot. I chuckled, understanding her frustration. I didn't think she understood what her body was feeling right now, though. The restlessness of being touched and wanting more, of being kissed and wishing it would go on, of being held and wanting the feeling to never end. Because as fucked up as it sounded, that's what she'd done to me, with just a look. The girl didn't know the power she held in influencing a man's head, his heart, and his cock. Finally, she settled on her back and stared up at the ceiling. I waited for her to switch off the room light, but she didn't. Sweet dreams, baby girl. About to move away, once more her movement arrested my gaze. I stopped. Her right hand, with those sexy blue-polished nails, was gliding over first her left breast, her forefinger circling the nipple, before moving to the right breast. I stared, fascinated by the sight, waiting to see how far she'd take it. Her left hand moved to slowly lift her t-shirt, exposing creamy thighs, white cotton panties, and a flat stomach that quivered when her right hand slid over it, heading downward. She parted her legs slightly, giving me a perfect view of her pussy. Even though it was covered, I closed my eyes, imagining what her pussy would look like, bared from my mouth. I opened my eyes to watch her right hand disappear beneath the edge of her panties. My breath caught in my throat for just a second, my imagination running wild, my cock so fucking hard it strained against my zipper, begging for freedom. Fucking hell, Rhea. What are you doing to me? Tiny bumps of her knuckles, their movements circular, taunted the cotton fabric. I flexed my fingers at the thought of my hand covering hers, guiding it, teaching her when to press down harder, on her clit, when to pull back. How I'd move our hands further down to her dripping pussy, rolling it through her wet slit, coating our fingers in her arousal. How I'd slip our forefingers into her pussy, and her soft moans filling my ears. How she'd arch against that touch. How she'd lick our fingers when I brought it up to her mouth, letting her tongue slide and curl around our wet digits, tasting her sweet juices. My cock jerked, and my body shook. Fuck. I dropped my gaze away from the scope, breathing hard. Sweat beaded my brow. I'd never been this fucking aroused before. I should walk the fuck away. Pretend none of this happened. Regardless of my inner chaos, I needed to see her finish. Witness her flushed features as she came. Stupidly, I looked through the scope again. Her legs raised slightly at the knees, her toes curled inward. She laid there, her body tensed, ready, anticipating as her hand movement became frantic beneath her panty. Her bottom lip tucked between her teeth, her chest rose and fell in quick succession. As if I was right there next to her, my body tensed, and I watched, fascinated, my eyes glued to her every move, missing nothing. Finally, her body arched, her hand stilled, and her lips parted in a small cry as she came. The look on her beautifully flushed face had me closing my eyes, my cock weeping against the material of my briefs. I let out a soft groan. When I opened my eyes again, I grinned. With one hand on her brow, her erratic breathing easing, she giggled, as though she'd just done something mischievous. Shaking my head, I stepped away from the scope. Good night, Rhea. I blew her a kiss before heading for the shower, where I knew my latest hand job would leave me unsatisfied. I wanted Rhea, and I planned to take her. She just didn't know it yet.
9. Gianna, a.k.a. Rhea, 17 years. I don't think I should come. It's a school night. Nonsense. You're a fucking geek, and it's just for an hour or two. My uncle and aunt won't even know you're going. Ishara scowled at me over her shoulder. Anyway, now you can meet Jake, seeing as you have no idea who the other guy is, and not likely to meet him again. Ishara was accompanying Rex to a party at Jake's house, and Rex had invited me. She'd fetched me from home 2 hours ago, telling my parents she needed help with a work project and that she'd drop me off at school in the morning. My reluctance had nothing to do with meeting Jake, but everything to do with how I couldn't stop thinking about the stranger's kiss since meeting him 5 days ago. You never know, I mumbled. She pivoted away from her closet door, the flare of her cocktail dress swinging around her thighs. The man's just going to stay in your dreams, babe. Laughing, she wiggled her brows. What I hadn't told her was that I could have sworn I'd seen him outside my school yesterday and the store I'd gone to with Bhavna the day before. When I looked again, he'd disappeared, making me believe I'd imagined him. I figured Ishara would call me delusional, so I kept quiet about it. How do you plan on losing your virginity before your 18th birthday if you don't meet any guys? One of her perfect brows arched, and I shrugged, having forgotten all about my vow. She held out her hands. So, what do you think? My gaze traveled the length of her body, and I let out a long, drawn-out sigh. The red mid-thigh halter neck brought out the sparkle in her smoky brown eyes. You're way too freaking gorgeous for Rex, if you ask me. My cousin might not agree, but she was just too hot for the guy. Love is blind, babe. She winked, clasping a row of pearls around her neck. Now get a move on. She tipped her chin at the white dress she'd laid out for me on the bed. Put that on. Grumbling incoherently, I picked my body up from the beanbag I'd been slouching in and scrambled out of my jumper and bra. Moving to the bed in my cotton underwear, I reached for the dress, loving the soft silk before stepping into it. Sliding up the zipper at my side, I walked over to the mirror and stared, not recognizing the girl staring back at me. Wow, I whispered. What did I tell you? Ishara moved to stand behind me, and our gazes met in the mirror. Beautiful. She kissed the back of my head. The cap-sleeved dress with its plunging neckline, tucked-in waistline, and flared mid-thigh skirt added years to my young age. Earlier, she'd curled my long locks to swirl around my waist, then gripped up one side with a diamond comb, She'd also done my makeup, like hers. Smoky eyeshadow made my green eyes look larger, and the glossy pink lipstick made my lips fuller and thicker. My beautiful cousin is all grown up and so ready for some cock, she chuckled. Blushing, I stuck out my tongue at her. She returned the gesture before her arms came around me. One holding a pair of silver heels and the other a jewel box, holding a pendant with diamonds outlining the shape of a silver dolphin, and one in the eye with matching earrings. Oh my God. I stared at the jewelry. I can't wear those. They look expensive, and I don't want to lose them. Then you're going to have to take good care of them, because they're yours. What? My gaze snapped up to meet hers in the mirror once more. I was going to wait until your birthday to give you your gift, but I figured this was better, because you get to wear— Shut up, I choked, grabbing the jewel box. These are mine? She nodded. Oh God, Shara. I turned around and hugged her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I kissed her cheek. Laughing, she broke the embrace and stepped back. I'm glad you like them. I freaking love them. Switching my flower stud earrings with the dolphins and then clasping the necklace around my neck, I admired them in the mirror. They're gorgeous. My cheeks were pink from blushing so much. Now the shoes. Ishara held them out. When I slid them on and buckled the clasp, she stepped back to look at me. Yep, all grown up. Let's go show the men out there the beautiful new addition to the female adult population. Laughing, we left the room. Rhea, I'd like you to meet Jake Steiner. Rex introduced me to his friend 50 minutes later as he greeted us at the door. Well, Rex certainly never mentioned what a stunner you are. Jake lavished me with a smile I could easily departmentalize as creepy. He was tall, and while I wouldn't call him good-looking, he was attractive enough to earn some admiration from the opposite sex. Yet something about his dark eyes and the way it roamed over my body just added that hint of uncertainty I couldn't describe. Hi. I accepted his hand in a shake, conscious of his cold touch and the even colder vibe around him. He gave off none of the heated sexiness the stranger in the restaurant had shown, and down south, not even a wisp of a tingle could be felt. I hid my disappointment behind a small smile. As if she noticed my response, Ishara curled an arm around my waist and gave it a gentle squeeze. Come, I'm sure you can use a drink. Jake gestured toward what I assumed to be his living room. Several men stood around chatting and turned to stare when we entered. He offered me a glass of something from a passing waiter, then began introducing me to the men whose names I didn't even bother repeating in my head. It was a technique I'd formed in kindergarten to learn the names of the people I'd meet. That way I didn't forget. My mom had called me her little genius when people visited my father, and I could remember who they were. By the time we reached the 10th man, I was beginning to think it was a men's-only party when I spotted all the women through the patio doors and wondered why the need for separation. They all seemed to be staring in one direction, then every few seconds or so they would talk among themselves, then turn away to stare again. Maybe they were watching an entertainment act I couldn't see from where I stood. You okay? Ishara came up behind me as Jake stepped away for a second. He's not the one you want, right? She whispered in my ear. Pasting a fake smile on my face, I turned slightly so Jake couldn't hear me and, through clamped teeth, asked, Can we leave? Ishara glanced around and I guessed she was looking for Rex when her searching gaze stopped on him. He stood across the room from us and by the look on his face was engaged in a serious discussion. I'll check with Rex if we can. Pretend you're having some fun, and I'll come up with an excuse to leave, she murmured. If you want to know, there's some serious eye candy out by the pool. Laughing, I slapped a hand to my mouth to stop it and looked at my cousin. Is that why all the women are out there? She nodded. The guy's one fine piece of ass. I'd want to pin me down and do dirty things to me. And trust me, I won't bathe after that for a week. We broke out in another burst of laughter, which we quickly hid when Rex turned to look at us, his brow arched as if questioning our mirth, while everyone else looked like World War III was about to start. Okay, I'll go have a look, I said, after he turned back to his companions. Act natural, though, Ishara said out of the side of her mouth. Jake seems to be watching you like a hawk. As if sensing we were talking about him, he stepped closer. You girls having fun? Rhea was just telling me how beautiful your home is, Ishara replied, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Thank you. It's been in the family for so long, I sometimes forget we own it. He glanced around as if noticing the room for the first time. I called bullshit on his ownership. Do you mind if I steal Rhea away for a bit? Ishara grasped my arm lightly. She's famished, and I believe there's a yummy setup out by the pool. Yes, by all means, but bring her back quickly. I have something precious, just for her. Jake's gracious smile was suddenly nauseating, and I couldn't wait to get away from him. I will. Ishara was already stepping away with me as she replied. Only when we were standing outside in front of the large buffet did she roll her eyes. Oh my God. Do you find that man creepy, or is it just me? Right. I placed a hand over my chest, allowing myself to breathe easily. Honestly, I just want to get out of here. Ishara glanced around. I'll speak to Rex in a minute. Grab something to eat, in case Jake is watching. Nodding, I turned to stare at the large food tables that were set up next to the pool as Ishara went back in. Any other time, and I would have admired the beautiful ambiance, with the burning lamps along the garden strip, the pool glistening with its underwater light that added to the decor and the backdrop of the stunning house. But all I could think of was the safety of my own home. I walked around the table and made a few mental selections. Admittedly, the spread was mouthwatering. I'd just stuck a mini chocolate log into my mouth when I felt someone at my rear. Turning, my eyes rounded as I found myself gazing into the light brown eyes of Gabriel, a.k.a. my Zane. Only this time, he was much more gorgeous, in an ash-colored lounge shirt, plaid black vest, and matching black pants. Unlike the other men at the party, he filled out his formal attire with such class, even his longish hair, tousled with a sleepy sexiness, added to the appeal. I'd just found the eye candy all the women were gushing at. That's mine, isn't it? His deep voice sent a thrill of excitement racing through my body. I frowned, not sure what he was referring to. Forgetting the chocolate log was still sticking out of my mouth, my eyes widened as he leaned down and bit off the protruding end, his lips grazing mine. Startled by the heat stirring down south, I stumbled backward. I wasn't quick enough to regain my footing and teetered on the edge of the pool. Just as I felt myself falling, a strong hand circled my wrist, but didn't pull me up. With his other hand in his pants pocket, his legs slightly spread to keep his balance, Zane watched me through hooded eyes, a lazy smile painting his thick, full lips, as if holding me prisoner over the water amused him. It didn't seem to bother him that other people were watching us. Swallowing the remains of the log, I licked my lips and glared at him. Pull me up. One dark brow lifted. You're not in a position to snap at me, baby girl. Again with the baby girl? What do you want? I asked. That's a loaded question. His soft chuckle was doing all sorts of bizarre things to my insides, to say nothing of his fingers wrapped around my wrist. Unlike Jake, his touch was warm, more like sizzling, and despite my predicament, I couldn't ignore the heat scorching its way up my arm, or how my nipples were beginning to tighten. If I tell you what I want, would you give it to me? He asked when I didn't answer. You've got me hovering over a pool in a beautiful dress. Would you believe me if I said yes? It was my turn to arch a brow. Clever little girl, aren't you? I'm not little, I muttered, earning a few snickers from the women watching him. Feeling helpless, the desire to curse strengthened by the second. But that wasn't me. I was strategic in what I did. Let her go! Out of the corner of my eye, I watched Jake rush toward us. Can you swim, baby girl? Zane ignored Jake's breathless arrival. You wouldn't dare. My eyes rounded, and I shifted my gaze, catching sight of a smiling Ashara. She wiggled her brows at me, and I sent her a death stare. Then, to my surprise, I heard her reply, She can swim. Zane glanced at her, winked, then locked gazes with me again. Expecting him to pull me up, I watched in horror as he unclasped his fingers one by one. My chest began to rise and fall in quick succession, following my rapidly booming heart rate. Don't! My panic made me squeak. Holding me with just his pinky finger, he blew me a kiss and let go. My scream was cut off by the shock of my body hitting the cold water before I sank. Spluttering, I broke the surface to laughter all around the pool. Treading water, I watched Zane peeling off first his vest, then his shirt. The ladies who were laughing forgot about me and feasted their greedy eyes on his naked torso. I thought he was going to jump in as well when he leaned down, offering me a hand. Ignoring him, I dragged a hand down my face to wipe off the excess water, then swam toward the stairs. As I climbed out, the cool air drifted through my wet dress and my teeth began to chatter. Goosebumps littered my skin and I shivered. Zane was there waiting with his shirt and held it out to me. About to shove his hand away, I glanced down my body, realizing my dark nipples were not only tight from the cold, but were visible through the translucent white material. Jake appeared next to Zane, his dark gaze roaming over my body before zeroing in on my nipples. When he licked his lips, nausea tickled my throat. Grumbling a series of incoherent curses, I was glad to see Ashara rushing toward me with a large towel in her hand. I grabbed it and made a beeline for the front door. I'm going home, I called out to her, and she nodded, walking me to the car. When Rex didn't make an appearance after a minute, Ashara started the car and drove us home. Do you know who that was? I pulled the towel tighter around my body. Who? Ishara asked, turning up the heat. The asshole that threw me into the pool. I rubbed the back of my hand over my dripping nose. She glanced at me with a shrug. That's the guy from the restaurant. Holy shit. She turned wide eyes on me. That's your sexy man? The one who made you wet? I nodded. God freaking almighty, he's hot. Nice of you to notice. Sarcasm coated my words. Ishara reached out and squeezed my hand. I didn't expect him to let you fall when I said you could swim. I thought he was kidding. I rolled my eyes, too annoyed to care. Well, he's got a sick sense of humor. And a fucking gorgeous chest, and ass, and face, and... Would you stop already? I grumbled. Yes, we can both agree he's hot. Hey, she laughed. I'm just messing with you, and you're right. He's an asshole. A gorgeous asshole, but an asshole. She crossed her eyes at me, and I burst out laughing. Shaking my head, I calmed down. Did you see him take that chocolate log from my mouth? I mean, he didn't even care if anyone was looking. My body immediately heated at the thought of his kiss in the parking lot. Babe, I'd let that man take whatever the fuck he wanted if I were you. That kind of hot doesn't come around often, and he's so into you, it's not even funny. I brightened at the thought. How do you know? Because I've been in relationships and you haven't. You can tell by the way a man looks at you that he's into you. Plus, he took off his shirt in front of everyone for you. Who does that? Trust me, if it was a younger guy, he would have probably just laughed at you and high-fived his buddies. That back there was a man. Yeah, well, another disastrous meeting. I won't see him again, thank goodness, I mumbled. Ishara glanced at me. Serendipity, babe. Did serendipity say that your fated one must make a fool out of you every time he sees you? Leaning my brow against the glass, I watched the passing scenery, dreaming of light brown eyes once more.
10. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel, 29 years. Why the fuck did you do that? Nathaniel barked as I slipped my shirt back on. Taking my time to button down, then slide on my vest, I turned to look at him. She's just another pretty pussy, and I was having fun. I kept my tone one of boredom. You know what that is, don't you? His face red from anger. He looked ready to put a bullet in me. Well, you just fucking cost me, he snarled. Cost you what? I already knew the answer, but tested to see if he would trust me. Having given him one out of the 2 memory cards already, opened an alliance with him. Just to seal the deal, I'd mentioned that I had a friend who was interested in buying girls, and if he knew anyone, to let me know. The fact that Nathaniel kept me around after the delivery meant either he'd bought into my legitimacy, or he wanted me for some other shit. Rex bringing the girl with him tonight, however, meant he'd delivered the second memory card himself. Fortunately, the tracking feature Declan installed in the memory card I recovered from Rhea also included a failsafe if we didn't get our hands on the second card. He'd written a code for the information to self-destruct the second both memory cards were combined. That would give us time to nail the sick fucks. Nathaniel glanced around, then gestured to the door. Inside. Grabbing my jacket I tossed on a chair, I slipped it on while following him into his den, where I hadn't been in before. When his attention was diverted by him slipping behind his desk, I moved closer and stuck the bug I'd carried in my pants pocket under the ledge of his desk. I knew Declan would start recording the second he picked up the signal. Nathaniel withdrew something from one of the drawers. It was a mini remote control. He pressed a button and the bookcase to his left parted down the center to display 2 rows of 5 TV monitors each. To the right of those, a larger screen hung on its own. He pointed to the chair on the opposite side of his desk. Tonight wasn't just a party, he said when I was seated. Pulling out the glasses from my shirt pocket, I slipped them on, and the second I touched the corner of the frame, it began recording. Transmitting the images back to Declan. All those men downstairs brought either a girl or woman with them as payment. Payment? I asked, my mind already 10 steps ahead of the bastard's plan. While it would be easy for me to call it in, get the feds here to break up this fucking slave fest, I had to see it through. The more information we had, the more likely we were to get to the big players. Watch. He pressed another button, and all the screens lit up. The bigger screen displayed a room I'd glimpsed downstairs. One of Nathaniel's men, Dimitri, stood on a raised platform, while the men who'd attended the party took seats in chairs that were laid out similar to an auction. The rage in me fired up as Dimitri had a girl brought out to stand next to him. He then asked her to strip, which she complied without a sound. As the camera zoomed in, I recognized the expression on her face. I'd seen it before in other cases I'd worked. The girl was drugged, but not with anything that would leave marks behind. It was an oral drug to make the girls compliant. Just as the auction began, Nathaniel pressed another button, and all the other screens changed from blank to different rooms, filled with anything between 10 and 30 men. Those men on the smaller screens are remoting into the auction from different countries, he explained. It took everything I had not to fly across the desk and slide that silver letter opener lying next to his pen holder from ear to ear and spilling his blood. Clenching my fists, I pasted a smile on my face. Which countries? He shrugged. A coded invite is sent out, and once we have a full house, the auction goes ahead. What do you mean that those men, I pointed to the big screen, brought a girl as payment? Nathaniel glanced at the screen, then looked at me. To become part of the circle, you will bring a woman of a certain age to your first party. If she's purchased by anyone present, you become a member. If not, then you'll be given a second chance. After that, we don't bother inviting you again. His explanation was so calm and confident, as though he were explaining how to fucking cook cheese and mac. I swallowed down the fury sitting in my gut, my nails biting into my palm to keep me grounded. What about the girl I threw into the pool? His gaze switched between the screens before looking at me. She was, as you would call, the cherry on top. At my cocked brow, he added, all these girls are drugged with something we call a sniffer, something I invented myself. I wanted to kick his teeth in, wiping off that smug grin. It's sprayed on their faces in 15-minute intervals. That way we ensure there are no marks before the sale, and while they act normal, it keeps them compliant. Every so often, we bring what we call a live specimen. No drugs, not even a sniffer. She's invited, thinking it's a normal party until the auction begins. The stronger the fight in her, the more the men will pay, and that's what makes us the most money. I'm talking an easy $20 million for a drug-free virgin. And that girl was your cherry? I asked. He nodded, confirming he hadn't suspected that my act of throwing her into the pool was a way of getting her out of this party. The only way I could protect her without breaking my cover. Yet. So what now? His phone vibrated on his desk. He checked it, then set it aside. Well, your little theatrics sent her home with her cousin. Pity. That girl could have fetched a price as well. Not a virgin, but there's always someone willing to pay for a pretty face. He stood and walked over to the bar. So Ishara was innocent, and this bastard planned to sell her too. Right now, he waved his phone at me. My men have Rhea. That's the girl from the pool, and they're on their way back. Couldn't get the cousin, though. His words sluiced ice through my veins, hitting me with a gut-wrenching punch. How the fuck had that happened? Kat was tailing them. You still plan to auction her tonight? I kept my voice steady, despite the panic mode that erupted in my heart. No. By the time they get back, the party would be over. He turned away from the bar and slid a glass of brandy across the table. I caught it with a quick flick of my wrist. I'm going to break her in, and then add her to my catalog of high-end prostitutes in Russia. He sat down, leaned back in his leather chair, and rested his ankles on his table. I had to think fast. What about the friend I told you about? The one wanting to buy women? He might be interested, and he's loaded. I tried, frustration burning the blood in my veins as unease began to warp my sense of control. I was seconds away from killing the bastard. Nathaniel shook his head. I might have let you into my little web, but your friend would have to follow the same process as all those men. I must be certain they won't leak my indulgences to the wrong people. I keep the circle tight. Trying to come up with a reason to leave and not shake my cover, my phone buzzed. Mom flashed across the screen. I showed Nathaniel the phone. I need to take this. He nodded. Standing, I answered. Mom. I kept my tone light. Jesus, I was working up a sweat just thinking of Rhea being taken. Kat called. Rhea was taken when she and her cousin stopped for a coffee. There were too many for Kat to handle. She's got the cousin, Declan muttered. With my gaze on Nathaniel, I nodded. Yes, Mom. I'll come over as soon as I can. I've got to go now. I cut the call. Is your mom okay? Nathaniel asked. Our investigation had discovered Nathaniel's weakness. His mother. If she called, he dropped everything and ran home to her. Not quite. She fell 2 days ago and twisted her ankle, so every little thing is an emergency. Mothers. I downplayed the role of a caring son, hoping he'd buy it. What the fuck, Gabriel? That's your mother? When she calls, you move your ass to get to her. Go. He tipped his chin at the door. Don't you need me here? He shook his head. Your mother comes first. Go. I was at the door when he stopped me. Gabriel? I turned. If you want a piece of that pretty pussy, just say the word. Thanks. I barely managed to keep from sneering. Outside, I was climbing into my car when Nathaniel's men drove up. I watched them take her in, their manhandling ripping a hole through my chest and lining my body with rage. Drumming my hands on the wheel, I called Declan. They've got the girl. I'm going in, I said after he answered on the third ring. Want me to send in backup? He asked, concern already dancing at the edge of his words. No, we can't lose Nathaniel. This needs to be smooth. Have the memory cards been connected yet? Not yet. I'm keeping tabs on it as we speak. Fuck. I couldn't sit tight anymore. Opening the car door, I glanced around to check I wasn't being watched as I made my way to the trunk. I know you can handle yourself, Gabe, but be careful. Always am. Yeah, right, he scoffed, cutting the call. I tucked my Colt in the back waistband of my pants, stuck a Glock in my underarm holster, then knelt and strapped a knife around each ankle. If I was going down, I intended to kill every fucker that crossed my path, spilling enough blood to paint the goddamn mansion. Shoving a couple more magazines into my jacket pockets, I shut the trunk lid. Inside, I headed for Nathaniel's den. The men from the party were still on the grounds, which meant he probably wouldn't attempt anything with Rhea yet. I was wrong. When I entered the den, I stopped short. Nathaniel was spread out on the couch with a sobbing Rhea standing in front of him. She was shaking, and I wasn't sure if it was because of fear or her clothes still damp from the pool. Her hair hanging around her face hid me from her sight. I walked further into the room, and Nathaniel noticed me. How's your mother, Gabe? He asked. Keeping my gaze trained on Rhea, I answered. The neighbor checked in on her. She's okay. Hearing my voice, her head jerked up, her red-rimmed eyes seeking mine, the plea in them unmistakable. My heart clenched and blood ran riot in my tensed body. You remember this pretty girl, don't you? Nathaniel asked me, his smirk that of a Cheshire cat. I expected him to lick his paws. I do. I stared at the asshole, assessing the situation. I could easily slit his throat and make a run for it with the girl. But the two heavies just outside his door were food for thought. Between me and the girl, one of us would go down, if I was stupid. And given the auction, the grounds were crawling with his men. Why don't you save her for later? After the party, I suggested. His laugh was cynical. My cock waits for no one, Gabe. Then he turned his gaze on her. Strip, pretty girl. She looked at him, shaking her head, her hands crossed tight over her chest. Either you strip or I rip your fucking clothes off. He sneered. Please, she whimpered. Her eyes sought me once more. Don't fucking look at him. He's not going to save you, bitch. That did it. With his eyes on her, he didn't see me move. Let her go, Nathaniel, I warned, my tone steel. His gaze swung to my face, then it dropped to the Colt in my hand. Jesus, you're not going to shoot me, are you? His brow shot up before he broke into a maniacal laugh. You want her that bad, do you? Then he shook his head, stood, and walked around to the chair behind his desk. "How far do you think you'd get if you shoot me?" "Not far, but at least I'd spare her the fucking misery of dealing with a sick fuck like you," I ground out. "Oh, you break my heart, Gabe, and I thought we were friends. If we ever make it out of here alive, remind me to tell you a story about the boogeyman." His gaze shifted to Rhea. "Do you know the boogeyman, pretty girl? He scares pretty little girls into doing whatever he wants. You should know him because he's coming for you." She stared at him, her body trembling, the expression on her face a toss-up between confusion and fear. He didn't sit, but I watched his hand slide down to his desk, probably calling for his men. "Well, once I have the pleasure of fucking you, I'll tell you all about the boogie." My gun went off. Hell erupted around us. Nathaniel dropped to his chair. Rhea screamed. Shouts bounced outside the door. I dashed across the room, grabbed her shaking body, and ducked behind the couch. Two heavies crashed through the door, weapons raised. The men opened fire, bullets whistled through the air, tearing through the fabric while I pressed Rhea to the floor, my body covering hers. Keeping my hand on the back of her head, I sneaked a look over. A bullet cracked an inch from my face, coughing up plaster and bits of the wall at my rear. I ducked. Then my hand shot up and my gun discharged, catching one fucker. I heard his scream as his body went down, shattering glass on his way. "Stop fucking shooting, you dumb fuck!" Nathaniel's raspy scream carried over the noise, and his remaining man ceased fire. I lifted my head, peeking over the top of the couch, pulling out the Glock. Struggling to breathe, Nathaniel was still standing. My bullet had hit him just above the heart. He'd bleed out soon enough. More men piled into the room, stopping at the door when the remaining man gestured for them to stand down. I put the count at 10, maybe 12 from where I sat. "What are you planning to do, Gabe?" Nathaniel yelled. "My men will eat you and that pussy for breakfast." "Stay down," I whispered to Rhea. Still whimpering, she nodded. My Colt aimed at Nathaniel, and the Glock pointed at his men. I pushed up onto my knees. "The way I see it," I looked at Nathaniel, "I'll take you and at least 4 of your men before one of their bullets catches me." I shrugged. "You're a confident fuck. That's what I like about you. Ramo did mention you're a skilled sniper too, so I believe you. The question remains, what do you want?" One of his guys moved and my gun went off, my bullet hitting him right between the eyes. He fell, surprise still painted on his face. "Next one's yours, Nathaniel." He shook his head, annoyance morphing his pain-riddled face in a sneer. "Don't fucking move." He growled at his men, then looked at me. "Right. What do you want?" "Let the girl walk out of here. Once she's past the gate, she calls me, confirms she's safe. Then you and I do a little dance of whose fucking balls are bigger." I lifted a brow, and his sly smile was all the confirmation I needed he wouldn't keep his word. "Well." Bullets pinged through glass, soft, silent, deadly. 4 of his men fell, 4 neat holes to their brow. I grinned. Katerina. Nathaniel and his men jumped for cover, their heads snapping in all directions, trying to ascertain the shooter's position. "What the fuck's going on?" Nathaniel barked. "Sniper!" one of his men yelled. I dropped to the floor. "We need to move. Stay close to me and don't look back, okay?" I whispered in Rhea's ear. She nodded as I took her hand and pulled her up to a crouch. Eyes, blood red from crying, stared at me. On 3. Run. The second 3 left my lips, I jumped to my feet, pulling her and ran while firing in the direction of the men. I zipped to the balcony I knew Kat had sight of, slammed through the doors, and ducked to the side, covering Rhea. The cries from inside and blind shooting told me Nathaniel's men had tried to follow, and Kat was taking them out like practice cans. "Get them!" Nathaniel shouted. I gestured to the balcony railing, and Rhea's eyes went up, her head shaking from side to side. "We're 1 floor up. It's not that high. and it's our only option. I pointed to the pool house awning. Jump on that, and you'll roll off with a few scratches. When she shook her head again, I leaned closer. It's either that or a bullet, baby girl. Which would you prefer? She glanced at the pool awning, her brow working a frown as if contemplating her move. She looked back at me and nodded. Good girl. On 3, right? Again, she nodded. I could hear more men running into the den. Kat's rifle singing hallelujah as she took them down. Stupid fucks hadn't figured out that their best maneuver would be to come around the house and below us. Go. I tapped Rhea's shoulder. She moved to the railing, climbed over, and jumped without a thought. I watched her fall and roll to the ground. She lay there for a second, winded, before I jumped, dropped, and rolled. Grabbing her hand, I pulled her up and raced off toward the woods. They're in the back! Someone shouted before more gunfire erupted. Kat making them dance as they returned fire, shooting at a ghost, no doubt. If there was anyone I'd walk into war with, it would be her. Her skills might not match mine perfectly, but she was fucking good. One of the best I'd worked with. Bullets cut through the trees, bits of bark splintering all around us. Dragging Rhea behind me, I picked off 3 men with headshots. I could hear Rhea's startled gasps as their dead bodies hit the ground. Another 2 came at us from the opposite direction, and Kat's bullets splattered their brains like falling rain. We rounded a tree, and out of the corner of my eye, I caught the glint of metal. Tugging Rhea to a stop, I put a finger to my lips, motioning for her to be quiet. I was surprised she wasn't breathing hard given our exertion. Like me, she seemed to be fit for a good run. She nodded and crouched. Not wanting to draw attention to us, I gestured for her to hold my gun, then pulled out one of the knives sheathed to my ankle. Although her eyes widened, she took it, clasped it in trembling hands, the muzzle pointed at me. Shaking my head, I lowered it to the ground. She gave me a weak smile. I crept toward the man I could see tiptoeing around the trees. With his back to me, he didn't hear my approach. I grabbed him from the back with a hand to his brow, at the same time gliding the knife from ear to ear. His throat split, blood spilling as his body twitched against me. My eyes locked with Rhea's. Even in the moonlight, I could see the shock in her eyes. She was biting down hard on her fist to stifle her scream, her body shaking, tears streaming down her cheeks. I tried to comfort her with my eyes, but shock made her inconsolable. For now. A snap of a twig to my right, and I let the man slide down my body to the ground. Stepping behind a tree, I waited for the second fuck to approach. He did. A few seconds later, his eyes on Rhea. She balked. He moved. I moved. With a hand to his brow, I tugged his head back and sliced his neck wide open. This time Rhea dropped the gun, leaned over to the side, and vomited. I crouched next to her and held her hair back from her face. When she stopped retching, I held out a handkerchief. She wiped her mouth and handed the square back to me. Grinning, I shook my head and slipped off my jacket. Tugging her to her feet, I draped it around her shoulders. Put it on. She did as I asked. Come on. I took her hand and pulled her toward the woods while dialing Declan. Coming up on the boundary wall. We've got electrical fencing, I said, when he answered. Hang on a sec. He came back on a few seconds later. Deactivated. I'll reactivate once you're over. Thanks. I cut the call as we reached the wall. I'm going to give you a hand up. You need to jump again. Can you do that? She nodded, and I wondered what had happened to the babble I'd met with at the restaurant. Tucking my gun in my waistband, I cupped my hands together and leaned down. Put your foot in my hands and use my shoulders to push yourself up. Then grab the edge of the wall. Once at the top, use your hands to cling to the wall and lower yourself to the ground as quickly as possible, okay? She nodded and did as I asked. When she was on top, she glanced back at me. What do you see? I whisper-called. More woods. Good. That would help hide us. Can you climb down? She nodded. Okay, go. I'm right behind you. When she disappeared, I climbed the nearest tree and hoisted myself onto the wall, then clambered over and jumped down. Grabbing her hand, I jogged through the woods. When we were at what I assumed was a safe distance, I pulled out my phone and dialed Declan. "Talk to me," I said, knowing he'd have eyes on the area. "The place is crawling with men. They've got a couple of vehicles scanning the woods inside and outside the property. Cat, she ran out of ammo and bailed, but cost Nathaniel a pretty penny in men. Good. I need somewhere to hold up for the night. On it. Give me a sec." While I waited, I glanced over at Rhea. With her back against a tree, my jacket 3 sizes too big for her slim frame, she held her head in her hands. "Got you something. It's about a mile out to your left. Old couple on vacation, so their place is empty. Sending you the location now. Alarm? I'll deactivate it. Just pick the lock and go on in." He chuckled. I glanced at my phone as the location pinged. "Thanks. I'm going to switch off my phone as soon as we get there to save battery. If there is a phone on the property, I'll call you, and you can send a car for us." "I wouldn't chance it. Lay low for the night, Gabe. There's too many of Nathaniel's men combing the area. They'll keep a lookout for any suspicious vehicles. I'll keep you posted and get you out in the morning." I gritted my teeth, annoyed I couldn't get more rounds in. I need to get Nathaniel. I'm going to leave the girl at the house and backtrack. "Fuck, Gabe. You're fucking good, but Nathaniel's called in a cavalry. How many guns do you have on you?" I cursed, punching a tree. My car is back at his place. The trunk's loaded. "Yeah, well, that doesn't help with shit, because getting to your car will get you killed." He sighed. "Just think about it carefully. Weigh your options, please." I caught the underlying worry in his voice. "Okay." I cut the call and walked over to Rhea. She looked up, her green eyes round spheres of exhaustion. "I need you to do something."
11. Gianna, a.k.a. Rhea, 17 years. I need you to listen to me. You need to run. I blinked as Zane repeated himself. What do you mean? My eyes widened, panic causing my shoulders to tense up as he held on to them. Run into the woods as far as you can. I'll come for you. I can't. I gasped for air, my shaking body trying to keep up with the conversation. His fingers on my shoulders dug a little deeper, as though he was trying to stop me from trembling. Do you trust me? I swallowed. I don't even know you. He inhaled with a sharp breath. Listen to me. Jake Steiner isn't a good man. I need to go back and make sure I finish him off and kill all his men so you can be safe. I startled. Get rid of them? As in, killing them? All? I balked when he nodded. Somewhere in the distance, gunfire erupted, and I flinched. Zane noticed. We don't have time. He ran the back of his hand down my cheek, and the fear from a moment ago melted. I'll give my life to protect you. But you don't even know me. I couldn't explain the sudden jolt of desire to stay alive just for him, for us. He cocked his head to one side. I know enough. At my frown, his soft expression turned urgent, as though shutting down my silent probing. They'll start searching this place soon, and if they find you, they will kill me and take you away. Do you want that? At the vehement shake of my head, he continued. Good. Then he raked his hand through his hair. If I was alone, I could get away easily, but you'll slow me down, and I can't have that because I'd be focusing my attention on you. I need to be alert to take those fuckers down. He stepped back, withdrew a phone from his pants, and pressed it between my palms. Keep this on you. There's a location on there and a GPS app to guide you. If you don't find it, call the number saved as Mom. No other calls. Can you do that for me? It was all too much to take in, and my response was a toss-up between a nod and a shake of my head. What if you or this mom person doesn't find me? I'm not going to let anything happen to you. It's a promise. You have to trust me. Now go." I walked away, then stopped to glance over my shoulder, needing his reassurance. He tipped his chin at me, and even in the dimness, I caught his smile. Turning, I headed in the direction of the woods. I'd barely taken a few steps when gunfire exploded behind me. Biting my lip to keep from crying out, I ran, only stopping when my chest screamed for air. What started as a beautiful evening had descended into something only action flicks and horror movies were made of. Yet, through it all, I couldn't help thinking how Zane had ended up at that party, how our paths had crossed a second time. When I could breathe again, I checked the phone and located the GPS app. I let out a sigh of relief. The house stood just around the corner to my left. I followed the red dot on the screen and only stopped when the medium-sized house loomed up in front of me. Apart from a lone light out front, the entire property was in darkness. Either the owners were sleeping or not at home. I calmed myself with the first option. Glancing over my shoulder, hoping to see Zane, I walked through the waist-high gate and up to the front door. I knocked, but there was no answer. Strolling to the edge of the porch, I scanned the area. Except for what looked like a long road to the side of the property fence, there were no other houses in sight. Maybe it was one of those farm types of places, and the owners slept like the dead. I sat down on the wooden stair, wondering what to do next, and thought about how those men had ambushed us at the coffee shop. Cold from falling into the pool, Ashara had suggested we stop for coffee. While she ordered, I'd gone to use the bathroom. When I returned, it was to a woman I didn't know, fighting some men. God, she took them down like Supergirl. Then one of the men spotted me, and before I knew what was happening, they grabbed me and held a gun to my head. Supergirl then grabbed Ashara and ducked behind the counter as the men opened fire. The next thing I knew, I was being shoved into a car. Tears streaming down my cheeks, I squirmed and glanced behind in time to see Ashara and the woman run out of the coffee house before one of the men ordered me to sit still. Not sure how long I sat on the stair, I got to my feet and paced the porch. Leaning over the side, I spotted another building at the back. Under the single light there, I figured it was a garage. Maybe there was a car in there I could use. Well, technically steal, because there was no one around to ask. Shocked at my bravery and that I hadn't wimped out yet, I headed for the building. I remembered Ashara once mentioning that an adrenaline rush could keep you going for hours. We'd been watching a movie, and I couldn't figure out how the guy was still standing after being shot and rolled in a wreckage and fighting the bad guys. As a nurse, she would know about adrenaline. Then again, it was a movie. When I reached the building, a small door at the side caught my eyes, and I let myself in, surprised that it was open. Maybe people were trusting around here. Inside, I used the light from the phone to look for a light switch. I flicked the only switch I could see, and light from a single bulb up in the rafters illuminated the place. It wasn't bright, but it was enough for me to look around. My gaze went straight to the huge bump under a heavy brown tarp. I lifted a corner and immediately brightened when a pink fender peeked out. Moving over to the driver's side, I lifted the tarp and checked the door. It was locked. Shit. Dropping the tarp, I scanned the shelves and tables filled with car parts and rusty metal things I didn't recognize. Opening one of the drawers, I froze. 2 monstrous black eyes stared back. Then, it charged at me, followed by a large gray body attached to it. It leaped into the air at a speed I hadn't anticipated. "Oh, hell no!" I screamed, scrambling up onto a counter with an agility I didn't even know I possessed. "Shoo! Go away!" I jumped around the counter, air-hitting the rat. The monster just stared at me like I was dinner. "Oh, God, this isn't happening," I groaned. A sudden sound had me glancing toward the door. Immediate nausea gripped my throat as panic once more tensed my body. Another second, and Zane stormed through the door, his gun in his hand, cocked and ready to fire, his chest heaving, while eyes saturated with blue murder darted around. "Where did they go?" he gritted through clenched teeth. Even though relief relaxed my shoulders, I stared at him dumbfounded, then pointed at the rat as it scurried into one of the many holes in the brick wall. "Rat," I squeaked, at the same time my body shuddered with revulsion. He stared at the animal before his eyes lifted to mine. The alert scowl morphed into a smirk. Then, as if noticing my terror-stricken face, his gaze softened. "It's just looking for food. It won't harm you. Come on." He gestured with his hand for me to get off my perch. No freaking way! The haphazard ponytail I'd pulled my hair into bounced with the vehement shake of my head. "I hate those things. They're gross. I'm staying right here." "You sure about that?" One dark brow quirked up. I nodded, realizing I looked stupid. We'd just run from men who hadn't hesitated to shoot us, and here I sat afraid of a freaking rat. Strangely, I could stomach snakes and spiders, even roaches, but rats made my insides turn. My stomach revolted at the thought of another one of those things jumping on me. There was no way I was putting my feet down there. He glanced around the building. "What are you doing in here?" "I was looking for car keys." I pointed to the pink fender sticking out from under the tarp I'd uncovered. He lowered his hands to his sides. "We're safer here. For tonight." His soft words should have started the panic ball rolling once more. It didn't. I had no idea why I felt safe around him, even though our previous encounters hadn't been amicable. Well, on my side, maybe. He'd enjoyed ridiculing me. Still, I bit my lip, my gaze meeting his, confusion lining my brow. Why can't I just go home? "It's safer here," he repeated, his tone a touch sterner, as if warning me not to question him. Cheeky, I rolled my eyes. Who were those men? What did they want from me? Are they all dead? Then my insides twisted, recalling what had gone down. They wanted to rape me. I should still be afraid, but somehow the sight of Zane drained me of fear. "Are you a cop?" I tipped my chin at the weapon in his hand. He didn't answer. "I deserve answers if you plan on keeping me captive." "If you were my captive, trust me, baby girl, I'd be eating your pussy by now. And whether you deserve it or not remains to be seen." What? My cheeks grew so hot, I feared I'd sear my fingers if I touched them. "I don't know what crap you're involved in, and I don't care. I just want to go home," I rambled, internally cringing at my whiny state. He merely cocked a brow. My hope of covering my embarrassment at what he'd just said shriveled up and died. Sticking his gun in the holster under his arm, he crossed the floor and reached out. I tried to back away, but that meant jumping off the counter, and I wasn't about to do that. Shoving at his hands was futile. With one quick move, he scooped me up in his arms, but he didn't walk away. Instead, he stared down at me, and I was suddenly conscious of his heated palms, one on my bare thigh, and the other around my mid-back. His grip tight, but not uncomfortable, almost reassuring. Even in the dwindling light, his eyes glowed with a warmth I couldn't understand. Since that first meet, there was just something about this man. The tenderness in his touch and his eyes was such a dire contrast to the person who'd killed men without flinching. My brain questioned everything I'd witnessed today, making it think it was all just a dream. "The house is cleaner than this building." His gentle words broke our stare down. I can walk. I pushed at the solid wall of his chest, and immediately regretting the intimate touch, I pulled my hand away. Chuckling, he ignored me. Let me go, I protested, kicking out my legs. With one quick toss I wasn't expecting, he threw me up and over his shoulder like I weighed nothing, banded his arm around my thighs, and carried me out. Seriously, I grumbled. Oh, you're such an asshole. In response, he slapped my ass. Ouch, I yelped, and he laughed. Hating the husky sound, I clenched my fists to keep from rubbing the sore spot and let my eyes wander. Thankfully, the house was clean, like he'd said, and the notion it was probably rat-free calmed me. Only when we reached the bedroom on the first floor did he set me down in the middle of the room. Chewing my bottom lip, I slipped off his jacket, tossed it on a chair, and studied the medium-sized space with its flowery wallpaper, pastel-colored bedding, and paisley-patterned carpet. Given the decor, I surmised that the house probably belonged to an old couple. I looked at Zane. He stood near the bed, removing his underarm holster and another gun from the waistband of his pants, before reaching for a knife tucked into his socks. God, who was this man? Then something clicked. Do you always break into people's houses? I asked. He ignored me again. I huffed as another thought frightened my calm. You didn't harm the owners, did you? My breath hitched at the notion. His eyes narrowed, giving him that same deadly look I'd seen before he shot the first man. Do I look like a man who just goes around killing innocent people? Irritation laced his words as he approached me. I was thinking more along the lines of a confidently cold killer who is calculating and methodical. So yes, to the killing of innocents, and no to the just going around doing it. Does that answer your question? My brazen behavior shocking me into biting my lip. I had no idea what response I expected, but the slow smile wasn't it. More aggravating was the tingle spurting down my spine. His gaze locked on mine. He took a step forward, and I automatically stepped back, just like that first time in the parking lot. He kept coming, and I kept moving backward until my back hit a wall. My breath whooshed out on a soft gasp. I licked my suddenly dry lips, and his eyes followed the action as he leaned forward, caging me with his palms flat against the wall on either side of my head. Hands at my sides, I dug my nails into the soft wallpaper to keep from shoving at his chest. Touching him right now wasn't good for my sanity. Since we're discussing my abilities, care to analyze my bedroom skills while you're at it? His brow shot up, his expression unreadable. Do I fuck hard, baby girl? I gawked, an unwanted shiver fluttering through my body. He had me at a disadvantage, and he knew it. How would I know? I muttered. Just like how you determined I'm a cold-blooded killer of innocence. His warm breath brushed against my skin, and I was suddenly conscious of my hardening nipples. You've seen me kill. Maybe you'd like to see me fuck as well? His eyes searched mine, and I swallowed the abrupt ball of nerves that wedged in my throat, trying to blanket my desire. 3 weeks ago, I risked indecent exposure just to have sex with him. While my motives then hadn't been fair to him, I couldn't stop thinking about the way his eyes penetrated my soul, like he could read every single desire I harbored. About that first touch of electricity between us and its potency. About how he'd rip off my panties and take me on the spot. It made no sense at all. I didn't know the man, yet I craved him like the need for air. Despite the way he made me blow hot and cold with every passing second since that first meet, something about his possessiveness escalated that need a notch higher until I'd seen him take down those men. I suppressed a shudder at the thought. Avoiding his gaze, I blew at a strand of hair away from my face. It fluttered for a second before settling back on my cheek, tickling my skin. "What's wrong? Rats got your tongue?" Zane blew at the strand, his minty breath stirring tingles through my body. "If I remember correctly, you were drenched, your pussy so ready to take my cock that night. Was it all an act? You're not so brave after all, are you? Still a baby, aren't you?" Baby? Seriously? I had no idea what game he was playing, but if he wanted anger, it quickly stunted my arousal. "Fuck you," I blurted, then cringed. Shit, did I just swear at a killer capable of ending my life? I'd never cursed a day in my life. Well, not the vulgar kind. He tilted his head to one side. "I'm going to." His words were so casual, I wasn't sure I heard right. Then he dropped a hand to my thigh, squeezing lightly, and I jumped. His large frame made it impossible to move, and I glared at him, hoping he'd step away. The touch of his fingertips, feathering up my thigh, stirred crazy butterflies in my stomach. I gulped. "Once all this is over." His fingers flexed and spread out, the tips biting into my skin. "Then I'm going to take you home, rip your cotton panties, and eat your soaking pussy for dessert. When I'm done, I'll fuck you so hard you'll feel me for days. But not here. Not like this." He pulled back slightly, his words eliciting dirty images I was trying not to picture. Then that hard touch turned smooth, moving further up. "Or should we start now?" "Start now?" I squeaked. He merely licked his lips, as if he'd just gotten the taste of something good. His nonchalance was both intriguing and annoying. Something in his eyes, though, told me he was a man with secrets, a closed-off man. If I didn't know any better, I'd assume he was related to my father. Zane's hand moved further up, slipped under the hem of my dress, and cupped my mound. I inhaled sharply, the breath stalling in my throat. Our gazes locked, his lips hovering a breath away from mine. I urged calm into my body, trying not to show him I was affected. And when one finger slid over my slit, I bit down on my tongue to stop the whimper, feeling the pain instead. Still, I could do nothing to prevent the slick arousal that soaked my panty. His lips quirked up as if aware of my inner chaos and the need to act natural. The tip of his tongue snuck out, and my gaze dropped, watching the pink wetness roll over his bottom lip. Unconsciously, I parted my lips, every inch of me on fire, desperate for his kiss. "Have you given it away, baby girl?" Frowning, I forced my head back against the wall so I could look at him properly. "Give him what away?" "This." The hand between my thighs gave a gentle squeeze, and I shuddered. Forcing my needy body to ignore his touch was no easy feat. I scowled. "Not that it's any of your business. You had your chance. You chose to." The sudden hardening of his features stalled my words. "Your pussy is my business, Rhea." His voice was low, almost lethal. "Your virginity is mine. You're mine." I gasped, my eyes growing wider as his words slowly registered. "How?" I stumbled. "How do you know my name?" His brow shot up. How do you know I'm a virgin? Still trying to process the how, leave alone the when, tiny dots of uncertainty tickled the tiny hairs at my nape. I never told him my name. Did I? For the first time since meeting this man, doubt poisoned my belief that he was someone I could trust. He cocked his head to one side. Sometimes what you see doesn't exist, and sometimes what does exist, you don't see. I must have looked baffled because he laughed, then walked back to the bed, leaving me confused and wanton. I switched on the gas. Shower. Now. He pointed to my mud-stained dress. And leave the door open. As if. Annoyed with his bossiness, I shook my head, not caring if I came across like a petulant child. I'm fine. It's just a little mud. I'll wait till I get home, I threw back. Not if you're sleeping with me. He didn't bother looking up from checking his guns. What? My eyes widened. I'm not having sex with you. This time he glanced at me, his smile slow and delicious. Who said anything about fucking you? You did, I mumbled, then blushed, realizing he meant actual sleeping. Rolling my eyes at my stupidity, I darted into the bathroom, followed by his soft laugh. With a loud asshole over my shoulder, I shut the door. Despite the old-fashioned brown decor and lemon walls, a white porcelain tub, large and inviting, stood in one corner. Opting for a soak rather than a shower, I undressed and sat on the edge of the tub, dipping my fingers in the flowing water as it filled. Steam quickly fogged the air, bringing with it an abrupt lethargy. I suddenly didn't care that I was in some stranger's house, about to use their bathroom for my leisure, while an equally strange Greek god waited on the other side of the door. I'd just added some bath salts to the hot water when the door swung open. What the? Between trying to cover my breasts and my crotch, I lost my balance and fell backward. Half my body, from head to knees, sank underwater with my legs flailing over the edge. Spluttering like a dying fish, I surfaced and eventually managed to pull myself out of the tub amid a cascade of water splashing to the floor. Arms folded across his chest, Zane stood at the door, his lips wide in a grin. Would you quit sneaking up on me? I half coughed, half stuttered, glaring at him, while wiping the excess water from my face and remembering our previous meets. The least you could have done was help me. Assholes don't help, right? He replied, his smile still in full force. God, was that punishment for calling him an asshole? Squinting my eyes to emphasize my irritation, I turned my back on him. Then, remembering I was naked and that my ass was on display, I quickly slipped into the water. Can I have a moment of privacy, please? No, came his lazy response. A loud gasp flooded my mouth when I looked up to find him yanking his shirt over his head. He'd gotten rid of his vest and shoes before he came in. Dumbfounded, I stared, drinking in the sight of a tanned body, carved with hard, ripped muscles that girls my age dreamed of. Holy shit, played on a loop in my stunned brain. I'd been too annoyed to notice when he'd taken his shirt off at the pool. Now, I had a close-up view, and damn. Then his pants dropped. I slapped a hand over my eyes, shielding my view, and finding my voice. What are you doing? I could hear the panic in my words. So much for wanting to lose my virginity. His soft chuckle had me peeking between my parted fingers. An ass, tight, toned, and similar to all those gorgeous Marvel heroes I swooned over, met my eyes as he stepped into the shower. Only when his body, from the chest down, disappeared behind the frosted part of the glass enclosure did I drop my hand. I looked up and he winked before ducking his head under the shower spray. Either the man was comfortable in his naked skin, or he was arrogant about how good he looked. While I didn't doubt the former, I went with the latter. He turned away and my eyes widened, taking in the intricate black-inked tattoo spanning the upper half of his back, from shoulder to shoulder. It was beautiful, like angel wings. How appropriate. Archangel Gabriel. Watching him wash his shoulders, face, and hair, I wondered why he was following me. It was the only probable reason he kept popping up when I least expected him to. While a part of me was annoyed with his secrecy, I was glad he'd arrived when he had tonight. Those men were downright creepy, and I shuddered at the thought of what they would have done to me if he hadn't saved me. I should have thanked him, but his lazy indifference annoyed me. While he was still in the shower, I quickly stepped out of the tub and, reaching for a towel, secured it around my body. Grabbing another one, I walked out and dried my hair. I peeked out the window, realizing this was the first time I was away from the safety of my home. Then I thought of Jake, and what he would have done to me if Zane hadn't arrived. I shuddered, and rubbing my arms, I turned to find him watching me. "You okay?" he asked. My nod must have not been very convincing because he neared me. "I won't let anything happen to you, Rhea," he whispered, pulling me into an embrace, immediately calming the tension from a moment ago. His hold was so comforting, I gave no thought to his naked chest, or that a mere towel hid my body from him. "Are you hungry?" he asked, leaning back. I shook my head. "Come on." He guided me to the bed, and after I slid down under the covers, I removed the towel and dropped it to the floor. "Get some sleep." He dropped a light kiss to my brow, and I was already yawning, grateful he was there for me. I opened my eyes with a soft sigh. It took a moment to register the heated warmth beneath my cheek. I blinked, trying to remember why and how I'd ended up in bed, drowsy with sleep and cosseted in Zane's arms. With my hand resting just below his ribcage, my head tucked into the crook of his shoulder and chest, I couldn't deny the warm comfort of his embrace or the sizzle of his fingers resting on my hip. This was so like every teenager's wet dream, sleeping in the same bed with a hot man, especially one that claimed me as his, without doing anything. I rolled my eyes at that. Still, those thoughts had me wondering what his dick looked like. Courtesy of Ashara, I'd seen dick pics, but knowing a real one lay just an inch away had my body tingling and desperate for more of his earlier touch. Listening to his gentle breathing, I bit my lower lip in anticipation. Only a peek. No touching. What if I didn't like what I saw? Would it ruin my expectation for all men? Ignoring the ping-ponging going on in my head, I wet my lips. Slowly, and with as little movement as possible, I lifted the sheet covering our bodies. There was just enough light to make out the shape, nothing more. It looked huge. Then it moved, and I gasped, dropping the sheet. Inching my head backward, I studied his face. He was still sleeping. I frowned. How did it move, then? Swallowing as much saliva as I could, I took another look, and this time, when it jerked, I dropped the sheet and tried to move away. Only his grip on my waist tightened. I looked up again, but his eyes were still closed. "Would you like to touch it?" His sudden question startled me, and if it wasn't for his hand keeping me in place, I would have probably jumped off the bed. When I didn't say anything, he popped open an eye and looked down at me. "Go on, touch it," he coaxed, his sleepy voice so freaking sexy I could listen to it all night long. Shaking my head, I bit my lip to keep from taking him up on his offer.
12. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel, 29 years. When Rhea hid her fear from me last night, I had this uncanny urge to console her and make her an eternal promise to protect her. I subsequently hadn't thought twice about us sleeping naked in the same bed together. Now, as I stared down at the trembling beauty nestled in my arm, her warm body snug against mine, those soft green eyes peering up at me with undisguised need, I wasn't sure it was a wise decision. Inviting her to touch me wasn't a smart idea either, because I wasn't sure I could stop myself from fucking her if she did. But when she shook her head, it took every ounce of restraint to not push. Control was my middle name. Calm my last. But watching this girl look at me, uncertainty swimming in those innocent depths, her lips parted in anticipation. The man downstairs was close to taking charge, and coaxing him into patience was proving futile by the second. Then she bit her lip, and I cursed. Giving no thought to my action, I moved so quickly, she gave a little yelp of surprise as I rolled over on top of her, pinning her beautiful body beneath mine and positioning myself between her legs. I kept my body up and my weight off her by leaning on my elbows. Bowing my head, I dropped the soft kiss to the lips she'd just abused and sucked the plump flesh into my mouth. Her breath hitched in her throat. The earlier tremble, now a full-blown shudder, ran rampant through her body. And just as she pulled in a deep breath, I claimed her mouth in a kiss that started slow, then spiraled out of control. I knew I had to be gentle with her, but every fucking nerve in my body wound tight with need, pushed for me to take her hard, to bury my cock deep inside her sweet pussy. I ravished her mouth like a starved animal, and fuck if she didn't respond with equal vigor. Her hands slipped into my hair, then down, heaven on my back, when her nails dug into my skin, just like I'd imagined. I pushed my thigh between her legs, and she squealed into my mouth, her pussy wet, warm, and mine for the taking. She spread her legs wider, leaving me with the vision of my cock sliding into her pussy with long, slow strokes. My cock, harder than a fucking steel rod, jerked against the wet heat, and her hips lifted, searching for more. Forcing back my arousal, I pulled away, breaking the kiss. "No," she whimpered against my lips. "Fuck, baby girl." My eyes found hers. "I want nothing more than to fuck you right now, to cream this pretty little cunt, but we can't." I kissed her neck, sucking her skin between my teeth. She gasped. "Why?" I looked at her. Fuck if those innocent eyes didn't get me every time. Lowering my head, I licked into her mouth, and she let out a small, high-pitched sound that went straight to my balls. Again, I stopped kissing her. "Zane, please." That name on her lips did something to me. I couldn't explain. Maybe because it was a reminder that we shared something new. I lifted my head to look at her, my eyes questioning. "You did say you were Zane just for me, right?" I nodded. "Then that's what I want. What's mine?" "In time, I promise," I whispered, rocking my hips gently, and she closed her eyes against the shudder that ran through her. But fuck, I wanted more. Supporting myself on one elbow, I reached down between us and cradled the gentle curve of her ass in my free hand, using it to rock us together in a sweet tease that was torture on my control, and unsure how long I'd be able to hold out. I slid the head of my cock through her slick pussy without sinking inside, and she moaned low in her throat. "You like that?" She opened her eyes, her bottom lip between her teeth, her smile shy. "So much better." I tensed. "Then?" I rocked again. Her breath hitched. "Then my dream. You dreamt of me." Squeezing her ass lightly, I pressed the head of my cock in a little more, and her answer tripped out on a moan. "Yes." "Tell me about your dream," I coaxed, and a deep flush stained her cheeks before she shook her head, You want me to stop? Her eyes widened, the desperation in them unconcealed.
I dreamt of that first kiss and...
She trailed off on a lazy sigh, and I slid through her slickness once more.
Of you, making love to me on the hood of that car. Of...
Go on. I rolled the head of my cock over her clit, and her eyes grew wide with shock, her breath fracturing when I repeated the move. I knew I should stop, but somewhere at the back of my head, a dirty voice kept whispering, just a little longer. You wanted me to fuck you on my car, I asked, distracting myself. She nodded.
Of you spreading my legs and, eating...
A shy smile curved her lips. You want me to eat your pussy, Rhea? Want me to sink my tongue deep into that sweet cunt and suck until you cry? She was trembling under me, and I was finding it extremely fucking hard to not just sink into her heat fully. I rolled the head over her clit once more, and her hips bucked up, her nails biting into my shoulders. Fuck. I slid my cock in a little more, and my breathing sped up as I tried to keep my balance, tried not to push in all the way, and break that tiny film that separated her and me, fucking her hard and fast. Jesus. I was my own tormentor. I tried to pull out, and she gripped my shoulders, her nails digging deeper.
Please, just a little longer.
My dirty whisperer became her voice of begging. Just until she comes on my cock. My dirty whisperer took it one step further. Tell me more about your dream. My hips continued moving, slightly faster, my grip on her ass tightening, my cock sliding back and forth through her slick heat, the head dragging over her clit on its return. And I was in fucking hell. She was dripping, and I felt her pussy spasm with each slide. She was close.
I dreamt of you, sliding your fingers inside me while
I sucked your clit, Rhea. I finished for her. She tensed under me, her legs spreading wider, my hold slipping, my cock sliding another inch deeper.
Oh, God! Zane!
She moaned, her breath coming in ragged bursts. Her hips began to move, slow at first, then faster, seeking that release. Her nails dragged down my back, biting into my skin. A loud groan rumbled out my chest. I was on the fucking verge, my orgasm hightailing it down my spine. Come on my fucking cock now, baby girl, I growled, slamming my mouth to hers, my kiss hard and deep, unrelenting. That pushed her to the edge. Her teeth latched onto my tongue, her nails a rigid spear at my back, her sexy moans filling my mouth, and with a quick snap of her hip, I felt her pussy spasm as she drenched the head of my cock in her cum. Not waiting for her body to stop jerking, I pulled away from her, slid down, and spread her legs wide. For just a moment, I stared down at her pink folds, slick with her cum. My mouth watered as I leaned down and licked through her sweetness, dipping inside and tasting all of her. Fuck. I groaned into her pussy, my cock weeping into the sheets, wanting in on the action. I circled her swollen clit with the tip of my tongue, and her hips bucked up. Spreading my palm flat on her thighs, I kept her open. I flicked her clit, whipping back and forth, and she moaned, fisting my hair in a death grip. When I latched onto her clit, sucking hard, she dug her toes into my sides.
Oh, God!
She cried out, rocking into my mouth, her body begging for more. I licked and sucked until her legs began to shake. Her body tightened in readiness. I could feel her pulse against my tongue, could taste how close she was. Give it to me, Rhea. Latching onto her clit with my teeth, I sucked harder. Clawing the sheet, she froze before her breath whooshed out with a soft cry, coming apart for me. I snuck my tongue deep into her pussy, letting her cum coat it with its sweetness until her body relaxed. Crawling back up her body, she gave me a shy smile, and I grinned. Taste yourself. I teased my lips over hers before sinking my tongue inside her mouth. She opened up for me with a soft groan.
What about you?
She asked when I lifted my head.
What about your, pleasure?
Sucking you is for your pleasure, baby girl. I nipped her lips. Fucking you will be mine. I winked, loving her crimson cheeks. Rolling off her, I pulled her into the crook of my arm, bringing the sheet up to cover us. Her hands traced my abs, moving lower, and I could feel her hesitation. Go on. Touch it. I kissed the top of her head. She leaned her head back to look at me, and I grasped her hand and moved it over my cock. When her fingers curled around the stiff length, she gasped. Wow. She laughed, making me smile. Braver, she inched the sheet down, then lifted onto her elbow to stare at my cock, before her gaze met mine.
Is it always this hard and big?
Her innocence was so refreshing. I laughed, pulling her to me and kissed her swollen lips. For you, yes. I teased her lips with mine, waiting until the day I could take her. She settled back into the crook of my arm. Right now, she didn't know me, and until Rex was taken care of, she remained at risk. Fucking her would just make me vulnerable to her safety, and I couldn't have that. I needed to be alert. I'd snuck back into Nathaniel's home. Although they were still searching for me, they didn't figure I'd be brave enough to return. But I did. With the right amount of pressure on their necks, the 2 guards posted outside his bedroom went to sleep. Permanently. I dragged their bodies into a room to prevent detection. And when I stole my way into his bedroom, Nathaniel was in a sorry state. I figured he wouldn't have long to live, but I couldn't take that chance. Waking him up from the sleep they'd induced with medication to stop the pain, I made sure he was looking me in the eyes when I shot him in the heart, using his pillow as a silencer. I covered his body with the blanket and hid the damaged pillow. Anyone walking in to check on him would assume he was sleeping. By the time they found him, I'd be long gone. Because most of the men were out searching for me, there were a handful of men patrolling the property. Waiting for the right moment, I got my hands on one of his men, and using him as a shield, I had him drive my car out of the estate. Once outside the gate, I popped the fucker in the head and rolled his body into a ditch before driving off. Now, I stared down at the sweet girl sleeping next to me. Her lips in a soft smile, her ivory cheeks flushed, her breath a soft melody. I couldn't help feeling a tightness in my chest at the thought of losing her. And I was the one that laughed at Katerina and Declan when they spoke of falling in love at first sight. I called it bullshit then. Now I called it, I'm fucked. 2 hours later, Rhea woke, and I hustled her out of the house as soon as we were ready to leave.
If you had a car here, why did we stay the night?
She frowned, climbing into the passenger seat. Why? I cocked my head to one side. Did you not enjoy spending the night with me? Or should I say, the morning? I winked. A deep crimson flushed her cheeks. Laughing, I twisted my body slightly and leaned toward her. Still shy. My hand on her thigh, I inched upward and under the hem of my shirt she was wearing. I kept a duffel in my trunk with a spare t-shirt and button-down. She'd opted for the button-down. I thought you wanted me to fuck you. Her jaw dropped on a gasp. I what, baby girl? You don't want me to fuck you? I rolled my forefinger over her slit, and she writhed under my touch. Biting her lower lip, she refused to look at me. With another laugh, I pulled my hand away and slid a finger under her chin, turning her face to look at me. I will fuck you. Before she could respond, I turned away and started the car. An hour later, I was handing her to an extremely happy Ishara, who Kat had calmed about Rhea's safety. As I drove away, I caught sight of Rex in the rearview mirror. He was calling someone, and that got my hackles up. I dialed Declan. "Glad to hear you survived the night," he muttered after the third ring. I knew what got him riled the second he added, Can't say the same for Nathaniel Prescott, though. Yeah, fucker got what was coming to him, I scoffed. And Sam's not happy. My grip tightened on the wheel, knowing what had gone down last night. Tell Sam he called me in, remember? And when did I ever follow rules? Rex is still a problem, though, and those memory cards are sitting pretty somewhere between Nathaniel's casket and his den. The good thing is, it can't be used. The bad is that we don't know if Rex is selling it to someone else. Sam's got 2 ways to handle this. My way or his. Call me. I cut the call. My way was a 1-way ticket straight to hell, and Sam knew it.
13. Gianna, a.k.a. Rhea, 17 years. 3 days after all the shit went down with Jake, Harsh drove me to Ashara's place. She hadn't told my parents what had gone down that night, which was a blessing because they would have worried every time I stepped out of the house. Now, he and I stared out the windshield, our mouths gaping, at the scene in front. The road outside Ashara's apartment was buzzing with cop cars, black SUVs, and official-looking guys. Ashara was leaning against her car, her eyes red-rimmed and puffy.
"Let me check what's happening, Puppet."
Harsh climbed out of the car. "I'm coming with you to check on Ashara," I called, opening my door. He nodded and went off to speak to someone while I went to my cousin. "Shara?" "Hey, babe." She pulled me into a hug and whispered in my ear. "Rex is a criminal. That whole shit with Jake, he was involved in it, and some other stuff too." When I leaned back, she shook her head, cautioning me not to say anything out loud. "You want to come back home with us?" I gestured to Harsh's car. Ishara shook her head. "I have to be here, just in case they need to ask me more questions." "Okay, I'll stay with you." After she agreed, I went over to Harsh's car and waited for him to return. "There's been some stuff going on with Rex, but Shara can't talk about it right now," I said when he returned.
"Yeah, I got some information. Not enough, though. I think you should come home, Rhea."
Worry lined his brow. Chewing my thumbnail, I shook my head. "I can't leave Ashara all alone right now." He glanced around and sighed.
"Okay, but stay safe, and call me the second you hear anything."
"I will." After a quick kiss on his cheek, I waited for him to climb back into his car and drive off. As I was walking toward Ashara, I glanced across the street, and my breath stalled. Dressed in all black and dark shades, Zane was leaning against his black car. Looking so damn gorgeous, I had the insane desire to run across the road and jump into his arms. I lifted my hand to wave, but dropped it when one of the official-looking men neared him. They chatted for a bit before Zane followed the man into Ashara's apartment. Chewing my nail, I walked over to Ashara. "That's a really bad telltale of you being anxious. What's up?" She slid a hand around my waist and pulled me closer. "I saw Zane," I mumbled absent-mindedly. "Who?" "Gabriel." I scratched my head. "We have this thing where I call him Zane. Long story. I'll explain it when all this shit is over." She nodded. "I was just wondering what he was doing here." "Where did he go?" I jerked my thumb over my shoulder. "Your place." "Let's go check then." She grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the doors leading into the building. "Are we allowed to go up there?" I asked, glancing around as the cops and official suits began making their way out of the building. "I live here," she muttered. I sensed she was angry with Rex, but I didn't push for any information. When we stepped off the elevator, several men were waiting to take it down, but Zane wasn't among them. "Where's Rex?" "He's still in the apartment," she whispered over her shoulder. "Be quiet and we can sneak in, okay?" I nodded and followed her into the apartment.
"What the fuck's he doing here?"
Rex's voice bellowed from the bedroom I used when I stayed over. As we snuck into the bathroom, I caught sight of Zane. He was standing over Rex, his lips pursed in a thin line, his body rigid in anger, his fist balled around the front of Rex's shirt. "I'm the fucking man who's responsible for taking you and that piece of shit Nathaniel down. And if you plan on bullshitting your way out of this, don't bother. I know everything, and I mean every fucking thing about you, down to the color of your boxers, about Nathaniel, your girlfriend Ashara, and Rhea." Wait, Zane knew Rex was a criminal? How did he know everything about us? "You set Rhea up with Nathaniel, knowing he was a known human trafficker, didn't you?" Someone I couldn't see asked. "Nathaniel? He set me up with Jake Steiner." I chewed my thumbnail again. What was going on? Ashara noticed and smacked my hand lightly, her eyes warning me not to do that. "Yeah, Nathaniel used the name Jake to lure young girls that he sold," Rex muttered, answering my silent question. "I used Rhea to deliver the memory card, but also wanted Nathaniel to meet her. If the price was right for her, he was going to pay me a fat check for her pussy." He chuckled, and something like a punch resounded from the room. Rex groaned, then asked, "How did you figure everything out?" "I had you, your fucking apartment, your fucking car, this place, and Nathaniel's place wired. I was the blind date Nathaniel sent to meet Rhea and swiped the memory card from her purse," Zane replied. Shocked, I slapped a hand over my mouth to stop my shriek. "What memory card? Zane was the blind date sent by Jake?" I hissed, and Ashara put a finger to her lip, motioning for me to be quiet. But every inch of me was on fire, anger blazing a trail down my spine. Zane used me. Nathaniel used me. Rex used me. I could feel myself hyperventilate and pressed a hand to my chest, breathing hard. "I'm sorry you had to hear that, babe. You want to get out of here?" Ishara's warm brown eyes consoled. "No, I need to hear all of this," I gritted. "Why am I not being taken down to the precinct to be questioned?" Rex snapped. "Because I needed to question you," Zane replied. "And if you don't answer, you're not making it to any fucking precinct, asshole. I'll make sure of it. Nathaniel met his maker, and you're next." Oh my God. Zane had killed Nathaniel. He hadn't confirmed it when I asked. "What the fuck are you talking about?" I could hear the shock in Rex's voice. "Gabriel doesn't work for an agency, Rex. He's a killer for hire. So it doesn't matter to him whether you live or die, whether you're questioned or not by the FBI, CIA, or the cops. He'll kill you regardless, and then claim he had to shoot you because you ran. Now, answer his questions, and you'll still be breathing when he leaves," the unknown person said. Oh my God, Shara. Zane's a hired killer. I saw him kill those men, but I thought it was because they were bad. But he kills for money. My insides resembled the sudden detonation of a bomb, and I banded my arms around my stomach, trying to breathe. I almost had sex with a hired killer. Who else did he kill? Did he kill anyone and everyone? Children? Women? OMG. Come on, let's get out of here. Ishara dragged me from the bathroom. I followed blindly, my senses all overwhelmed by the heaviness in my chest. White spots dancing in my vision. A loud booming I couldn't recognize, clanging in my ears. Outside, I leaned against Ashara's car. Oh my God, I can't. Heat bloomed at my nape, and I had the sudden urge to kill. Rhea, listen to me, babe. Slowly, we sank to the ground together. I know you're angry. That's rage passing through you. I need you to look at me. She cupped my face and lifted it until our eyes locked. That's it. Breathe. Slowly. That's a good girl. She tucked my hair behind my ears, then massaged my arms. Let it go. There's not much you can do about it. I wanted to kill Rex this morning, too. Closing my eyes, I leaned my head against the car door. That's how he knew my name, that I was a virgin. He was listening in on our conversations. Then I balked, and color rose from my neck into my cheeks. Oh, my God. He saw... Ashara frowned. Saw what, babe? I looked at my cousin, shaking my head, too embarrassed to talk about it. Rhea, you know you can tell me anything, right? He saw me touch myself, I mumbled, and my cousin, being my cousin, burst out laughing. I scowled at her, but she just continued laughing until tears streamed down her cheeks. Really, Shara? I screwed up my nose at her. Oh my God, I needed that, she laughed again, holding her stomach. Thank you, Rhea. I so needed to laugh after the shit day I had today. You're welcome. My words sickly sweet with sarcasm. Her expression turned solemn, yet the mirth remained in her eyes. You think he saw you touch yourself? I nodded. She sighed. You know it's normal, right? I mean, lots of girls do it. Yeah, but how many do it while a man, not a boy, a man is watching them? I blushed so hard my cheeks burned. I slapped them until I felt comfortable enough to look at her. That night when Nathaniel's men captured me, Zane did things to me. Oh. Ashara's mouth formed the perfect O. What things? He touched me with his... I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. She leaned in, her smile wide. His cock? I nodded. And his mouth. I don't think we had sex, though, because he kept saying he can't, but I felt him, you know, it was like inside me. I was blushing again. This time I didn't bother hiding it. Ashara laughed. I think he might have entered you enough not to take your virginity. She squeezed my hand. So I'm still a virgin then? You weren't sore when it happened? She asked. I shook my head. Then yes, you're still untouched. Oh, God, now I have to find someone else, I moaned, dropping my head into my hand. Don't worry, we'll find you someone as soon as all this shit settles, okay? Yep. We both looked up as all the cars began moving away, and then Zane exited the building. He still hadn't seen me, and I pulled Ashara in front of me to hide. After he climbed into his car and drove off, we stood and dusted the dirt off our clothes. Ashara paused as they brought Rex out and led him away to one of the SUVs. He was about to get in when he turned and sought Ashara. I'm sorry, he mouthed. Fuck you, asshole. She flipped him the bird, then turned to look at me. I think we need ice cream. What do you say? Sounds like a plan. Hours later, when the sky had morphed from golden yellow to a deep black, peppered by a million stars, then rapidly churned into dark gray clouds that promised rain, Ashara stood to leave. We'd driven down to the pier, got ice cream, and watched the sunset, both of us forgetting about the men in our lives and just chilling. We should go. It looks like the rain's going to roll in any second now. Ashara glanced around. Plus, we're the only ones left here. Guess no one has lonely lives like us. She grinned. Not for long. I shoulder bumped her as we stood and began walking. We were about to cross the cobbled path into the parking lot when Ashara stopped me. You have a visitor, babe? I looked up at her. Huh? She tipped her chin at something behind me, and I glanced over my shoulder. Parked in a spot overlooking the water, and the only other car there except us, Zane was leaning against his car door. His arms crossed over his chest, his eyes on me. How did he find us? Maybe he put a tracker in your pussy. She burst out laughing at her joke. Ha ha, funny. I wrinkled my nose at her. Let's just go. I don't want to talk to him. Turning my back on him, I started walking away when Ashara whispered, I don't think you have a choice. He's coming toward us, and that look on his face is pure determination. He looks like a man who gets what he wants. Well, he's not getting me. I took a step forward, and this time, the deep, husky voice stopped me. We have some unfinished business, baby girl. Slowly, I turned. Zane stood just under a streetlight, his hands in his pants pockets, his black button-down opened at the neck and sleeves rolled up to the elbows. Started a low, burning tingle between my legs, reminding me that he'd been there before. I tried hard to ignore him, but some people just can't be ignored. Really? You used me and you need what? More information, perhaps? Over a case I knew nothing about? I told you I'll be back. One dark brow lifted. You've got my dessert in your panties, Rhea. It's pink, it's warm, and when I'm done sucking and fucking you, it will be thick and creamy. Holy crap. I fought to keep from clenching my thighs. I could have sworn I heard my pussy explode and Ashara whimper. You can't. I tried. Wrong, baby girl. He took a step toward me and I held my ground. You were mine the second you said hi. Only you didn't know it then, and now you do. So if you have any plans to scream rape, I'd suggest you do it now, because once I start fucking you, you'll have to save all your energy just to breathe. My jaw dropped, and next to me, Ashara groaned. I shot her a helpless look, and she smiled before darting toward her car, probably figuring out I wasn't in danger. No, I squeaked, then cleared my throat. While the notion of this man taking me seemed intimidating, given my lack of experience, deep down I knew I'd like it and want more. I bit my bottom lip, searching my brain for something suitable to say. He took another step closer, and I could feel the heat radiate off him. He scorched my body from chest to toes. Keep biting your lip, and I'm about 2 seconds away from losing my shit and fucking you right here against that wall. Exhibitionism at its best. He winked, jerking his chin at the wall behind me. My eyes grew round. You wouldn't dare. Watch me, he growled, a second before his lips crashed to mine, and we moaned in unison as streaks of electricity shot between us. His lips were cold, but his mouth was warm, hot, tasting like mint and whiskey. Every inch of me was on fire, and that was just from a kiss. He lifted me, pressing my back into the wall, and I had no option but to throw my legs around his waist, my arms around his neck, and hang on. His hard-on nudged my pussy, and the short skirt I wore, not much help protecting me. He moved his lips down my chin and bit my neck, his hips grinding against me, and I felt every inch of him. He caught my nipple in his mouth, sucking hard through the tank, and I shuddered. Zane, please, I whimpered. Somewhere between a delirious kiss and the tingles cascading over my body, I was so mesmerized I didn't realize Zane had moved us until he set me down on his car, breaking the kiss. What? I glanced around. What are you doing? His smile was slow, the lift of his brow even more, and I gulped, guessing I was dessert on the beach. I barely had a moment to think before his soft touch stole my thoughts. He pressed gentle kisses down my throat, over my breasts and down along my stomach. While one part of me was nervous, the other, greedy with impatience, was excited. But when he lifted the hem of my tank and circled my navel with his tongue, the nervous part surrendered. He followed a slow trail over my skin, sucking, nipping, biting. Where his lips were soft, his afternoon stubble was coarse, and for each breathless whimper I let out, a shudder followed. Removing his jacket, he rolled it up and set it down behind me. Lean back, put your feet flat on the hood, and open your thighs. I want to see that pretty pink pussy. When I blushed, hesitating, he guided me down. You're not shy now, are you? You wanted me to eat you on the hood of my car, didn't you? Yes. Then open up. I'm starving. His grin mischievous. He removed my pumps, dropped them on the ground, and bent my legs at the knees. Placing my feet flat on the hood, he spread my thighs. My short skirt slid backward, bunching at my waist. The cool sea breeze floating over my body wasn't powerful enough to cause the goosebumps Zane's stare alone was creating. His gaze traveled over me, and even under the moonlight peeking through gray clouds, I could see heat flare in those mesmerizing brown eyes. Caressing my thighs, he slid them slowly from knee to apex, the coarse skin of his palm sending more shudders through me. In contrast to the cold air, his warm fingers wrapped around my ankle, his grasp gentle. He lifted my leg, pressing his lips against the sensitive flesh on the inside of my calf. So soft, yet it lit a torrent of sensations that skated across my skin. My back arched as his subtle kisses continued upward, only stopping an inch from my apex, this time sucking and nipping at the skin on his way back down to my ankle. He repeated the same torture on my other leg, and I groaned my frustration. Perfection can't be rushed, Rhea. I need to prepare your body to take my cock deep inside your sweet pussy. I blushed so hard, my cheeks hurt, and he grinned. His eyes locked on mine. He rolled a finger over the slit of my pussy, and my back arched off the hood, the material of my panty serving no purpose other than a coarse stimulant against my clit when he did it again. I gasped as he slid his finger into the side of my panty, just barely touching my clit. Then, in a slow twist, he rolled the material until it formed a line down my slit. I had no idea what it would do until Zane hooked his finger around the bottom end and tugged lightly. The movement of the taut material provoked taunting friction over my clit. I gasped on another tremble. Oh, God, I whimpered. You like that? I could only nod. He did it again, and I sounded like a purring cat for a second. Leaning down, he moved my panty to the side and let the tip of his tongue lick up my pussy before circling my clit. I took a deep breath, feeling the air settling in my lungs as my chest tightened. I clenched my fists at my sides. With his palms flat against my inner thighs, he forced my legs wider, his thumbs on my pussy lips, spreading them, teasing the tip of his tongue over my clit. Shivers danced crazy spirals up my spine, and I craned my neck back as my eyes rolled shut, not recognizing that low moan coming from me. You like my tongue on your delicious cunt? His warm breath fanning my wet flesh. Oh, God, yes, I whispered, covering my face with my hands, my back arching, my body writhing and muscles tensing as he sucked and licked along my sensitive folds. I cried out when his tongue nudged against my entrance, his groans vibrating against my swollen flesh, undulating up to my core as he licked upward, taking my clit into his mouth. Braver, I reached down, sinking my fingers in his thick, soft hair. his tongue lapping faster, teeth scraping harder, from my clit to my entrance, pleasure and pain fusing. Fuck, you taste so fucking good. Your pussy is dripping for me, baby girl. His words ignited a flame so fierce, I felt my pussy grow wetter with each lap of his tongue. Every muscle in my body started to burn, and I arched up, desire pushing my greed for more. Sensing my need, Zane slipped a finger inside me, and groaning, I ground my hips, my body taking over, demanding more. He gave it to me. With gentle, quick pumps, he slid his finger in and out, and then bit down on my clit. That pushed me over the edge before my climax exploded, pleasure flooding my body. Still, he didn't let up, sucking and licking until I began flexing my hips. That's it, baby girl. Ride my tongue. He breathed against my pussy lips. Gripping his hair tighter, I rocked my hips as my orgasm crested, my entire body a flaming ball of fire, muscles coiled tight. I closed my eyes against the onslaught of pleasure dancing through me, my body arched. I palmed one breast, rolling the pad of my thumb over the hard nipple. Fucking beautiful, Rhea. I forgot to blush, urged on by his husky words. My body was still shuddering when he straightened and drew me to the edge of the hood, locking my legs around his waist. My eyes fluttered open. Leaning down, his lips met mine in the softest of kisses. I tasted myself on his lips, embarrassment burning my cheeks that I enjoyed the taste. His mouth dipped lower, nibbling the skin at my chin, my neck, his hand sliding under my tank to palm my breast, his fingers squeezing the nipple hard. I groaned. He lifted his head, his eyes meeting mine. You enjoyed riding my tongue? I nodded. You're going to ride my cock hard, too? Biting my bottom lip, I nodded. He straightened, slid his hands down my thighs, and with a quick jerk under my skirt, his hands came away with my panty. He stuffed it in his pants pocket. His lips met mine in another delirious kiss before his head dropped lower. Pushing up my tank, he wrapped his lips around my nipple, sucking gently. He bit down then, changed to slow licks, creating a frenzy of tingles over my heated flesh, while his fingers sought my clit once more, rubbing, pinching, teasing, before slipping into my pussy. Between his finger inside me and his mouth on my nipple, I wasn't sure what to focus on, yet together they made my body sing. Taking my hand, Zane guided it to his hard cock, straining against his pants. Take it out, baby girl. Fumbling at first, I unzipped his fly, opened the single button, and sank my hand inside his brief to cup his hard cock. Heated skin pulsed beneath my fingers, and I unconsciously squeezed. A guttural groan rumbled out of his chest. Removing his fingers from my pussy, he straightened, then slid me to sit with my legs over the edge. Biting my lip, I closed my eyes while massaging the rigid thickness. Open your eyes, Rhea. I did. Take my cock out. His voice was hoarse, raspy, like he struggled for control. My eyes on his crotch, I drew out the veined beauty, gasping when it twitched in my hand. Precum seeped out on the tip, and I rolled my thumb over it. Zane hissed in a breath. I lifted my gaze to his. Do you want it? He asked. I nodded. Where do you want it? In my... I had no idea why this man still made me feel so shy, even though he'd had his mouth on me twice now.
Say it,
he demanded. In my pussy. His lips curved in a half-smile. Unbuttoning his shirt, he left it open. The tails out of his pants now fluttered in the breeze that had picked up. He seemed to notice.
Are you cold?
With this man standing in between my legs, my hand on his cock, I was anything but cold. No. My eyes running over the hard muscles of his body, I reached up to circle a nipple, and he sucked in a breath. He slid a finger under my chin, letting my gaze meet his.
I'm going to fuck you now, and it will hurt, okay?
I nodded.
Place your palms flat down on the hood and lean back a little.
I did as he asked.
Now, lock your legs around my waist.
I did. With one of his arms around my ass, he slid me along the hood, letting my ass hang midair and tightening the gap between our bodies. He rolled up my skirt until we had a view of my pussy and his cock. Still keeping his arm around my ass, he fisted his cock and guided it toward my pussy. I held my breath, steeling myself for his touch, biting my lip. He rolled the head through my slit, and my hips jerked, pleasure rocking into my core. His gaze on me, he inched the head in a little, and I tensed, shutting my lids instinctively.
Open your eyes, baby girl. You need to relax.
I opened my eyes and stared into his, fascinated by the dark power in them, the raw hunger. He wanted me. He inched in a little more, and I tensed again.
Zane, I whimpered. I can't take any more. Please.
Slowly, he shook his head.
Breathe, Rhea. I'm almost there.
He circled his hips slowly.
Your muscles are made to stretch. You just need to relax.
His tone gentle encouragement, and he pushed in a little more. I felt my body rejecting the intrusion.
Put your arms around me,
he whispered. I did, trying hard not to hyperventilate.
Dig your nails into my back if you want.
I bit my lip, watching that beautiful large cock disappear into my folds. He eased in a little more.
Look at me.
I did, and Zane moved. Pain exploded in my groin, the feeling like my insides were being torn apart. Then he was kissing me, a hard, punishing kiss, bruising my soft, swollen lips with his hungry mouth, distracting me while he slowly inched his cock deeper inside me, stretching my tight channel wider and wider, my muscles protesting at the burning invasion. I screamed, but his mouth on mine swallowed the sound, his tongue curling around mine, his kiss raw, hungry, almost savage. My legs trembled as he pulled out, before plunging back in again, fire detonating inside me once more. Digging my nails into the skin on his shoulders, I held on, his kiss sharp, tangy, all-consuming, and hypnotic, that my body began ignoring the pain and focusing on the pleasure. His hands on my ass, he trapped me against his body, his fingers digging deep, controlling the movement, the pressure, the direction. Caught unawares by the fervor raging through me, seeking reprieve, I began flexing my hips, thrusting up to meet him halfway. He broke the kiss on a throaty curse.
Fuck, baby girl.
He rocked into me, each thrust smoother, stronger, more delicious, and I wanted more.
Are you okay?
But my need outweighed any other feeling.
Please, Zane.
Chuckling, he lifted my ass onto the hood, his hips still a lazy rhythm, riding my pussy in a slow taunt.
Lie back.
As soon as I did, He hooked his arms under my thighs, spreading me wide open to his thrusts. Sweating, I gasped for air, but a weighty warmth invaded my core. His breathing sped up, matching mine. His pounding turned wilder, and then he was thrusting into me, harder, faster. All I could do was grab onto his arms and hang on. "Fuck, Rhea. I need to fuck you harder." And as if in answer to his prayers, the heavens opened, showering us with its blessings. The cool water against our heated skin, raising puffs of steam. Angling his body over mine to block out the rain, he licked into my mouth, our groans fusing, our bodies one, creating sparks of pleasure from tips to toes. "Then do it," I murmured, my body in the onslaught of his thrusts. He lifted slightly to look at me, his breathing just as rapid, his beautiful gaze searching, filled with tenderness. "I don't want to hurt you." "You won't," I whispered against the hissing rain. "I trust you, Zane. My Zane." His nostrils flared, his hooded eyes turned darker, sexier, mesmerizing, seducing me. "Christ, baby girl." His roar echoed in the rain, and he plunged deeper and harder into me. Burning pain ripped through me, but right behind it came a sweet sensation of overwhelming need. I cried out, caught up in the delicious desire I knew would keep me addicted to this man. He shoved my legs wider, almost bending me in two, giving him more access, his thick girth stretching me, the pressure between my legs heavier, more intense. Still, I held on, closing my eyes, letting him have his way with me until the molten flames of pleasure began unfurling first in my breasts, down through my core, slipping into my pussy, and bursting against my clit. My eyes shot open. Zane massaging my clit, his cock pistoning into me, his mouth on my nipple. The combinations of the sensations rippling through my body stole my breath, and I had only a moment's notice before that strange sensation sprinted down my spine, finally settling in my core. "Oh, God, Zane!" I cried out, my body a shuddering mass of pleasure, gratification, my orgasm tearing through each layer of skin, tissue, muscle. I was still coming down from my high when he pulled out of me, moved me to the front of the car, and bent me flat over the hood, face down. "Don't move, Rhea." I waited for him to enter me, but instead, he hiked my skirt up, and I felt his hand roll over my wet ass cheek, squeezing lightly while the other found my clit, and he circled the swollen bundle. "Zane," I moaned, then let out a cry as he pushed 2 fingers inside me. "Fuck, your pussy is so fucking wet." His chest pressed into my back as he nibbled my shoulder, his fingers pumping slowly into me. Then he straightened, withdrawing his fingers and rolling his cock through my slit. "You've got a beautiful ass, baby girl," he groaned, rolling the head of his cock from my pussy to my rear entrance. "I'm going to fuck your ass." I immediately stiffened, glancing at him over my shoulder, and he winked as though he felt my panic. "Not tonight, but I will," he soothed. Lifting one of my legs, he propped my knee on the hood, opening me wider, and I could feel the rain hit my pussy. "For now, I'm going to fuck you hard." My inner muscles clenched at the words, and I squashed the shiver of alarm that threatened to overtake me. I was still sore, but I trusted him. Gripping my hips, he nudged the head of his cock into my sensitive opening. Without giving me a chance to breathe, he slammed the length deep into my pussy. I let out a low cry of pleasurable pain, but he didn't pause, just pulled out and rammed it in again. By the third stroke, I felt that now familiar pull of an orgasm, dragging me under with each powerful penetration, then blasting my core with a hot gush of ecstasy reverberating through me. My legs trembled, and I grasped for something to hold on to, but the hood was slick with rain. "That's it, baby girl," Zane rasped, his hands dropping to my ass cheeks, squeezing tight, his thrusts relentless. Harder, deeper. "Come for me." I moaned as my climax continued to rip through my body, not stopping as he continued to slam into me, fast enough to keep me shuddering with each taunting grind. "God, you're so fucking tight," he groaned. "Do you know how hard it is to hold back? To not fucking come?" I couldn't answer, my body overloaded with pleasure. Legs spread wide, my hands grasping wildly. I'd permitted him, and he was showing me why he'd held back. Still, high on ecstasy, my body was slipping, my hold even more so. "Zane, please," I pleaded, needing a breather from his sensual assaults. "Fucking hell," Zane groaned. "Hang on, baby girl." He lifted my leg higher, his rhythm changing, faster, deeper, pounding into me, until I felt that final snap of his hips, and then the warm flood of his cum, erupting deep inside me. I glanced at him over my shoulder. As his entire body stilled over mine, his face a painter's dream of pleasure and beauty. I felt the continuous pulse of his cock before his body went limp and he collapsed over me. "Fuck," he groaned into my neck. I wasn't sure what to feel after, as the ecstasy slowly eased, but the exhaustion claiming my body wasn't it. I tried to move, but I couldn't lift myself and broke into a fit of laughter. Straightening, Zane looked down at me, smiling. "I'm guessing that was just as insane for you as it was for me." He drew me up and turned me around, holding me in his arms. "You're fucking beautiful, Rhea." He slipped his tongue between my lips. His kiss started slow, quickly spiraling into wild abandonment, matching the beat of the thunder roaring in the horizon behind us. When we finally came up for air, his eyes searched mine, and I wasn't sure what he was looking for. Then he kissed my brow. "Don't move." He walked away. When he returned, he had wipes in his hand. "Best I can do." He grinned and I blushed as he wiped me down. Done, he lifted me in his arms, walked around to the passenger side, and deposited me on the seat. "Are you okay, baby girl?" I was too lazy to talk. My eyes slid shut. I felt something warm cover my wet body. I heard the engine roar and the soft music brush over my body. Most importantly, I heard the man next to me say, "You're mine forever, Rhea."
14. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel, 29 years. While I waited for the coffee to brew, I leaned against the breakfast bar in my kitchen and stared across the open-plan apartment to the sleeping beauty lying between my sheets. Her cheeks flushed both from sleep and me fucking her 3 more times after I brought her home, and the best fuck I'd ever had on the hood of my car. I would never look at my beloved Dodge with the same eyes again. Rubbing the pad of my thumb over my lip, my mind worked overtime. One part agreeing with my mounting desire to do something I'd never contemplated before, while the other part called me a crazy fuck for considering it in the first place. By the time I poured the coffee into the mug, added cream and sugar the way she liked it, I knew my decision. Strolling over to the bed, I set the mug on the nightstand and reached across the bed, drawing Rhea closer. I slid down next to her and eased her into the curve of my body. I kissed her neck softly, and she moaned but didn't stir. I guessed she was tired after I'd ravished her body to my heart's content, yet still couldn't get enough of her. I wanted more. A whole lot more. My body too wired to sleep, I sat back against the headboard and watched her sleep. I never intended to take her virginity on the hood of my car. My plan for dinner and bringing her back to my apartment went out the door the second she challenged me. Granted, I'd lied to her. I'd done it to protect her, and her agitated response hadn't sounded convincing enough that she didn't want to see me again. And bastard that I was, I took what I wanted from her, and she'd given me everything, and taken a whole lot of me in return. A sudden clap of thunder, deafening enough to rattle the apartment windows, had Rhea vaulting upright. Her body tight with shock, her face constricted in terror, her fear palpable in her trembling lips and rounded eyes. I grabbed her to me, pulling her onto my lap and cradling her in my arms. "It's just thunder, baby girl." I kissed her brow. With her palm flat against my chest, her head nestled in the crook of my arm, she looked up at me, her fear slowly receding. "Are you okay?" She nodded. "So far, I know you fear rats and thunder. What else do you fear?" Her hand on my chest lifted to palm my cheek. "Losing you," she whispered, filling my body with shock and settling my debating mind. I reached for the coffee and offered it to her. "Will you marry me?" Laughing, she accepted the mug. "Yes." One simple word that would change my life forever.
15. Gianna, a.k.a. Rhea, 18 years. So, have you decided what you're wearing to your prom? Ashara shoved a handful of Cheetos in her mouth and chomped. We stood in the kitchen of my home I shared with Zane. 7 months ago, after being proposed to, with a mug of coffee and with the blessings of Harsh, Bhavna, and Ashara as my witnesses, I married Gabriel Marone, my Zane, in front of his witnesses, Sam, Kat, and Declan. This was the first time he'd traveled since we got married, and because I'd never stayed alone before, Ashara was keeping me company until his return. Should I even be going to that dance? I reached for the Cheetos, and she snatched the bag away. Why the fuck not? You might have married the man of your dreams, but you're still a fucking senior. More Cheetos and another chomp. She rolled her tongue around for a moment, then parted her lips and flashed her Cheetos-covered teeth at me. Gross. I smacked her hand and straightened. I don't want to feel weird when I arrive there with Zane on my arm. Ashara shrugged. Then don't go. She licked her fingers and came around the breakfast island. You're your own boss now. The only person that gets to make decisions for you is you, and of course your gorgeous husband. And anyway, the focus of the prom will be on you and your hot date. She winked. As if he knew we were talking about him, my cell pinged. Hey, baby girl, almost done. We'll probably be home early. Love you. Ashara chuckled. I love the way he makes you blush, Rhea. What I wouldn't give for some true love. I bit my bottom lip, then glanced up from my phone. I decided to tell him. Her brow creased. About who I really am and what my father did. All of it. My real name. Everything. I wanted to tell him before he left, but between him kissing me goodbye in the kitchen, then taking me against the door, I never got a chance to. Ashara leaned her elbows on the countertop, her smile soft. Don't you want to wait for your mom to contact you first? Shaking my head, I slid down onto a stool. It's not fair on him, and I'm sure once I tell him the truth, he'll understand. And I don't doubt that, but your mom went through a lot of trouble to keep you hidden, and for good reason. If you do this without checking in with her, there's no telling what the repercussions might be. She sighed, then squeezed my arm lightly. I know Zane will protect you, but my gut says wait for your mom. Ultimately, it's your call, babe. The doorbell chimed, and I jumped up with a squeal. Oh my God, it's Zane. That's what he meant by being home early. Laughing at my childish exuberance, Ishara gestured to the door. Then go open it. I raced for the door, bumping the couch backrest in my hurry. Hey, you're back! The words trailed off as I swung the door wide, the air collapsing in my throat. What? What? I struggled to form a coherent sentence. Ciao, Gianna. I gaped at the man standing on my threshold, every instinct in me telling me to shut the door. Catching sight of the 20 or so black-suited men at his rear, I knew it would be futile. Even though I'd seen him last 10 years ago, there was nothing dissimilar to the way he looked back then. Cassius Mancini. Same black hair, oiled and swept back. Same handsome features, except for the stern expression and crow's feet edging his eyes and mouth. Same expensive black suit. The difference? He was a dad then, now a stranger, a payment collector who'd sold his daughter. And my mother had warned me about speaking to strangers. What are you doing here? I finally found my voice. How did you find me? Come now, child. Is that any way to greet your father? After all these years, I would have expected a little more excitement. The smile he offered was neither congenial or arrogant until he spoke again. I must say, your mother did an excellent job of hiding you from me. She had me fooled for years. I almost believed some sick bastard had taken you. And a full-blown smirk swathed his face. His words poured a coldness through my bones I didn't associate with my mother's warmth. A sudden warning clanged at the back of my nape. I shivered, trying to calm the goosebumps invading my skin. Where's Mom? I stretched up onto the tips of my toes, craning my neck to look behind him. She didn't come? I asked, surprised. How else would he have known where to find me? Are you not going to invite me in, Gianna? One brow lifted. Even though you weren't leaving with me, I'm sure you've learned some manners. I glanced toward the kitchen where Ishara, hidden from view of the front door, was frantically waving her hands, imitating a no gesture. Why are you here? I asked my father, instead of answering his question. His brows slanted inward, his irritation puffing out on a slow exhale, as though he were trying to rein in his impatience. I'm your father, girl, and I've come to take you home. I'm not going anywhere with you unless I see Mom. I snuck a glance at Ishara. She was trying to dial someone, probably Zane. Look, we can be civil about this, or I have one of my men throw you over his shoulder and carry you to the car. He glared at me as though I were keeping him from an important meeting. It's time to come home and fulfill your duties as my daughter. Fulfill my duties? Was this really my father? Zane, where are you? My silent prayer went unanswered when I glanced at Ishara again and she shook her head, gesturing to the phone in her hand. She couldn't get hold of him, and she knew the rule about calling the cops. She couldn't. A feeling of dread settled over me, familiar anxiety, and I processed his words once more. I'm not going anywhere with you, and I'm certainly not marrying anyone. What was meant to be vehemence dissolved into a mere squeak. Marry anyone? Surprisingly, he sounded shocked, and for just a moment my hesitation faltered. Then vigilance kicked in almost immediately. He could be fooling me into believing that wasn't the reason he was here. Mom told me you'd promised me to someone when I turned 18, I replied, keeping the wariness out of my voice, not sure how much my mother had told him. If he was here, She had to have told him something. Slipping his hands into his slacks, he took a step back, then looked around as if studying the house, its wooden porch, and the large fern vases flanking either side of the door, before his gaze dropped to the single stair leading into the house. Suddenly, I felt like a character out of Teen Wolf being protected by Zane's home, with the badass villain standing on the other side of the door waiting for me. But I doubted that even the sacred mountain ash would keep this man away. His gaze lifted to meet mine once more, and I wasn't sure I believed the sudden sag in his stance, until he said in a low voice, "You need to come home, Gianna, and not because of a promise I made a long time ago, which is now null and void, but because—" He trailed off, and I could have sworn tears glazed his eyes before he blinked and his mouth opened and closed several times, as though he were choosing the right words. "Your mother was killed 3 days ago, and you're in danger." I stopped, listening. My heartbeat came to a screeching halt. My mouth stuck in a permanent beginning of the word no. I forgot how to breathe, before disbelief clouded my head in a mist of doubt. What? My throat closed, my insides coiling tight. The blood in my veins ran cold, ice spreading down my spine, cutting through my gut. You... He knew I was trying to accuse him of lying. The slow shake of his head and the saddened droop to his mouth confirmed his words. Tears speared my vision as the room began to spin. My body grew numb quickly. I felt it in my fingers, flexing to grip the hem of my t-shirt. Only my mind an empty void of black. I couldn't put thought to action. I took a step back and my knees buckled. I felt myself fall, felt hands reach out, grabbing me. My eyes dropped down to where hands, my father's hands, held my waist, his grip hard, but not in an abusive way, more to help keep my balance. I tried to move, but the room swam with vertigo, leaving me a crippling mess of weak limbs and lethargy. Still, I fought to hold on by closing my eyes and pulling in deep breaths. But white spots danced behind my lids, taunting my ability before nausea claimed my throat. Fire raged over my skin, and a death wish stagnated my heartbeat. And then I fell. Hard, swift, and lifeless, seeing nothing while hearing the quiet sounds of silence.
16. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel, 29 years. Closing the trunk of the rental, I stuffed the backup Glock in my waistband and signaled for Kat to go around the property. After she nodded, I crept along the side to the back of the house, keeping close to the garbage cans. Several broken-down cars in different states of repairs littered the front yard. South Africa was a beautiful country, with some of the best weather I'd seen, filled with rich culture and people pleasant. Yet like every other country, there were the shittier parts that foreigners should be wary of. Fortunately, Wary and I were bedfellows. I didn't want to take this job, but Sam was desperate, and I relented on the condition I handled it my way. More importantly, I didn't want to leave Rhea alone. 7 months ago, I was the single, fuck-who-I-want kind of man. Marriage was the furthest thought, and I ate danger for breakfast. Then, in walked Rhea Singh, bubbly, innocent, with the right dash of spice, and I fell so fucking hard. My right and left brain swapped places on their way back up, leading me down the path of marital bliss I usually laughed at. Now, as the titanium band on my ring finger caught the moonlight, I grinned. Being in love was something I hadn't thought possible, but fuck, it was good. The woman had me by the balls. For once, I agreed with Declan. I was pussy-whipped. A sound to my left pulled my attention. The night was dark, the house darker. Either they didn't know we were coming, or fucking smelled us a mile away. The Colt snug in my hand, I eased up the weathered wood stairs. It creaked on the third step, and I moved into stealth mode, pausing to listen. Nothing. I pushed open the front door. A slight squeak that could pass for wind through the rafters stilled my movements. When nothing stirred, I stepped into a living room strewn with cans of beer, pizza boxes, and porn magazines. Someone was keeping a fucking low profile. 2 steps in, I saw him. With his back to me, mouth popping out a wad of gum, his right hand worked his cock to a centerfold of tits and bush. I shook my head. To each his own. With the cold an inch from his scalp, I grinned, thinking I should wait until he comes to off him. A case of he came and he went. Still trying to get that pecker to piss cum, Laurel? The man jumped up, tripping on his jeans around his ankles, and fell forward on his cock. He howled before he righted himself and sat up. His large eyes grew rounder when he noticed me.
James Dean? What the fuck? You're dead?
Yeah, I get that a lot. Grinning, I gestured with the Colt for him to rise. Where's
I've got Hardy.
Kat walked in, dragging a twin set of the man in front of me. His face already puffy. She'd worked him solid.
Where do you want them?
Basement. I nodded for my man to move. Laurel and Hardy, twin brother serial killers I'd run into previously.
James Dean?
Kat arched a brow at me. Really? What can I say? I make pseudonyms look good. I winked and she rolled her eyes at me. 2 hours later, Kat's voice bounced down the basement stairs.
Gabriel.
Yeah. I moved to the bottom of the stairs and looked up.
Check your phone. I got a call from Declan. He says Ria's father has been trying to get hold of you.
I strode over to my jacket I'd tossed onto one of the chairs earlier, pulled out my phone and checked it. Fuck. No service in this fucking place. I glared at the concrete floor and cinder block walls.
Declan says it's urgent. Ria's been trying to call you,
Kat yelled. Fuck. I'm coming up. Grabbing my jacket, I took the stairs 2 at a time. Finish it. I nodded to her as I walked out. A minute later, my phone pinged with a dozen calls from Ria and another couple more from Declan. I dialed Ria. Hey, baby girl, I said as I heard it connect.
I'm assuming you're looking for Ria.
I frowned, looked at the phone to check if I dialed the right number, then asked, Who is this?
That's not important for now.
The voice sounded mature, older, deeper. Don't tell me what's fucking important or not. Where's my wife?
Indisposed at the moment.
Tension beat through my body, and I gripped the phone hard. This is why I stayed away from relationships. In my line of work, family was always at risk. Who the fuck is this?
Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Morone. As of today, you will forget Ria exists. You will not.
You're messing with the wrong man if you think I'm going to listen to this.
I've done you a courtesy by taking this call, but quite clearly you're not a reasonable man. So I'll make this short. Don't try to find Ria. It will be costly to both of you.
Who the fuck is this? Her father. Wait, what? Harsh Singh is her father.
Not everything is black and white, Mr. Morone. Ria is safe as long as you stay away from her.
Is this some sick joke? My lungs burned as I sucked down air, fighting to force back the shadows of fear curling around my spine.
I assure you, Mr. Morone, I've been called sick and worse, but I never joke, so you might be a little respectful. The second you start looking for Ria, I will know, and you will regret it.
Now you listen to me, asshole. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but when I get my hands on you, you will regret crossing my path. Touch one fucking hair on her, and I will make you live to regret the day your balls grew hair.
I can see you're a man who is either very volatile or sickeningly controlled, but trust me when I say this. I'm a man you've already crossed, and I'm giving you fair warning only because you seem to care deeply for my daughter. Your love, however, is not my concern right now. Ria's well-being is. I assure you, though, I will come for you. It's just a matter of time. I will find you even if it's in hell. And I have no doubt you will, and I will be sure to save you a seat right next to the devil himself. Trust me, I am the devil, I sneered, my tone lined with unhinged darkness. Goodbye, Mr. Moron. The call disconnected. I tried calling the number again, and it went straight to voicemail. What the fuck? I roared after several tries. What's wrong, Gabriel? Kat came running out of the building. Someone took Rhea. He says he's her father. Kat frowned. Did you call Harsh? I didn't answer, but dialed Harsh. Voicemail. Next, I tried Bhavna. Voicemail. What the fuck's going on? I dialed Ishara. Voicemail. I dialed Declan. Pressure built in my chest, pressing downward, and I felt like I was having a heart attack. Jesus, Gabe. Where's Rhea? I barked, cutting him off. I'm not sure. Ishara called me an hour ago. After her hello, the call disconnected. She was calling from Rhea's phone. I tried calling back, no answer. What's going on? I need you to run a trace on her number. Someone's taken her. My voice broke on the last sentence. I swallowed hard. I need you to find her, Declan. On it. He cut the call. I turned to look at Kat, my head a chaotic whirlwind. I'm catching the next flight out. You finish up this job and follow me. Sure. I moved to walk away and she stopped me. Gabriel. Yeah. I glanced at her over my shoulder. We'll find her. Nodding, I jumped into the rental car and drove straight to the airport, my body numb, my head pounding, my heart in a furnace. I can't lose you, baby girl. I white-knuckled the wheel and stepped on the gas.
17, Gianna, 18 years. I jerked upright the second my eyes opened. Glancing around, I tried remembering what had given rise to my pounding temples and the heaviness around my eyes. The soft drone of engines told me I was in a vehicle, but how was I in a bed at the same time? Was I dreaming? Pinching the skin on my arm, I hissed out on the pain. I moved to the edge of the bed and something flashed in my mind. A burning emptiness, as though I was blanking something out. My breathing labored, trying to remember. It wouldn't come. I glanced around the room once more, looking for a sign. Then, a door in the cream wall opened, and my father stepped through. Like I'd just been hit by a 10-tonner, the memory came rushing back, knocking the breath from my chest, and with it came the tears. "Mom," I whispered, rising to my feet. "Dad?" Slowly, he shook his head, his face swathed in sadness. "No," the word lodged in my throat. He came toward me. "Gianna." "No," I shook my head wildly. "If this is some kind of sick ruse, you better tell me now." I choked on the air, leaving my lungs. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "No, Dad, no!" I screamed, the tears blinding my vision. He reached me. "Sweet." "No!" "Gianna, sweetheart, shh." He pulled me into his arms, trying to hold me. I fought his embrace. "What happened? What? No! What happened?" My jaw ached, my head hurt, my heart deflated. "What?" I hiccuped on a sob. "I'm sorry. I didn't want our first meeting again to be like this. I'm so sorry." He tried to hold on, but I crumbled to the floor, clutching my stomach and leaning over on my folded knees. "Where's Zane? Where's my husband?" I screamed, shaking my head from side to side, not wanting to believe my father's words. His jaw clenched. "He wasn't available." "Zane!" I called out his name over and over like a protective mantra, like some superhero sonic that would reach him. "Mom!" I cried, My heart clenched, my fingers biting into the soft skin of my sides as I shook with sobs, needing to hear the voices of the two people I trusted the most. My father crouched next to me, but his words fell on deaf ears. All I heard was my exploding heart. Piece by piece, it spasmed and died, leaving a searing heat in its place. Gianna? I looked up, and there he stood, the only other person my mother trusted with her life. I scrambled to my feet and rushed up to him. Grabbing the lapels of his black suit jacket, I twisted the coarse material. "Is it true, Julian? Is my mom—" I couldn't finish the sentence. Those words were my ruthless enemy. If I said it out loud, I feared its meaning. Julian stared at me, jaw clenched as though fighting his own sorrow. I expected him to pull back from me, to resist my need for comfort because my father was in the room. But Julian didn't. Instead, he gathered me into a tight embrace. "I'm sorry, Gianna," he whispered to the top of my head. "No!" I bawled into his chest. Even as he rubbed my back in a gentle caress, my body shook. "Mom!" I cried harder until my body begged for reparation, but I didn't give it one. And still Julian held on to me, whispering calming words I didn't hear. I wasn't sure how long we stood there with him holding me, or how to stop the pain twisting my insides, until my father cleared his throat and said, "We need to strap in, Julian. Get her to sit down." Lifting my head, I looked up at Julian. "Where are we?" I rasped, my throat aching as I swallowed against the dryness. "We're on a private jet." I pulled away from Julian, frowning. "Private jet? Whose? To where?" The questions rushed out as a new panic swirled in the pit of my stomach. "Come on, let's sit, and I'll fill you in." If it wasn't Julian asking me with that calm voice I'd come to respect, I would have probably burst at the seams for answers. Following him through the door, I was momentarily blinded by the brown and cream plush decor of the plane. My father and his men were already seated and being served drinks by a pretty hostess. I took the seat Julian indicated and clicked my seatbelt in place. "Here, drink this." He held out bottled water, which I accepted, and within seconds downed half its contents. "Better?" he asked, while lowering his large frame into the seat next to mine. I nodded. "I'm sorry about your mom, Gianna." He leaned in close to whisper, and immediate tears sprung to my eyes. "Where are we?" I glanced out the window, the growing darkness matching my mood perfectly. "We'll be landing in New Orleans soon." My head snapped back to Julian. "He's taking me back home?" I stammered before realization dawned. "Mom's funeral?" "Yes, he knew you'd want to be here." "How did he know where to find me?" "I'm not sure. You'll have to ask him." I swung my gaze away to stare out the window once more. Then I thought of Zane and looked at Julian again. "Where's my phone? I need to call someone." "Your father has it. You can call when we land." Julian squeezed my arm lightly. "Can I get you something to eat?" I shook my head. Every inch of me ached thinking of my mother and what she must have gone through. "Julian," I paused momentarily. "How did my mom—" Unable to bring myself to say it, the words trailed off. His warm eyes ran over my face. "She was on her way out of a coffee shop and was the victim of a drive-by shootout." I blinked. "It was an accident?" He nodded. The confirmation didn't sit well with me, and tears sprang to my eyes once more. Julian leaned closer, taking my hand in his and giving it a gentle squeeze. "She loved you. You know that, right?" he whispered. I nodded, swallowing my tears. Then remember this, that whatever happens from here on, there's a reason for it. You need to be strong for what's to come. It's what your mom would have wanted. Your returning home has put you on the radar. Just stay vigilant. Startled by his words, I frowned. What do you mean? He glanced away and I followed his gaze. My father was watching us intently, and a tiny niggle hinted that Julian didn't want to say more. I had so many questions bouncing around in my head, not just for Julian, but my father as well, and my nails dug into the soft leather armrest as I fought restraint. I needed to get a hold of Zane. How? An hour later, I was being ushered into a limo. Expecting Julian to accompany me, I maintained my composure when my father followed me instead. When we began moving, I looked at him, trying hard not to believe that this man, my father, could sell his daughter. "Where's my phone?" He glanced up from his phone he'd been checking and offered me a gentle smile. "I tossed it." "You what?" My jaw dropped, and it took everything I had not to launch myself at him. The way I was feeling right this minute, I was likely to draw blood. "You're back home, Gianna. Your old life has to be left behind." Unbelievable. Barely a few hours and he was already dictating my life. "You don't get to make that decision for me," I gritted. His smiling face immediately morphed, taking on a darkened expression that made me flinch. "Your return puts you on the radar of some very malicious people. We need to be wary of who you interact with." Okay, so he'd just repeated Julian's words. "What people? What radar?" "All in good time." He went back to looking at his phone, then added, "I'm sure you'd like to focus on your mother's funeral for now." Sudden loneliness fell over me, and I turned away to look out the window, not in the least bit interested in the passing scenery. My mind working overtime on how I could call Zane without detection. Another 20 minutes passed in awkward silence. Given I was sitting with my father who hadn't seen me in the last 10 years, I expected a little more conversation. Then I remembered that this man was merely at my side to fulfill some sick transaction he'd made, nothing more. When the limo passed through the wrought iron gates, I looked at the house looming on the horizon. Correction, it wasn't a house, rather a Victorian Gothic mansion set amid the sprawling acres of tall trees, the privacy they created just perfect for whatever criminal activities my father might be into. My first visit in 10 years, and as we approached the house, all those feelings I had growing up came swirling back, leaving my stomach in knots and my chest a tight ball of yarn, waiting to unravel, uncertain what direction it would head. Hot tears trickled down my cheeks when I remembered my mother would not be there to greet me, as she'd previously done on my return from school. "Home, sweet home," I mumbled, swiping at my tears as the limo drew to a stop outside a stone stairway leading up to large white double doors. As though the house paid homage to my dismal state of mind, an eerie gloominess greeted my entrance. Weirdly, the dark wood paneling and stone floors seemed so much brighter when I was younger, or perhaps it reflected my mother's sparkling personality then. Letting my legs carry me up the wooden staircase, each step heavier than the previous, I paused on the landing and glanced down the long hallway that led to my parents' bedroom. The urge to rush there, throw the door wide open and prove my father had lied to me, grew with each breath. Hiccuping on a sob, I walked in the opposite direction, toward my old room. I opened the door and stood on the threshold for a moment, taking in the lilac, cream, and white decor that once represented my childish exuberance with anything remotely close to lavender. Nothing had changed. It was like she'd retained every piece of my younger years, perhaps as a memory of a lost childhood, or a celebration for my return. I would never know. Entering, I neared the bed and flopped backward into the plush mattress. I stared up at the canopy ceiling she'd created around my bed when I pretended to be a princess for a whole year, and I let the tears dribble down my temples into my hair. Sliding up, I rested my head on the pillow and closed my eyes. "Mom," I whispered on a shaky inhale. As though she'd heard my voice, a sudden wisp of her perfume filled my nostrils. My eyes snapped open, and I sat up, glancing around, stupidly wishing she were in my room, even as a ghostly form. When nothing stirred, I dropped back to the pillow and turned on my side. Her scent was stronger. Surprised, I pressed my face into the pillow and inhaled. She must have laid on my bed because her perfume filled my pores, and the dam I'd held in check since my father arrived at my place burst. I sobbed into the pillow, bawling my heart out, my fingers clenched around the soft material, tight enough to rip into it.
18. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel, 29 years. 18 hours later, between the first flight I could get out of Africa, no sleep, landing, and maneuvering through traffic to get here, which still wasn't long enough for my raging heart to settle, I stood in Declan's kitchen. What the fuck do you mean she's nowhere to be found? Anger exploded through my veins, and I slammed my hands down on the counter. My arms trembled. I was on the verge of losing my shit, my entire fucking world crumbling around me. Jesus, Gabe. Declan raked a hand through his hair, his eyes puffy from staring at his computer screen for too long. My palms shot up in apology. I'm sorry, Dec. It wasn't his fault. He was the last person I should be taking my anger out on. I'd put him through hell when we'd worked together, but in these last couple of hours since I got that call, more than I could ask him to handle. He nodded. I'm telling you, bro, it's like she never existed. You're the fucking computer freak. Compute the fuck out of that shit and get me something. I grunted, then shoved my phone with Ria's last message under his nose. Tell me this message is from someone who doesn't exist. You think I'm making this shit up? He fisted both sides of his head, his frustration just as evident. Fuck, I've tried running every damn shit possible, and I might be a serious fucking computer geek, but whoever wanted this girl gone had some serious connections. I mean, there's no fucking trace. I've run face checks, fingerprints, DNA. Nothing. If I didn't know better, I'd say she's a fucking ghost. Even satellite images picked up nothing, and trust me, I've hacked into every known satellite I can. The only logical explanation, her image is routed through a specific IP. Anyone searching will see nothing, even if she's shopping in the fucking market. What about her mobile? It last pinged off the airport tower. After that, nothing. He tucked his hands beneath his armpits and shrugged. As I said, it's like she never existed. Honestly, for someone to achieve this in such a short space of time, even I'm fucking impressed. I scowled at his admiration. Do you think it's Nathaniel? Nathaniel's dead. I should know since I double-tapped the fucker. I delivered the trial and the kill shot personally, so I was confident. If anyone, who'd be more likely to get something like this done? I was usually the calm one, the most put together between the two of us, and losing my shit was a big no. Declan stood with another shrug. FBI, CIA, KGB, even the fucking Indian RAW. My guess, they've got some serious dark net skill, or serious connections. What I don't understand is why. Why what? Why go through all that trouble to make a relatively unknown girl disappear? What's the big deal? He walked over to the coffee maker and poured himself a mug. Coffee? Frustrated, I ran a hand down my face, then nodded. Less than 24 hours, and my life became a nightmare from which I wasn't likely to wake. I have no fucking clue what to do. Where to look, I muttered. The airport. I've checked. All major flights. Scanned all the terminals, including the flight plans for the private jets. Nothing. The only other possible way of checking is doing a manual counter-to-counter photo recognition, and you need some serious manpower for that. Besides, we don't know if she was even taken via plane. Declan handed me a mug and sipped his coffee, eyeing me over the rim of his mug. Did she tell you anything about her past, Gabe? I bit my lip trying to remember. Nothing unusual. Typical teenage stuff. What about her parents? Any news? Still no fucking answer on their mobiles. I filled up the answering machine on their home phone. Nothing. Do you think that's a coincidence? I dropped to a stool at the breakfast bar and set the untouched coffee down. I needed something stronger. Right now, every fucking thing is a coincidence. Reaching for the whiskey Declan kept on the kitchen counter alongside a bottle of brandy, I poured myself a glass. On the first full swallow, I let the bitter taste linger in my mouth before letting it slide down my throat. The burn, not even a singe. I poured another glass, tossed it back, and cringed before placing the glass down on the counter, pouring myself another double. Then all hell broke loose inside me. Where the fuck is she? My voice blasted against the walls, fury bursting from my chest. I swept my arms across the kitchen counter, glass exploding as it hit the tiled floor. The spicy smell of whiskey filling the air. Suddenly, nausea tightened my throat, and I raced for the bathroom. After hurling the contents of a stomach lacking food, I retched for another couple of minutes before I fell back on my ass, pulling my legs up, draping my arms over my knees. Fuck! I shoved a hand through my hair, pulling at the ends. Gabe? Declan hovered near the door. I didn't look at him, my gaze pinned to the floor. I'm sorry I can't do more, but I'll keep trying. I could hear the regret-infused pain in his voice. He was trying, and my outrage wasn't helping. Give me a sec, I mumbled. He nodded and backed out of the bathroom. When I was able to stand, I flushed the toilet, stumbled over to the sink, and ran my head under the cold water tap. Staring at my reflection in the mirror, I shook my head. You're fucking better than this. Losing your shit isn't helping her. Think, goddammit. Grabbing a towel, I went back to the open-plan living room. Declan was cleaning my shit. I'm sorry, Dec. Let me do that. I leaned down to take the cloth from his hand, and he waved me aside. Strolling over to the couch, I dropped down and dried my hair. A couple of minutes later, done, Declan joined me and handed me a mug of coffee. What about Ashara? Anything from her? Fuck. I can't get hold of her, and if anyone, she'll know what the fuck's going on. I pulled out my phone from my jeans pocket and checked my messages. Nothing. Short of breaking into their homes, I got nothing. I took a drink, allowing the burn of the hot liquid to calm some of my anxiety. Why don't you? I frowned. Why don't I what? Break into their home. If anyone can get in undetected, you can. You're a fucking ghost, remember? In and out, do a quick scan. No one will even know you were there, and since no one's reported this shit yet... He had a point. Sounds like an idea, but we have no fucking clue who's staking out the place. I took another sip of my coffee, shaking my head. This time he frowned. If they got her, why would they stake out the place? Doesn't make sense. I don't know. I shrugged. Something just doesn't feel right. When I spoke to Rhea on the phone, she sounded happy, like she couldn't wait for me to get home. And that's the thing. Our home is clean. Everything in place, like she'd just gone down to the store for something quick. Too clean? Declan walked over to his computer station and dropped into his leather swivel chair. Have you checked for her fingerprints at home? My brow creased. Why? Just a hunch. But I'm certain if you do a sweep, you're not going to find her prints anywhere in the house. I let out a sarcastic laugh. This is beginning to sound more and more like a whodunit murder mystery. If she's not on any system, why would they go to the trouble of wiping her prints at home? Call it a hunch, but just the way they went about making her disappear tells me they'd go to great lengths to dot their I's and cross their T's. Realization dawned. So they probably figured out who I am and didn't want to risk me finding her? Something like that. Declan tapped on his keyboard for a moment, then swiveled to face me. Bro, I really think you need to go check out her parents' home. Something just doesn't add up. Making one person disappear is easy, but 4 takes fucking genius on another level, and I'm not sure any 3-letter acronym agency is that capable. He pointed to his screen. According to their phone records, her father's last call was to 911. Something about an intruder. When the cops got to their place, her mother said it was a mistake, that their daughter had snuck into the house. Walking over to him, I glanced at the screen. When was that? Early this morning. Too early for anyone to be up, if you ask me. I frowned, shaking my head. That doesn't make sense. I called a couple of times yesterday as soon as I got in, and this morning. I also drove by before coming here. Yeah, I know. That's why I had a contact do a voice analysis. Get this. That woman who met the cops at the door wasn't Mrs. Singh. I'm not even going to ask how the fuck you managed that. My expression incredulous, I glanced at him. TRA can also get shit done on the down low and quick, although I'm in for a month of pepperoni pizza. He grinned. Go check it out. I'll keep you posted if anything else comes up. Thanks, man. I owe you. We're brothers, Gabe. After a quick nod, I left. 15 minutes later, I parked 4 houses down from the Singh's place, got out, and did a quick sweep of the area. Certain I was in the clear, I snuck through the side gate to the driveway, peering in at the windows as I made my way around the back. Nothing stirred. It was too quiet. I tried the back door. Locked. Pulling out the miniature toolkit I carried on me all the time, I chose what I needed and with deft fingers quickly picked the lock. When the door clicked open, I glanced around behind me one more time, then slipped inside. The potent stench of bleach hit my senses hard. Fuck. I stuck my nose in the crook of my elbow and blinked a few times to rid my eyes of the watery burn. Grabbing a dish towel hanging over the kitchen sink, I covered my nose and mouth with a quick knot to the back of my head. It took a minute or so for my eyes to adjust to the dim interior, then using the natural light filtering through the windows, I crept through the house. A quick search of the downstairs living area revealed nothing. I made my way upstairs. The potency of the bleach grew stronger the nearer I got to the main bedroom. Inside, nothing seemed out of place. It all appeared too neat, as if no one had lived there for a while. I opened the ensuite bathroom and jerked back from the chlorine-like smell hitting my eyes. Crossing the room to the window, I opened it a fraction until I could breathe without gagging, and my eyes stopped burning. Leaving it open, I walked back to the bathroom and pulled open the drawn shower curtain. The cleanliness was a dead giveaway that something sinister had gone down, and I pulled my mind away from the obvious. The less I thought about it, the better for my sanity. My mobile buzzed. Stepping out of the bathroom, I answered. Yeah. Moving over to the window, I closed it. If you're still at the Singh's place, you need to get out now. I'll explain later. Declan cut the call. I was slipping out the back door when voices coming from the front of the house made me switch directions. Keeping my footfalls as light as possible, I edged my way toward the wooden fence and vaulted over into the backyard of another home. Picking up speed, I cut through a couple more houses before I deemed it safe enough to head for the main road. When I reached my car, I jumped in, catching sight of 2 black SUVs parked out front of the Singh's house. I recognized the vehicles. Feds. Fuck, I muttered, dialing Declan. You safe? He asked on the 3rd ring. What the fuck happened? Sam got a call from an FBI agent. They want him to bring you in. What the fuck? I slammed the wheel with a palm. What the fuck's going on, Deck? I was usually the calm one. This time, however, my head was on one fucked up bender, and I needed a quick fix. Only Nothing was panning out as easily as I wanted. "Someone wants you on a tight leash," Declan mumbled. "It's the only logical explanation. Hang on a sec." He covered the phone, but I could still hear a muffled conversation before he uncovered the phone again. "Jesus, Gabe. Ishara's dead." "What?" I almost dropped the phone and gripped the device tight. "It gets worse." I didn't like the tone of his voice. Declan, usually the one to make a joke of everything, sounded fearful, and I understood his concern. He always knew I lived my life on the edge. Danger was my first name, and he'd work himself into a riot when I disappeared for weeks without a word. What can be worse than every fucking person related to my wife is dead and she's missing, Deck? They found Ishara with a video recording on her phone stating that you were responsible for her death. You've got to be shitting me. I barked out a caustic laugh. What in the actual fuck is going on? Shit, Gabe. Sam says they were tipped off about you dating Ishara and that you two were having problems. Jesus fucking Christ. I slammed the wheel once more. I'll see you in a few. I cut the call before he could protest, knowing he wouldn't want me there. Fuck that. I needed to get to the bottom of this. God knew where the fuck Rhea was, and now this shit? Raking a hand through my hair, I started the engine, and the tires squealed as I burned rubber down the road. Either I'd screwed up or someone had a mighty fucking bone to pick with me. Then again, in my line of work, there was always some unanticipated reaction. Most I'd be prepared for. This one, though, they'd hit my weakest spot. Where the fuck are you, Rhea? Give me a sign, baby. When I pulled into the basement parking of Declan's building 15 minutes later, I spotted Sam climbing out of his BMW. We met at the stairwell. Gabe? Sam nodded a greeting. What the fuck's going on? I wasted no time on pleasantries. Honestly, son, I'm just in the dark as you are. I got a call from an FBI agent who says they found Ishara's body after a tip-off, and Rhea's parents are missing, presumed dead. He raked a hand through his crew-cut hair and gave me one of those looks I knew well. Something else was up. This is one clusterfuck I never saw coming. I hedged, waiting for the hammer to drop. He nodded. They want to question you. And there it was. What the fuck for? It's a routine questioning. See if your story checks out, that sort of thing. He scratched his brow, then sighed. You're an independent, son. You don't need to go in if you don't want to. I stared at him. My brain mental chaos I usually had ironclad control over. If I refuse, who the fuck knows what other shit will hit the fan, I muttered. When and where? They'll call me with the details. So that gives me time to find Rhea. I'm sorry, Gabe, but they want you on lockdown. A caustic laugh ripped from my lips, echoing through the basement. You're not fucking serious. Sam cupped the back of his neck, then shook his head. Either that or they arrest you. I frowned. On what fucking charges? Murder? I've killed a lot of people, Sam. Let's be more specific. I snorted my disgust. Once more his government was fucking me in the ass. I could just walk away right now, but I needed answers, and the only likely people to give me those were these fucking agents planning to make my balls heavy. Look, son, just lay low for a couple of days. You can stay here with Declan or come back home with me. As long as they don't see you, they might leave you alone. I'll speak to the captain down at the precinct. Tell him that I got you under house arrest. Shackle you to an ankle bracelet, if we must. What do you say? Shoving both hands through my hair, I snarled my displeasure. Seems like I don't have a fucking choice. Whichever way I look at it, I'm fucked. You can run. Sam's matter-of-fact tone had my brow lifting, and he shrugged. Run, carry out your own investigation, and maybe you'll find Rhea. Yeah, and what good that's going to do me. I need answers. I need to know where my fucking wife is, why the fuck her entire family was killed, and who the fuck is this man claiming to be her father. I shook my head, blowing out a frustrated breath. What I don't understand is, if Rhea knew something, why didn't she tell me? I'm sure we'll find all the answers we need, Gabe. Soon. Always the optimist, aren't you? His laugh lacked mirth, but his expression was that of the man I'd looked up to as a father. In this line of work, someone has to be, or we'll be drowning in shit. His bullshit logic made so much sense because we both knew survival was key, sanity even more so, and drowning in shit was an everyday occurrence, whether you liked it or not. But it was always the tough fucker that came out on top, and that's where Sam and I excelled. Fine. I'll hang out here with Declan, but the first sign of shit and I'm out of here. I knew I'd regret my decision. For now, I had nothing else. At least with Declan, we could keep checking. What? I had no fucking clue. As I turned to go back to the car, Sam stopped me. When was the last time you ate something other than fuck this shit and coffee? His gaze roamed over my exhausted face. I shrugged, not bothering to answer. He knew me well. Get some sleep, son. You're starting to look like the apocalypse gone bad. And while you're at it, take a shower. Combined, they might make you a whole lot more alert, and maybe catch something you missed. He raised a brow, and I knew what he wasn't telling me. That I needed my wits about me, and that was something I was good at, too.
19. Gianna, 18 years. Watching them lower the casket into the ground, I gripped Julian's hand so hard I'd probably leave nail indents on his skin. He gave my hand a little squeeze. I tried to be strong and feared I'd sink to my knees any moment. It's okay, sweetheart. He leaned closer to whisper. I glanced up, just like his. My face lacked a smile. And where my red-rimmed eyes, puffy from crying all night, was visible to all these people standing at my mother's graveside, people I didn't know, his were covered with dark shades. Despite the gloomy, rain-soaked sky overhead, I understood his shades had nothing to do with the specks of sunlight peeking through the gray clouds, but a shield to hide his tears. I was so grateful that he'd been the one to see my mom in her last days, and I knew he'd share those moments with me. My father stood on the other side of me. His scary rendition of what grief looked like on the face of a liar would probably scare the ghost roaming the cemetery right now. I couldn't expect comfort from him because we didn't share that usual intimacy between a father and daughter. I thought of Zane and what he must be going through. I wished he were here to hold me and calm me. He would find the right words to comfort me, to assure me that everything would be all right. Even if he didn't have the words, his touch, his embrace, it was all that I needed. On many stormy nights, he would drop what he was doing just to make me feel safe. I missed him, and I wished I had some way to contact him, even if it were just to hear his voice. Since arriving here, I couldn't sleep, and only when I thought of Zane and closed my eyes, remembering his soft kisses and that beautiful smile, I'd doze off. Go on. Julian nudged me. I looked up at him, and he tipped his chin toward the grave. They were waiting for me. Blinking back the tears, I took the single white lily, my mom's favorite flower. He held out and inched closer, my feet dragging, heavier with each step closer. I picked up a handful of soil and stared at it for a moment, thinking how strange it was that while it was just dirt, it held such power to hide from you, the people you loved. Clenching my fist tight, I stared at the oak casket at the bottom of the grave, so beautiful in its design, yet so lonely in its bed of dirt. I held my hand out and opened my fist, and as the dirt fell, my heart squeezed, tighter and tighter. I love you, Mom. My voice cracked on the first try, but I swallowed down the lump and got it right the second time. Then I whispered, over and over until nothing but brown stains marked my skin. As the flower fell from my other hand, I placed my fingers to my lips, then blew her a kiss. The service ended, and strangers approached me to either shake my hand or kiss my cheek. I wasn't interested. All I wanted was to leave this place that had taken my mom. I felt Julian's hands grasp my arms, but after that, I couldn't remember leaving the grounds. Back at the estate, I avoided the throngs of black-clad strangers, walking and turning in a home that meant so little without my mom. Instead, I found solace sitting in the white-roped swing under the big willow tree down by the river on our estate. And while I rocked back and forth, once more, thoughts of Zane and what he must be doing right now blanketed my mind and spirited me back to him and his warm, comforting arms. As I looked up at the gray sky, I prayed that when I woke the next morning, I would be escorted to the plane and sent back home. My home, where I belonged, where love wasn't just black and white. It was beautiful, with my Zane. 20. Gianna, 18 years. You can't be serious. 2 days later, I stared at my father, dumbfounded. I finally managed, after a whole minute of trying to find the right words, after me asking him if I could go back to live with Harsh and Bhavna. His response killed every single cell in my aching body. I'd barely recovered from my mom's funeral, and here stood this man, demanding I listen to him. "I'm serious, Gianna. Harsh and Bhavna are dead. Ishara, too." Clutching my heart, slowly I sank to my knees. My world spinning, out of control. Tears I'd saved for my mom, I now had to share for the only other people I loved just as much as her. How? How? I kept repeating. My father drew closer and crouched in front of me, bringing his eyes level with mine. "I know this isn't what you needed to hear right now, so close after your mom, but I had to tell you. You have to understand that you are in danger. Were the second I put you on that plane." "But you still did, didn't you? You put me in danger." My red-rimmed eyes speared daggers at him, wishing I could just stick a knife in his heart. His lips pursed into a thin line before he stood. "By hiding you, your mother put your life in danger." "Don't you dare!" I screamed, jumping up and shoving at his chest. "Don't you dare blame her! You were the one that made her protect me! You and your sick promise to some old geezer who'll probably die the second after he rapes me on my wedding night." He grasped my arms in a tight grip, his deadly eyes locking with mine. "You are my daughter. I had to do what was right for you." He shook me, then he sighed and let me go. "If you must know, I terminated that deal. I found another way to repay that promise to him. So, you won't be marrying anyone." I held out my hands, frowning. "Let me go back to Gabriel then," I pleaded. "No, because that man is not to be trusted." Something in his words made me blink. "He used you to get to me, Gianna." "What?" My laugh was incredulous. "Doesn't make sense. He doesn't even know you." "How well do you know Gabriel?" "He's a hired killer," I wanted to say, but refrained. "Well enough to know I love him unconditionally." "Then you should have gotten to know him better. He's a killer, an assassin for hire, paid to take out anyone at a price." I knew that, but I promised Zane I wouldn't say anything to anyone. least of all to a man Zane didn't even know was my father. "Well, you're a criminal. Don't you kill people too?" I snapped. "I don't kill family, Gianna, especially the people you love." "What's that supposed to mean?" I glowered at him. He merely stared at me, waiting. For what? I had no freaking clue, and annoyance was beginning to pound at my temples. Then something clicked. "Wait. You're not saying—" I trailed off, shaking my head. "That's ridiculous. Gabriel loved Harsh and Bhavna. He wouldn't harm them. Ishara became his closest ally to me." I was still shaking my head, the suggestion sounding more bizarre by the second. Anyway, why would he kill them? He loves me. "He had to get close to you, so he could get to me. And he had to get rid of the people that knew him, that could tie him to you." Oh my God. I gripped my hair in both hands, pulling at the ends, frustration weighing me down. "You're talking about them like they were no one. They were my family, people I lived with and loved for the last 10 years. I yelled. "What makes you so important to Gabriel that he would want to kill them? Who are you?" My voice grew louder with each word I uttered. "Calm down, Gian. Don't tell me to calm down. I just lost my freaking mother," I screamed. "Because of you. Now you're telling me I lost the only other family I knew. On top of all that, you're accusing Gabriel of what? Murder?" My voice turned raspy from shouting. "So don't tell me to calm down." I grasped my arms and rubbed my elbows, trying to stop my body from shaking so much. My head pounded. My heart turned uneven, and I inhaled quick, deep breaths. He stared at me for a full moment, as if deciding what to tell me. "Fine. Maybe these will convince you." He withdrew an envelope from his inside jacket pocket and held it out. "What's this?" I croaked, my throat sore. "Open it and see for yourself." I took the envelope, opened it, and pulled out 3 photos. They fell to the floor on my gasp. My knees buckled, and my father grabbed my arms to keep me upright. "What?" I pushed out of his hold and staggered to the bed. Barely able to sit, I gripped the bed covers to keep me anchored, my gaze riveted on 2 photos that lay face up. Harsh and Ishara laid flat out on the floor, their throats sliced in a neat cut from ear to ear. Blood painted their chest like a gruesome necklace. Their eyes wide open, staring right back at me, as if asking, "Why, Gianna?" I didn't have to turn the other one around to know it was Bhavna. Tears cascaded down my cheeks. 3 beautiful souls I loved, now resting with my mother. Their last moments of anguish, I'd never know. "This doesn't tell me that Gabriel killed them," I whispered, knowing I was lying to myself, because I'd seen him kill, witnessed him slice those men's throats in the same slick manner that night at Nathaniel's home. "Well, believe what you must, Gianna. But the people you love are dead, and the only other person you loved and trusted isn't dead. So do the math." I forced my gaze away from the photos and looked at my father, my eyes pleading. "Can I at least call him?" He shook his head, his face a mask of rigidity. "You can't, because then he will be able to track your movements, know where you are." My stomach somersaulted. I was alone in a world gone dark, for me. "So, how do I verify that he did this. I pointed to the photos. My father picked them up and stuffed them back into the envelope. You don't. Starting today, you begin a new life. If you choose not to, then you can wallow here to your heart's content. I shot to my feet, incredulity tightening my chest. Are you serious right now? What are you going to do? Lock me up? Yes. You can't do that. I'm 18. And until you learn to understand that the world you and I live in is different to what you know, you will stay locked up. His no-nonsense expression told me he wasn't about to change his mind, and I should quit trying. Whatever, I muttered, turning my back on him. He walked out a second later. I moved to the window and rested my brow against the cool pane, wondering if I was right to trust my disbelief of Zane's acts. He wouldn't do anything to harm me. Surely there was a reasonable explanation. Palms flat against the pane, I rolled my brow from side to side. How can there be a reasonable explanation for murder? I questioned myself. Then what about someone else killing them? My brain immediately counteracted. God, this seriously wasn't happening. The life that I'd come to know was quickly slipping from my grasp, and there was nothing I could do to hold on to it, except remember. But then I needed brain space to understand the new life, and God alone knew what that was.
21. Zane, a.k.a. Gabriel. 29 years. A whole 3 fucking days later of sitting around doing shit, I stared at Sam. He'd barely walked through the door before I was on him for the details of the meet with the feds. I frowned. Why the fuck would they want to meet there? Why not at the precinct? Raking a hand through my hair for the 20th time, I shook my head, my patience bursting at the seams. Why am I being dragged into this damn interrogation when I should be out there working this case? This isn't as open and shut as we initially thought. Tiredness lined Sam's voice. He probably hadn't gotten much sleep either. I might be an adult who killed people for leisure. Yeah, call me sick, but some people just occupied space on this earth for no apparent reason other than they existed. Regardless, when it came to paternal feelings for Declan and me, Sam didn't hide it. Why am I not surprised? The unfolding nightmare was beginning to take on shapes I doubted I'd be able to unravel, and turned my insides to the point that I wanted to kill someone. I need to get out of here. The longer I wait, the further she gets away from me, Sam. I understand. He trailed off as a knock sounded on the open door behind him. 2 suits walked in and gave him a brief nod. I'll see you as soon as you get back, Gabe. Sam smiled at the men, then to me. Your Uncle Jeremy sends his regards, son. Tension tapped a steady beat at my temples, pressure building there. I glanced across the room at Declan. He stood behind Sam, and out of sight of the men at the door. I caught the harassed look on his face. We both knew what Sam's last words meant. His brother Jeremy had been killed in a sneak attack, and we'd always used that message as code for, watch your back, something isn't right. Either he knew the 2 men standing at the door, or he hadn't had enough time to give me more detail. Tell him I said, I hope he's still kicking ass down in Vegas. I faked a grin. My message was simple. I could take care of myself, and I'd win this round. Sam nodded and walked out. Let's go. The bulkier of the 2 men gestured to the door. Can I say goodbye to my brother? I asked, and at his nod, I crossed the room to Declan. What the fuck, Gabe? A black site? He whispered, as I pulled him into an embrace. I heard the concern in Declan's tone, and I didn't blame him. Taking a potential suspect to a black site entailed the use of underhanded methods that could be questionable in a court of law. Only I wasn't a potential suspect, and TRA didn't employ torture. We fucking invented the damn thing. Still, when you signed on, you accepted that you weren't above any kind of questioning. I can handle myself, Deck. I just need you to find out everything you can about this so-called interrogation. These two don't look like FBI, and I think Sam knew that. If it's legit, someone would have logged it in. I kept my voice low. As we broke apart, Declan slipped something into my hand. I didn't look at it, but shoved both my hands into my pants pockets and stepped toward the two men. The moment we walked outside, they slipped a black bag over my head and cuffed my hands. My mind alert, I figured we'd driven close to an hour and a half. Judging by the distinct lull in traffic noise and unmistakable crunch of gravel under the tires, we'd left the city and headed for either a farm or a factory. When the black bag was finally whipped off my head, I blinked, adjusting my gaze to the dimly lit room, and glared at Tweedledum and Tweedledummer seated on the other side of a silver table. Although their body proportions were the same, these two men were different from the fuckers that collected me. That meant they handed me over the second the bag was placed over my head. Were these necessary? I tipped my chin at the black bag lying on the table and glanced at my wrists bound at my back. We weren't taking any chances. The leaner one stood and produced a double-edged steel blade from his inside jacket pocket. He walked around to me and cut through the flex cuffs. Not a standard issue. At my raised brow, he added, "That you might want to pull the bag off your head." "So you weren't worried that I might have killed you both in the car, then?" I asked, to gauge what they knew about me. They shared a look but said nothing. Either they were very good at hiding their expressions, or they didn't know my capability, which would be strange for the feds. I watched the man go back to his seat. Instead of returning the weapon to his pocket, he set the blade on the table. Silence hung in the air as my gaze cruised around the windowless room. Apart from a single door to my right, a water dispenser behind the men, and the table we sat at, the place was just one big shell, the only light coming from a low-watt bulb dangling from a thin cord in the center of the ceiling. "Place your phone and wallet on the table and sit." The bulkier one, who seemed like the lead, gestured to the chair next to me. I did as he asked and slid into the seat. "If you're not about to torture me, you want to start by telling me who the fuck are you guys?" Elbows pressed into the steel top, the taller of the two leaned forward. "What's your relationship with Ishara Singh, Gabriel?" "No introductions, then." I said nothing. Whoever killed Ria's cousin framed me, and I aimed to find out why the second I was allowed to walk out of this goddamn place. Impatience tightening my jaw, I glared at them. I never had a relationship with her. I was married to her cousin." "Ria?" "Yes." "And you weren't married to Ishara?" "What the fuck, are you hard of hearing? I said I wasn't married to her. I was married to Ria, and thanks to you deadbeats, she's been kidnapped by a man that's calling himself her father." "Did you know she's the daughter of a crime boss?" "Who, Ishara?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "No." I shook my head. This was news to me, and the knowledge chilled my bones. "How did you meet Ria?" "I was part of a task team sent in to recover stolen biochemical information that was being sold to the Russian mafia. They were using Ria to pass on the information, and I intercepted the trade-off before it went down." "And you fell in love with her after that?" "Yes." "What about Ishara?" "What about her?" I frowned, my irritation encasing my words in steel. "You weren't in love with her?" "No, I wasn't in love with her," I seethed, my nails digging into my thighs with the need to punch the fucker in the mouth. "So you weren't using her to get to her father?" "Are you fucking kidding me?" I barked. "I used her to get to her father. Unbelievable." I let out a caustic laugh, shaking my head. How the fuck would I do that, if I had no fucking idea who her father was in the first place? I gritted through clenched teeth, then dropped my head into my hands. A part of me knew they were following protocol, given Ishara's body was found with the video recording. Still, I was growing more agitated by the second, knowing Ria was being taken further away with each precious second I wasted with these fuckers. "What about Harsh and Bhavna Singh? Why did you kill them?" I didn't kill them, but whoever did probably saw them as... I trailed off, trying to figure out why they would have taken those two people. Collateral damage, I said, more for my confirmation than the asshole asking the question. Maybe they knew too much. Look, I have no fucking clue why they were killed. Because I didn't kill them. I hissed out the last part. Did you know she was pregnant? My head snapped up. Who? Ishara. No. I didn't know she was pregnant, and it sure as fuck isn't mine. Perform a fucking DNA test if you want, I growled, then slowed my breathing, trying to make sense of this nightmare. Say I believe this bullshit interrogation. What makes you think I killed Ishara? Why? He asked, then at my frown added, Why should we believe you didn't? Maybe she was in love with you. She was in love with me. Seriously. I leaned back in my chair and dragged in a frustrated breath. Again, I had no relationship with the fucking woman. If I killed her, what is my supposed motive? I was having a hard time keeping my incredulity at bay. Whoever these assholes were, I had no clue, and towed the line just to get out. The abrupt vibrating in my pocket had me straightening in my seat. Look, every member in my team can vouch for my relationship with Rhea, including Sam. I tried a simpler approach, easing a hand into my pants pocket, my fingers curved around what felt like a coin. Whatever Declan handed me vibrated once more. I gestured to the water dispenser. Can I get a drink? The second the leaner guy got up to move, I slid the device out of my pocket, and keeping both hands on my lap, I glanced down. It looked like the face of a digital watch, only thinner, and where the numbers would normally appear, a text message blinked on the screen. Compromised. Not FBI. Get out. A second later, and as if he'd known I'd seen the message, the screen blanked out. Declan was a fucking genius. I looked up as the leaner man placed a styrofoam cup of water in front of me. Not waiting for him to take his seat, I shot up, and with my ass on the table, I slid across, locking my arms in a chokehold around the bulkier guy's neck. At the same time, I lifted my legs, grabbing the leaner guy's neck in a scissor hold with my ankles. Putting all my body weight into keeping my chokehold rigid and giving the bulkier guy no room to fight, I yanked my legs down, crashing the leaner guy's head into the table. Blood spurted from his nose, and I repeated the maneuver another 2 times before his body went limp. Bulkier guy, through bulging eyes, watched his partner go down, and his fingers groped around for his gun. Releasing my leg hold on the leaner guy's neck, he crumbled to the floor. My grip tight on the bulkier guy's neck, I swiveled off and around the table, bringing me to the rear of the large man. In the second it took him to draw his gun, I swiped the knife from the table, and in my signature move, sliced a clean cut from ear to ear. His throat split open. Blood ran down, soaking his shirt and jacket. I jerked him away from me, and he fell forward, his cheek smacking the table in its descent. Dropping to my haunches, I grasped the leaner guy's shirt in a fist and lifted him to look at me. He groaned, but didn't move. Hey, asshole. I slapped his face. He moaned once more, blinked a couple of times to focus, and tried to glare at me. Only his smashed features made the effort futile. Who the fuck are you? I shook him. His laugh rolled out in a groan. You have no fucking idea who you're messing with. He went for a sneer. It came off as a whimper. Who the fuck am I messing with? I scoffed. He merely stared at me, accepting his fate. I'll ask you one more time. Who the fuck are you, and where is Rhea? He grinned. Kill me if you want, he mumbled. She's no more. What the fuck does that mean? The idea of Rhea getting hurt had my stomach wrenching. I knew I was wasting my time with this guy. He was going to give me nothing. Your choice, fucker. With one quick move, a resonant crack bounced off the hollow room walls as I snapped his neck. Straightening, I grabbed my phone, wallet, and crossed the room. I pressed my ear to the door and slowed down my breathing to listen. Nothing. Slowly, I inched it open and scouted the area. All I heard was the cool whisper of the evening wind as it brushed my cheek. Not fully satisfied there was no one else around, I opened the door enough for me to slide out, and keeping as low to the ground as possible, I made a beeline for the car. There, I dropped to my haunches, glanced around, then peeked through the driver's side window. The keys were still in the ignition. Inching the door open, I climbed in, did another quick surveillance, then turned the key. The second the engine purred to life, I floored the gas pedal and shot off down the only road I could see. As the distance grew, I recognized the buildings in the rearview mirror as warehouses, probably abandoned. Hitting the on button to the GPS, I punched in Declan's place. What the fuck? They'd driven me a good 2 hours out of the city. 1 mile out, I dialed Declan. "Thank fuck you got out," he yelled into the phone as soon as the call connected. "Please tell me you got something new because I'm going out of my fucking mind, Deck," I muttered, keeping one eye on the rearview mirror. "I'm sorry, Gabe. Nothing yet." Fuck. Someone was going to die, and I had no fucking clue who.
22. Gianna, 18 years. Crossing the date with a red marker, I capped it and stood back, gaping at the calendar that had more red crosses than black numbers on a white background. I'd been locked up for 19 days. Since the funeral, I rarely saw my father, and the few times he did visit were spent with him trying to get me to talk. I said nothing. I desperately wanted to see Zane. My nights had turned into dreams only of him, and I'd either wake crying or aroused when I dreamt of his touches and his lovemaking. I was going crazy, and just the thought of seeing him or hearing his voice kept me moving from day to day. Ripping the wrapper on a Mars bar, I moved over to the window and stared out, loving the hue of the spring sunlight on the colorful gardens. I savored the sweet rolling around in my mouth, courtesy of Julian. He'd also visited, and while he wasn't allowed to bring a phone, he'd come bearing gifts in the form of chocolate, a puzzle, or a board game. I looked forward to our time together until his last visit, when he mentioned that my father warned if I continued my stubborn streak, he'd fire Julian. I'd cried for 3 whole days after he left. Julian was my only tie to my mother. I couldn't lose him, which meant I'd have to indulge my father on his next visit. The door opened on cue. "Sweetheart, think of the devil and he shall deign to appear." "I told you not to call me that," I replied, without turning away from the window. The view outside, far more appreciable than the man standing just inside my door. "How long do you plan on keeping me prisoner?" I set the half-eaten bar down on the ledge and licked my fingers. "You're not a prisoner, Gianna." His tone sounded a lot more patient today. "You're more than welcome to dine with me, but you've refused on several occasions." I heard him walk further into the room, his expensive shoes scraping against the wooden flooring. I saw no reason to share meals with him. He wasn't worthy of the father title. Besides, my appetite had dwindled, and while I didn't care about the weight loss it started, I'd become conscious of the vomiting that seemed to happen more frequently in the last week. At first, I assumed it was just my body's reaction to the grief, but then the housekeeper who'd brought my meals suggested I might be pregnant. My joy lasted 3 days, until the appearance of my period. While the bleeding was lighter than normal, it quickly put an end to that notion. Still, the vomiting persisted, although today I'd managed to keep down the plain dried toast and black tea. "You don't trust me to explore this beautiful estate I'm supposed to call home. How am I to believe I'm not a prisoner?" I mumbled, breaking the silence between us, but preferring the study of my nail polish to his presence. He let out a heavy sigh. "Trust is a commodity in my line of work, and if I can't trust the person closest to me with my secrets and business, who can I trust then?" Slowly, I turned. "So, Am I to believe that because my mother is dead, you've given up that insane notion to have me married to a crime lord? Your mother died doing what she thought was right, protecting you. But I think her intentions might have been a bit misguided. My brow shot, anger curling a steady path down my spine, stiffening my shoulders. A bit? God, you remind me of her. He laughed, a soft sound that only served to further enhance my ire. She challenged me. Is that what you want, me challenging you, calling bullshit on your rescinded promise? I retorted with a heated glare. Sometimes promises are broken for reasons far more important than the promise itself. Why don't I believe you? His expression changed, as though he were contemplating my words before he moved closer to the window and looked out. You're right, and you shouldn't. He shifted his gaze to me. After all, I betrayed the most sacred trust between a father and his child by offering you as a mere transaction to fulfill a debt I never should have incurred in the first place. You don't say, I scoffed. His lips pursed into a thin line before he shook his head. Look, hate me all you want, Gianna, but it doesn't detract from the fact that the man you trusted as your better half betrayed you far worse than I could. At least with me, I have a chance to rescind my offer to my partners. Now that my daughter is back home, I want to spend more time getting to know the person she's become. He slipped his hands into his pants pockets and stepped closer to me. That man killed the people you love. How would he redeem himself in your eyes? Those photos don't prove anything, just that someone killed them. My blood heated. I hated that he was painting Zane in a light that could ring true, because I'd seen him kill. He was capable of it. You don't know he did. Still don't believe me, do you? Well, you haven't exactly given me something solid to believe you, and locking me up for my so-called protection doesn't score you any points on the father wanting to get to know his daughter better front. It just makes me hate you more. Fine. Listen to this, then. And if you still don't believe me after that, then I rest my case. He tossed something on the bed and walked out. Frowning, I leaned down and picked up the device. It was a recorder the size of my palm. Dropping to the edge of the mattress, I hit play. What's your relationship with Rhea, Gabriel? I never had a relationship with her. I gasped, the sound of Zane's voice, more so his words, chilling the blood in my veins. I pressed stop and stared at the recorder. That's not him, I whispered, but I knew better. I'd recognize that deep, husky voice even if I were in a coma. Pulling in a deep breath, I hit play again. You weren't married to her? What the fuck? Are you fucking hard of hearing? I said I wasn't married to her. A mixture of anger and annoyance laced Zane's voice. Was he upset for them suggesting he had a relationship with me? Did you know she's the daughter of a crime boss, Gabriel? Yes. How did you meet Rhea? I was part of a task team sent in to recover stolen biochemical information that was being sold to the Russian mafia. They were using Rhea to pass on the information, and I intercepted the trade-off before it went down. And you fell in love with her after that? No. I wasn't in love with her. There was a long pause before Zane's voice filled my ears once more, and with it came the tears. I used her to get to her father. He didn't. I sobbed. Did you know she was pregnant? No, I didn't know she was pregnant, and it sure as fuck isn't mine. Oh my God. I slapped a hand to my mouth, the tears gushing down my cheeks now, my heart growing heavier with each second. What if I had been pregnant? What about Ashara?
I killed Ashara.
No, he didn't. I swallowed against the ache lining my throat, trying not to believe what I was hearing.
Why? She was in love with me.
I winced, a vicious pain penetrating my heart.
What about Ria's parents? Why did you kill them? Collateral damage. They knew too much.
I stabbed the stop button and hurled the device across the room. It crashed into a wall, bits and pieces of splintered hard plastic and 2 small batteries rained on the floor, taking my breath with it. The pain in my chest intensified. I reached up and pressed a clenched fist into it, circulating to calm it down. It didn't work. Slowly, I slid to the floor and pulled my knees up to my chest. Circling my legs, I rested my brow on my knees and bawled my eyes out. My body shook with uncontrollable sobs. How could Zane be so callous? In all the time I'd been with him, he'd shown me such gentleness. Was it all an act? Of course it was. Hadn't he used me the first time we met to get to Rex? Why would this time be any different? No matter how many times I swiped the tears with the back of my hand, they wouldn't stop falling. I'd never cried this much before, not even at my mom's funeral. Perhaps I was combining the 2 aches and why the tears were so relentless. For so long, I'd been happy, despite the overshadowing gloom of my father's intention. Yet in a space of a few weeks, I'd experienced the worst possible sadness a person could endure. I always thought that maybe somewhere along the way, my father would reconsider. And he did. Only my life had been turned upside down within a few minutes by the one person I thought I'd love for the rest of my life. After staring at the wooden floor for so long, my eyes cutting patterns over the grain, my mind empty, I stood and walked into the bathroom. Numb from the inside out, my movements mechanical, I ran a bath, not caring whether the water was hot or cold, tepid or scalding. Removing my clothes, I left the water to run and stepped into the bath. My skin unfeeling, my heart the weight of 1,000 bricks. It helped lower my body to the ceramic floor. I stretched out, leaning my head back against the bath. My eyes closed. I allowed memories of Zane. His touch, his kiss, too gentle the ache of my soul for only a moment before the tormented cries of Harsh, Bhavna, and Ashara slammed into my head, snapping my eyes open and stunting my breathing. Reaching for the lavender sponge, I ran it over my body, slowly at first, then harder and faster. I scrubbed and scraped, wanting to get rid of his touch. I could still feel. I burned and chafed, wanting to get rid of his scent. I could still smell. Through the tears, I rubbed and scratched, my flesh tender, hurting. Still, I needed to get rid of him, to wipe every trace of his existence. But the memories wouldn't go. I cried harder until my chest constricted with the need for air. Hurling the sponge, I covered my face and sobbed into my hands. My gaze dropped to the spot where my heart sat, its beat a silent tune, urging me to calm down. And I did. Leaning back with my hands crossed over my chest, I gradually sank, inch by inch, letting my breathing slow to gentle exhales, until I laid flat at the bottom of my watery grave, until small bubbles swirled up from my nose to the surface, until nothing but a soft echo of my waning breath filled my ears, until my vision faded, until silence descended.
Gianna! Jesus!
Rough hands grabbed me, yanking me up, holding me tight to a hard chest before a thick towel, warm and furry, covered my shaking body. I felt my body being lifted, the air in my lungs stuttering, the blood in my veins a pounding rush to my brain. my vision fading once more. Then, nothing. Gianna? The whisper penetrated the stillness in my head, the silence I'd craved for so long. Slowly, I opened my eyes. They felt heavy, languid, an effort to lift the lids. "Hey, sweetheart." I blinked, then focused as Julian's face drifted into sight. There she is. His smile was the sweetest welcome in a long while. "How are you feeling?" What? The words stuck in my throat. My mouth felt dry. "Here." He slid a hand under my head and lifted slightly. "Drink." He held a straw to my mouth, and I pulled. The heavenly taste of apple juice filled my taste buds, and I greedily drank until the straw gurgled at the bottom of the glass. When I was done, he set my head back on the pillow and wiped my mouth with a napkin. "What happened?" I glanced around, glad I was lying on my bed, tucked under the covers, with Julian sitting beside my prone body. His smile faded into a solemn countenance. "You tried to drown yourself in the tub." I should have been shocked, but I wasn't. Considering what my heart had been through lately, I guess something like that was inevitable. "Why, Gianna?" Julian brushed the back of his hand down my cheek. I looked at him for a moment before shifting my gaze to the window. "Someone once told me that sometimes what you see doesn't exist, and sometimes what does exist you don't see. I didn't understand what it meant then. Now I do." I looked at Julian once more. "Why did you save me?" He stood and stared down at me for a long moment before smiling. "Because I promised your mom that I would do everything I can to keep you safe. It's a promise I'll keep until I die." His words were like a glimmer in the dark, hope on the horizon. One I didn't want to cling to, just yet, because, oddly, I feared my journey hadn't ended. It was about to begin. "Where's my father?" I asked, remembering that I was still in his home. "He's walking the doctor out." Julian leaned forward and pulled the blanket up to my chin. "Rest now. I'm going to fetch you something to eat, okay?" I nodded. As he walked away, I stopped him. "Julian?" When he turned, I smiled. "Thank you for saving me." He winked and walked out. Turning on my side, I stared out the window, wondering what fate, if it had saved me this time, planned for my future. For now, though, I just wanted to be left alone. 23. Gianna, 18 years. I turned at the knock on my door as my father entered. "What do you want?" I grumbled. "It's been 2 weeks, Gianna. I think it's time for you to start afresh. Start leaving again, don't you think? You can't stay cooped up in here forever." While I still didn't trust him, he was right. It was 2 weeks since he'd handed me that recording device and my attempted suicide. Although I hated to admit it, my father had been right that day too. He'd broken my trust, but Zane had shattered it, tore it to pieces that would probably take a genius to rebuild. That was if I'd give them a chance to try. I hated my father, but I hated Zane more. Both had made a mockery of my life. Still, my father was attempting to earn back my trust, and either I accepted his gesture or floundered in self-pity for the rest of my life. "Why don't you come with me?" "Where?" I asked, wariness lending a snap to my tone. "I'm going on a trip. Maybe getting out of here will do you some good. A change of scenery might help that hurting heart." "I'm shocked you care," I scoffed, shaking my head. "Gianna." While censure shone in his eyes, his tone was softer.
almost fatherly. "I'm only trying to help. If you'd rather not, then enjoy your own company." He turned to leave, and I felt a sudden sense of loneliness. Maybe he was right. I needed to get out, heal my broken heart, or at least try to, a feat I didn't think was possible for a while. "Wait," I called out. He turned back to look at me. Was it weird that I was reaching out to the one man I'd come to despise, seeking comfort from the loss of my mother and my heartbreak? I didn't give myself time to answer. Instead said, "Give me a few minutes to change." He nodded. Grabbing a dress from my closet, I went into the bathroom. When I stepped back out, he ran a slow gaze of my attire. "Don't you have something a little more becoming of a young woman?" The disapproval in his eyes immediately smothering my earlier need to seek comfort from him. I frowned. "Why? What's wrong with what I'm wearing right now?" I glanced down at the ditzy floral button-up dress. It was simple, but the tiny red and white flowers, paired with white flats, made me smile. It was my mom's favorite color. She loved anything red or white. "You're not a child anymore, Gianna." "Should I stay back then?" I replied, my smile not quite reaching my eyes. He gave an impatient sigh and glanced at his watch. "No, let's go." He walked out. Taking a few seconds to wallow in the sea of hatred I felt toward the men in my life, I pushed aside my despondency, lifted my chin, and called on every ounce of strength within me. Then, grabbing a book I'd begun reading earlier, I followed him. When the plane landed, it didn't even register that we'd been flying for a while. The book left me teary-eyed and my heart heavy. Memories of Zane flooded my mind whenever I read something endearing, and I had to stop reading several times just to breathe. Just to remind me that I'd never see him again. That he'd shattered the love we'd shared. I needed something stronger than a romance novel to distract me, to make me forget the pain. Maybe I should take up drinking, lose my ability to think, to feel. Then I thought of my mother and how she would feel if I just gave up. And Harsh and Bhavna, how they would feel after spending years raising me to respect my body, my mind. Glancing out the window, I made a mental note to ask the housekeeper on my return to open my mother's ceramics studio. She'd been a pottery student, and some of her pieces were displayed in the house. Maybe I could learn the art. It was only as the limo neared a rather large estate on the horizon did I turn to my father and ask, "Where are we?" "Chicago." As the vehicle drew closer, I gazed up at I wasn't sure whether mansion, manor, or perhaps castle suited the very large building with its stylish balconies outside each window and ceiling-to-floor double-glass doors custom designed to complement the whitewashed walls. Perfectly manicured gardens stretched for miles in each direction, and when the car curved to a stop around the two-headed serpent fountain situated in the center of the roundabout driveway, my awe grew. "Whose home is this?" I asked, my eyes drinking in the breathtaking home that looked like something out of an elite real estate magazine. When we entered, I had to keep from gasping out loud. Everything was so... I searched my brain for the correct words. Beautifully Italian. Our arrival by private jet just made it more believable that we were in the home of either someone famous or, given my father's line of business, whatever that was, someone nefarious. When my gaze met his once more, he offered me a smile that was nowhere close to being comforting. "A business partner." His reply was almost hushed, making me frown. "Then why am I here, if it's business?" "Would you have preferred to be locked up at home, sweetheart?" I cringed at his use of an endearment.
He hadn't earned that right yet. Rolling my eyes, I followed him further into the gorgeous home with its vintage ceramic tiles and sculptured pillars. My intrigue growing by the second. Whoever the owner was, he was seriously rich, with an eye for detail. Every new find complemented the next. "Mr. Mancini." I glanced away from the large painting of a churning sea as a tall, balding man in a brown pinstriped suit descended the red-carpeted stairs. When he reached the bottom, he shook my father's hand before his gaze shifted to me. "And this must be her." Something in his dark eyes had my stomach churning, and I tasted the sudden disgust of bile at the back of my throat before his words registered. Must be her. What did that mean? "My daughter, Gianna," my father replied before I could ask my question out loud. "Hello, my dear. I'm Leo." He extended a hand toward me, running a gaze the length of my body before coming back to my face. "You're a beautiful woman." Every inch of me fought the urge to refuse his hand, but I didn't know who these people were to my father, and I had no intention of upsetting them until I knew better. I accepted his hand and barely managed to keep from gasping at the sweaty palm that gripped mine. Yuck. "Hello?" The greeting squeezed past my lips before I tried to extricate my hand from his hold. I didn't like him, and I didn't even know the man. "Come." He let go and gestured toward a room. "Did you enjoy the flight here?" he asked me as we entered what I assumed to be a living room. I hadn't paid any attention to the journey until we landed. Then again, I'd seen nothing to indicate where I was going. "Yes, thank you," I mumbled, my gaze wandering around the large room made bright by numerous windows that looked out onto green lawns and the sea beyond that. The ceiling was so high, I wondered how they changed the light bulbs to the beautiful crystal chandelier in the center. "She seems shy," Leo addressed my father. He laughed. "She is, when visiting strangers." I saw nothing funny about being locked up and then dragged into a trip that made no sense to me. What annoyed me more was that my father hardly resembled the mourning husband. Had my mother's death meant so little to him? "You can explore the house if you want, while your father and I talk shop," Leo offered with another smile I found neither warm nor friendly. It was like he was being forced to act sociable. "Just stay away from the West Wing," he added as they settled into cream plush sofas. Firstly, I didn't even know what direction I was walking in. How would I know which side of me sat the West Wing? Still, I was curious why he'd warned me away. Shoving the thought to the back of my mind, I strolled through the marble-tiled passages. If I thought the living room was stunning, it had nothing on the rest of the house. The predominant color throughout, being varying shades of blue, blended well with the gold cornices and accessories. It was like stepping into a time-honored palace fit for royalty, something I loved reading about in historical romance novels. Now, if only the beautiful Prince Charming would appear, it would seal the deal. Letting out a soft laugh at my thoughts, I continued my exploration. Although my awe soared, I found it strange that there were no people around. That notion quickly dissipated when I walked into a stone kitchen that looked big enough to feed an entire army. "Ciao, signora." A man dressed in a chef's coat and white hat greeted me with a warm smile. At least his was genuine. "Ciao," I replied, silently thanking my English teacher's constant use of the Italian language during class, which left me fascinated to learn the language. Next to him, a pretty woman, who looked to be around my mother's age, or maybe a little older, offered me a small wave before returning her concentration to the dough she was kneading. I stood there for a while watching him instruct her when she made a mistake until he opened an oven door. Immediately, the kitchen filled with a mouth-watering aroma of homemade bread. The decadent mixture of yeast and cinnamon crept up my nostrils, making my stomach grumble. Ti piacerebbe assaggiare? He asked if I'd like to taste, as he set the oven tray he withdrew on a countertop, placed a bread roll on a plate, and held it out to me. Yes, please. Licking my lips, I stepped closer, accepted the plate, and took a bite. Wow, I moaned, closing my eyes and savoring the taste. This is so good. Opening my eyes, I repeated the compliment, unsure if they understood English. Questo è così buono. Your Italian is good. The chef laughed. My name is Mario, and this is Miss Rosanna. His English was perfect. Welcome to your home, signora. My home? Okay, maybe his English wasn't that perfect. Laughing, I swallowed the bread in my mouth and asked, "Where am I?" "Castello di Salvatore," he replied, adding another tray of shaped dough to the oven. "Castello di Salvatore," I repeated, liking the sound of it. "Who is Salvatore?" Rosanna looked up. "Your husband, yes?" Did she mean her husband? I didn't want to embarrass her by correcting her. Yet I wondered why the mistress of the house looked like a kitchen maid, with the almost uniform look of her white blouse and black skirt protected by a red checkered apron. Maybe because he was teaching her to cook, idiot? Giving them a soft smile, I waved goodbye and left the kitchen while finishing the last bits of the bread. Who were these people? Why had my father brought me along to a business meeting? I stopped at the bottom of the white marble staircase, debating whether to explore the upstairs, when the uncanny feeling of being watched settled over me. Turning my head in each of the 4 directions, I came up empty. Slowly, I climbed the stairs, loving the sweet scent of roses drifting through the air. Castello di Salvatore, I whispered, the name sounding more appealing by the second. The landing at the top opened into another small living room with cream sofas around a large brown rug. I bit my bottom lip, unsure whether to go left or right. The decision was taken out of my hand when 2 men, dressed in black suits, approached from my left. They stopped when they noticed me, looking at each other, then back at me. Their hard expressions and the rifles in their hands gave me the idea that I was looking at the passage leading to the west wing. Whatever it housed, I wasn't interested in finding out. Without a word, I headed in the opposite direction. When I passed the first 2 bedrooms I'd peeked inside, I paused to look out the floor-to-ceiling windows that spanned the passage on both sides before ending at 2 large white doors. The view of mountains and the sea was a spectacular sight, and the sudden desire to sit there with a book and just stare became overwhelming until memories began to creep in. Fleeting glimpses of Zane overshadowed my euphoric descent into oblivion. His amber eyes filled with tenderness when he smiled, his pink lips soft against mine when he kissed me, his body warm against mine when he cuddled me. I could see it all, right down to the black flecks in those brown irises. All too quickly, my heart clenched and my insides tightened at the thought of seeing him again. No! Placing my palms flat against the glass, I let a heavy sigh deflate my memories, shoving them to the back of my mind. "He has no right to your brain space," I scolded. Still mesmerized, I reached the doors. My fingers on the brass doorknob, I hesitated, unsure why, when a masculine scent I couldn't decipher wafted through the air, obliterating the fragrance of roses and usurping my sense of smell. That uncanny feeling of being watched settled once more between my shoulder blades. Slowly, I rotated, with the expectancy of coming face to face with the dreaded Michael Myers. The landing was empty. My eyes darted to the corners I could see, as my stupid brain conjured images of dungeons and dark passages lurking beneath the exquisiteness around me. "It's too bright for the boogeyman, you idiot." Grinning at my stupidity, I hurried back to my father. It was enough exploring for me. Like the curious intrigue that castles instilled in most people, the same could not be said for Castello di Salvatore. Despite the modernism of the building interior and its beauty, it set my nerves on edge, and unable to get rid of that ominous niggle tickling my sixth sense, I wanted to get as far away as possible from this place. When I arrived back at the living room, my father was rising and reaching for Leo's outstretched hand. "Pleasure's all mine," he said to the other man. "Are we ready to go?" I asked, forcing the anxiety out of my voice. My father turned to look at me, and something in his expression didn't sit right with me. Call it a scale up on the sixth sense, or plain mistrust for a man who hadn't played much of a father role in my life, but it didn't feel right. He took a step toward me. "You're not going home." A sudden chill filled my gut. "What do you mean?" I let the words out on a slow exhale, keeping my unease at bay. "You've been promised to Mr. Salvatore." My stomach bottomed out, and I felt like I'd just been sucker punched. My mother was right. Shifting from one foot to the other, I tried to ignore the way my breathing felt heavier with each passing second. "Promised in what way?" I asked more for confirmation than wanting to know the answer. "You're to marry Mr. Salvatore," Leo replied instead, annoyance lacing his words, his eyes disapproving. Perhaps he was just irritated with my father's pussyfooting. And with that, the remainder of my crumbling world exploded. My body shuddered with the impact, making it a struggle to keep upright. With wobbly legs, I gripped the backrest of the sofa nearest to me, my fingers digging into the soft leather with enough strength to cause tiny tears, my nose and mouth fighting hard to get air into my lungs. My life was being torn apart, the rug being pulled out from under me without so much as a warning to hang on. Numb from the inside out, I glowered at my father. Somehow, I'd wanted my mother's description to be wrong. But everything that had gone down since this man came into my life seemed destined for the truth she'd unleashed. I should have expected his betrayal, should have shoved more disbelief into his promised words. I was an idiot, a pathetic 18-year-old looking for her father's love. "Is that all I was to you? A means to your pocket?" I asked, anger lending an ambivalent quietness to my words. Even if I shouted and ranted, what good would it do me? Instead, I conveyed my feelings through my expressions. "What was my worth? $1 million?" My body a shaking mass, I stared daggers through him, wishing he'd incinerate under the glare. "Add another 49 to that number." The deep baritone voice had me swinging around sharply, almost faltering in my haste. I gasped, awestruck by the man staring back at me and momentarily forgetting my father's scam. Was this the castle owner? Strangely, the vision I had of him wasn't that of the man in front of me. This man was too beautiful, in a rugged sense, all hard angles and chiseled perfection. Yet it was the eyes that held me captive. Not blue, not green or gray, but a translucent combination of all three. I had a feeling his was the color that changed to suit his mood, almost like a chameleon. But if I had to hazard a guess, there was nothing chameleon about him. I got the feeling he was the type that made people change to suit him, without him asking.
the type that dictated and people followed, whether you wanted to or not. His face lacked a smile, completely void of emotion, yet still mesmerizing. One of those you'd want to look at all day and have insanely wicked thoughts about. Only as I stared, the vague familiarity of his features took shape, and the uncanny feeling that I'd seen him before startled me. "Ciao, Bella." He arched a brow, and I blushed as if I'd just been caught with my pants down. And with that, his earlier words registered. I began shaking again. The brief wave of adrenaline that hit me when I was distracted by the newcomer ebbed away. All I could think of now was that I was being sold. $50 million? Grateful it wasn't a squeak, I asked more for my confirmation than his before turning to look at my father. "They paid you $50 million? For what?" I held out my hands, my tone beseeching. This seriously wasn't happening. Everything I'd suffered in the last few days was no match for what was happening right now. My father couldn't be selling me, could he? "Mom," I murmured on a sob, and Zane on a silent plea. "I had no choice," my father began. "You have to understand." "No choice?" I cried. "Are you kidding me right now? Which father sells off his daughter barely weeks after losing her mother?" I took a step closer, grabbing his forearm. "Please, Dad, give them back the money," I begged, tears trickling down my cheek, my eyes imploring. "You can't do this. Mom!" He shook his head, twisting his arm out of my hold, his eyes cold, unfeeling. "You belong to him now." "No! You told me the deal was off, that you wanted your daughter back. You can't do this. You can't marry me to a stranger!" I screeched. "You're acting like a fucking baby, Gianna." He advanced on me, the look on his face making me shrink back from him. "This is business, and you'll learn to love Mr. Salvatore." Immediately, my hackles rose. "Mom was right about you. I was nothing but a pawn to you. You're an unemotional bastard. You're a criminal. You and all these sick, pathetic scum." I stabbed a finger at his chest, then pointed to the other men in the room. "Taking advantage of a helpless woman!" I shouted, my fear too far gone to care who I insulted. "I'd rather die!" Pushing my father aside, I raced for the exit. I barely took a few steps before his strong fingers gripped my hair, yanking me back so hard my scalp screamed in pain. "Ouch!" I cried out. He pulled harder, tilting my head and forcing my gaze to meet his. "You will do as I say, girl," he spat in my face. "Apologize now, you ungrateful bitch," he snarled. Ungrateful bitch. What had he done for me to be grateful? Ignoring the pain, I shook my head. "No, you can't do this." "I can and I will. You bear the Mancini name, girl, and with that comes certain responsibilities. You're my daughter to do with as I please. So stop your fucking insolence and apologize to Mr. Salvatore." So, this was the owner of the castle. I bit down on my lip until the coppery tang of blood tainted my tongue. Cursing, my father's other hand shot up. I flinched, closing my eyes and bracing for the impact of his slap. It didn't come. Instead, he released my hair, and I opened my eyes at the same time, stumbling to keep upright. Mr. Salvatore had my father's arm bent at the elbow in a vice grip behind his back before his cold words penetrated the air. "Should I remind you, Mancini, just how many fucking ways I could kill you for touching her? Touching what belongs to me?" He gritted through clenched teeth. "Nobody will touch her again, ever, including you. Do you fucking understand? What the? I gasped, unable to look away, and further stunned by the ferocity of his stare, made deadlier by the clenched jaw. My father might be formidable in his space, but Mr. Salvatore outranked him, both in height and bulk, to say nothing of his coolly controlled demeanor. I didn't doubt he'd drop my father with just a flick of his wrist. A second later, my father bowed his head. In respect or surrender, I couldn't tell. Mr. Salvatore shoved his hand away, then turned that unreadable gaze on me. I swallowed, trying desperately to moisten my suddenly dry mouth. "Thank you," I stammered, hoping there was some level of kindness behind his hardness. Why else would he interfere and stop my father? Slipping his hands into his pants pockets, he took a step toward me. The way my breath caught in my throat made me feel like he'd just stolen the shared air between us. His powerful scent of wild spice and mint hit me full frontal, and I immediately recognized it from earlier, when I stood outside those double doors upstairs. I guessed it was his bedroom. "No need to thank me." That piercing stare became too much. My entire insides came apart, stripping me one vein at a time. "You're just a business transaction, and now my property. Nothing more, nothing less. And I protect what's mine." Right. My heart sank to my toes, that last vestige of hope scuttling away to hide behind my despair. His words just didn't hurt. They stung, splintering every bone in my body. In a short space of time, I'd gone from a loved wife to a betrayed daughter, and now the property of the devil himself. Who knew what torment awaited me in this hellhole? "Are you going to marry me, mia bella?" His voice lacked the emotion a loving partner would elicit when proposing. Then again, I was nothing more than a business deal to him. It took every ounce of effort to not step back before I shook my head. "Please," I whispered, too scared to raise my voice. "Let me go home." As those words registered, I realized I didn't have a home. All the people who would have taken care of me were dead. I died a little more with that knowledge. "You're not staying, then?" he asked, and I shook my head. His gaze fixed on mine, he lifted a hand and snapped his fingers. I had no idea what that meant until Leo walked away. Still, the man in front of me stared, keeping my gaze locked to his, unwavering until I bit my bottom lip. For just a moment, his eyes dropped to my lips before lifting back to mine. His facial expression hadn't faltered in the slightest. I had a feeling this man could make anyone who defied him pee in their pants just by staring at them. Gripping the flare of my dress, I forced myself not to squirm. The sudden shuffle of feet broke our stare down. I looked over his shoulder, watching several people enter the room before he turned away from me. Only then did I breathe easy. Judging by their uniforms, I figured they were his household staff. Without a word, they walked out onto the terrace and assembled themselves in a straight line, hands clasped in front of them, heads bowed, shielding their faces. Given their precise, synced movements, they'd probably done this before. Mr. Salvatore walked out, followed by my father. I stood my ground until Leo gestured for me to follow him. Reluctantly, I let my legs carry me outside and silently counted 20 staff while I waited to see what all this was about. Mr. Salvatore looked at me and I flinched, unsure if I wanted to be on the receiving end of that hard scowl. Despite the sunlit brightness, the man radiated indescribable darkness. Something told me that he hardly smiled, or maybe never at all. Stupidly, I found myself wondering if perhaps he did during sex. I bit my lip to keep from laughing. "Choose an employee, Bella," he ordered.
I frowned. Excuse me? And why the hell was he calling me beautiful? I had a name, but I didn't have the balls yet to demand he used it. I want you to choose an employee. I heard you the first time. I barely kept from muttering my irritation. Why? His eyes narrowed, probably at my insolence. Because I asked you to. His jaw ticked as he held my gaze, an intense warning behind frigid irises. When I shook my head, refusing to do his bidding, I caught the slight grimace that hinted I'd regret my decision before he said, I'll choose for you then. He pointed to the first man in the line on my right. Given his clothing, gloves, and the soil on his pants, I figured he was the gardener. Saltare, Luis. Mr. Salvatore's command pricked my ears. Did he just order the man to jump? Not sure I heard correctly. I frowned until the man lifted his head, his frightened gaze meeting mine, his face filled with outright panic, before he turned away and climbed over the balustrade edging the terrace. Hey! I screamed, my eyes wide in horror. What are you— I slapped my hand to my mouth as he jumped, his scream echoing around us. Rushing to the edge, I looked over and down into the cavern below, stupidly hoping it was a magic trick and that I was being tested. Emptiness, filled with a valley of jagged rocks, met my gaze. The depth so profound, it was too dark to make out anything. I gripped the metal balustrade, shock making it impossible to keep my shaking body from collapsing to the floor. Nothing else registered except the slow-motion loop of what the man had just done. My heart pumped harder, refusing to calm down. Did that really just happen? What kind of sick man had my father sold me to? The reality of my situation barreled in like a giant wrecking ball. My stomach turned, muscles clenching until the urge to vomit burned my throat. Oh, my God. My voice was nothing but a breathy whisper, over and over like some protective mantra. I shuddered uncontrollably. When I could muster the strength to turn, I latched onto Salvatore's cold eyes, mine accusing. Why? I stammered, the arid tang of bile filling my taste buds. His hands in his pockets, he took a step toward me. I shrank back, feeling the metal banister dig painfully into my lower back, but I didn't care. The eyes staring back at me were empty. No feeling, no emotion, no remorse. Apart from the beautiful color, they were blank voids of nothingness. It was like the man held no compassion. Then he reached forward and swiped a finger under my eye. I flinched, unaware I'd been crying. Don't waste what's not yours, Bella. His soft tone back in place, yet there was no warmth to his expression. He sucked his finger as if that would make me cry less. Sweet, he said, his tone daring me to argue. Why? Why did you do that? Why did you kill that man? The questions trembled on my lips, the man's cries still ringing in my ears. In this house, what I say goes. His reply was neither friendly nor condescending. As my wife, you are responsible for my staff's well-being. He kept his gaze trained on me, making sure I understood every word. And that means they live as long as you determine they do. You're holding me ransom? I hiccuped on a sob, sure I hadn't heard right. Ransom is such a derogatory term. He looked amused, but there was a dark gleam in his eyes. Was the man enjoying my discomfort? Disobey me, and I'll be hiring new employees every day. Obey me, and you get to see them smile. Whether you do so or not is up to you. The implication of his statement crystallized the blood in my veins. I clenched my fingers, my nails digging into the palms would probably draw blood. Why are you doing this? What do you want from me? Fresh tears dripped down my cheeks. You are an intelligent girl. Figure it out. He cocked his head to one side, his expression one of vacant indifference, an emotion far worse than hate. At least with hate, you felt something. You are going to be my wife, whether you want to or not, mia bella. It's up to you whether it will be a painful or pleasurable experience. Those words alone made it clear that he was a man who didn't care who he hurt as long as he got what he wanted. It was even clearer that I was his latest acquisition, and nothing or no one was going to stop him from taking me. Without another word, he re-entered the living room. Leo dismissed the other staff and followed his boss, leaving me alone with my father. I looked at him, shaking my head. Because of me, an innocent man lost his life today. How can you live with yourself, knowing you've condemned me to this fate? Am I really worth $50 million? He stared at me, and yet again there was no remorse in his expression. I was suddenly filled with bitter hatred for this man, the instigator of my demise, the man who crushed my illusions of family. Thank goodness Bhavna, Harsh, and my mother had given me a glimpse of what it could be. He raked a hand through his hair and neared me. This was the deal, Gianna. Something I signed a long time ago, and there was no backing out of it. Tell me, Daddy, dearest, does Mr. Salvatore know I'm not a virgin? Straightening to full height, he squared his shoulders, his lips pressed into a thin line. I'm only going to say this once, Gianna. He stepped closer, his voice lowering to a distinct snarl. You will do everything you can to make Mr. Salvatore proud to have you as a wife. You will respect him, obey him, and give him the children he deserves. If you do anything, and I do mean anything, to fuck this up, the second Mr. Salvatore refutes you, I will sell you to the vilest of human traffickers who wouldn't hesitate to take your pretty little body apart, piece by fucking piece. Do I make myself clear? His dark eyes narrowed. Swallowing down the bitter taste of disgust lining my throat, I glowered at him. And how do I hide the fact that I'm not the virgin you promised him, or that I'm married? By using your body to seduce him into falling for you. If you've lost your virginity, I'm sure you know how to do that. It was a snide remark. Rhea Singh doesn't exist, hence no marriage. I didn't know whether to cry or laugh. God, how are you my father? One day you will appreciate what I've done for you. I highly doubt it, I retorted. If I had a gun right now, I'd probably shoot you. I gritted through clenched teeth. You were never and will never be my father. I poked his chest with a finger, realizing my words were wasted on him. I never want to see you again. Gianna, he began. Turning my back on him, I entered the living room, wanting desperately to get away from a situation that was becoming claustrophobic by the second. I had no idea how I could get out of this mess, but I planned to fight it, even if it meant I'd hurt myself in the process. Indoors, I balked to find Mr. Salvatore still there, chatting to Rosanna and Leo. His gaze shifted from them to me. As if he sensed my need to escape, one dark brow arched. I couldn't look away from those enigmatic grays. They were daring me to make a run for it, taunting me to try and risk the consequence. The thoughts I had of fighting barely seconds ago suddenly fizzled to nothing but hot air, escaping on a deep exhale. That man right there was daunting with just a look. I could only imagine the power he unleashed with his actions. Unable to match his stone-faced countenance, I dropped my gaze to the floor, staring at the intricate designs on the Persian rug covering the marble tiles. You have the choice of keeping one thing from your home. What will it be? His question had me looking up. One thing? My brow creased, trying to decipher his meaning. What about my clothes? Toiletries? You don't need them. You will be dressed according to the standards I dictate. His gaze ran the length of my body, his expression blank. What the hell? I couldn't believe the man's arrogance. Did he honestly expect me to dress the way he wanted? Then I guess I'll be living naked, I muttered without thinking. If that's your wish, came the terse reply, shocking me. And for one stupid, unchecked moment, I forgot who I was speaking to, forgot his threat about killing his employees, forgot whose home I stood in. You can't do this, I yelled. You can't force me into a marriage I don't want. This is archaic. The split-second blur of movement didn't prepare me for his large hand clamping around my neck. Thick fingers biting into my throat with such force, he had me suspended on the tips of my toes. My eyes bulged. Fear, unlike anything I'd ever known, zipped through me and fused with the need for air, turned logic into desperation. I clawed at his fingers. His steely glare stilled my movement. He leaned in, his nose almost touching mine. Forget all the little cocks you've been toying with, girl. You're in the presence of a man, and I don't fucking play with pussy. I eat it. He gritted through clenched teeth, emphasizing his point by digging his fingers deeper into my skin. I gasped for air, but he wasn't interested in releasing me. I never repeat myself. So listen closely. His grimace deepened. Never, ever raise your fucking voice at me. He jerked me closer still. There's nothing in this world I can't fucking do, and that includes making you my wife. You're mine to do with as I please. Take, touch, torment, all my choice. So, is there anything else you don't want? I didn't answer, my lungs begging for air, my head ready to shatter as I forced myself not to wimp out. Thought as much. His abrupt release had me stumbling to gain ground, and I latched onto his forearm, letting go just as quickly when his gaze dropped to my grip. Shame washed over me for allowing fear to amass since my father spilled his noxious secrets. Now, Mr. Salvatore sounded impatient. I'll repeat myself only because you didn't hear me the first time. Is there anything you want to keep from your home? I suddenly understood my mother's warning that monsters came in all shapes and sizes. But what she failed to mention was that they also personified beauty, too. Swallowing the threatening tears, I compelled calm into my body, vowing to challenge him once more. Just not now. What would he do? Kill me? At this rate, I was better off dead. I didn't care if he killed his workers. They weren't people I knew. Even as the thought left my head, I knew it was something I'd never intentionally allow. I didn't have it in me to watch another person die because this man dictated they should. Shifting my gaze, I caught sight of Julian, leaning against the black sedan in the driveway. He was my mother's trusted bodyguard and the only other person who'd been close to her. If I had to live in this God-forsaken place, then having someone other than Mr. Salvatore and his minions to talk to would go a long way to keeping my sanity in check. Meeting Salvatore's hard glare once more, I pointed outside. "I want Julian to stay." "Very well," he replied without bothering to look at Julian. "Rosanna will show you to your room. There's an engagement party this evening. Be ready at 7. Again, he walked off, as if killing a man in cold blood and threatening a woman to marry him was a normal occurrence. God help me. Engagement party? Really? This was sounding more bizarre by the second, and I almost pinched myself to check if I'd stepped into a twilight zone. "This is for you." Leo neared me, holding out a credit card. At my quizzical stare, he added, "Our men will accompany you to the boutiques tomorrow. You can get whatever you need." How many men did they intend to send with me? "Can't Julian take me?" I knew the answer as soon as the question left my mouth. "He can go with, but until Mr. Salvatore trusts him, our men will take you," he replied, his sneer unmistakable, his impatience even more so. Either the man didn't like me, or he didn't appreciate being burdened by my appearance. Thank goodness he wasn't the boss. Not like Mr. Salvatore deserved any higher esteem. "As his wife, you are required to dress the part, so you will only buy items that are appropriate to his status," Leo stated, his tone pure boredom. "In other words, a dumbed-down socialite," I muttered. "Stop behaving like an insolent brat," he gritted. I could see he was struggling to hold back his tongue, and I smirked. While I might not be able to behave this juvenile with Mr. Salvatore, nothing stopped me from irking his right-hand man, who looked ready to kill me. "I didn't ask for this," I scowled. "I can't fathom why he wasted his time with you when there are other, more eligible women he can marry. I guess sitting on the throne messes with his head." Leo's lips twisted in an ugly grimace. I couldn't decide whether his words were filled with hatred or jealousy. Perhaps all wasn't well in the Castello, or perhaps Leo had other intentions over who the Salvatore bride should be. Strangely, that little notion irked something in me. "The sooner you learn to respect Mr. Salvatore, the sooner you'll accept this situation isn't going to change, Gianna." My father's hard voice filled the space around me, his annoyance just as profound. Or maybe he was scared he'd have to give back his millions. Leo drew in a harsh inhale after a quick nod to my father. "You are only to purchase clothes and personal items. Anything else will be tossed. Understood?" A vision of being strip-searched sprang to mind, and I squashed it down with a silent nod. "If you insist on being rebellious, your clothes will be ordered and delivered. You will be forced to wear whatever's been purchased for you. The choice is yours, girl." What choice? I wanted to scream. The second I stepped onto my father's plane, my ability to choose had been taken away from me. I bit my tongue to keep from shouting out and nodded. "You should feel privileged that Mr. Salvatore is allowing you to go shopping, let alone select what you desire." Leo's hard eyes met mine. Privileged my ass. I didn't bother responding out loud. It was a clear waste of time that getting my way would never happen as long as I stayed under this roof. If anything, I had to keep my wits about me while I figured out a way to escape. "I'll tell Julian your decision, Gianna." My father's words pulled me out of my reflection. "I'll leave after the engagement." "Don't bother staying," I scoffed. Not waiting for him to respond, I gestured for Rosanna to lead the way. Upstairs, I expected to be taken to Salvatore's bedroom, but was surprised when Rosanna ushered me into a huge suite. "Wow," I breathed. "So, no dungeon then?" Everything from the carpet to the curtains, the bedding, and even the closet doors was white. The only splash of color belonged to a huge pastel painting above the bed, and the chrome finishings of the handles on the drawers, door, and the chandelier fitting. Admittedly, it was far more stunning than being handcuffed in the dungeon I'd been expecting. "I'm glad you like it," Rosanna whispered. "I chose it for you. Out of the 7 bedrooms, this is the prettiest for our Signora." "Thank you," I smiled. "Have you worked long for Mr. Salvatore?" 25 years. His father brought me here from Italy when I was 20 as a favor to my father." "Wow, so you must know everything about this place?" I asked, admiring just how good she looked for her age. She nodded. "How old is Mr. Salvatore?" "He's 35. "Okay, then. Can I ask you something?" At her nod, I continued. "Why did Louise jump?" Her eyes glazed over, her bottom lip trembling like she was about to burst into tears at any second. I neared her. "It's okay, Rosanna. Whatever you say will stay between us." She looked at me for a moment, then dragged in a deep breath. "Whatever Signor Salvatore says goes in this house." I understand that, but how could Louise just jump? Has that happened before? Is Mr. Salvatore always such a bad man? Catching the wariness in her eyes, I rubbed her arm, giving her an encouraging smile. I was itching to ask her more questions, but refrained for the moment. "All the people working for Signor Salvatore come because he gives our families money," she explained. "Gives money?" I asked, confused. "He lends money to our families, and when they can't repay it in time, they come to work for him," she explained in rapid Italian. "Oh." I masked my surprise with a quick smile. "That means you work for no pay? No salary?" She shook her head. "We still get paid." I scratched my head, biting my bottom lip. "I don't understand. If your family owes him money for the loan, how do you still get paid?" Her laugh was soft. "Because Signor Salvatore is not a bad man. He saves people who do bad things and need help to get better, just like his father. E le chiede rispetto. He asks for respect. So they do whatever he asks." "Even jumping to your death?" I scoffed. "Killing a man is not asking for respect. That's murder." Then I had a light bulb moment. "Wait, are you saying Louise did something bad?" Rosanna nodded. "All the people who work for Mr. Salvatore will, how you say, put their life down for him, yes?" Regardless, who was he to play judge and executioner at will? I rolled my eyes, wondering who'd want to lay down their life for a man like him. Definitely not me. He was a dictator, a Hitler wannabe. Still, I was stuck here, so name-calling didn't help. "Did you also do—" I trailed off, realizing I was prying. "Please, don't answer that." She gave a small laugh. "It's okay. I did nothing wrong. But my father did, and he was old." "So you took his place?" I finished for her. She nodded, and I sighed, wondering what I could do to make a difference if it would. "Will he ask others to jump if I ran away, Rosanna?" Her eyes grew round quickly. "Please, Signora, don't run away." She gripped my hand, her voice pleading. "There is more to—" She trailed off, and my pulse quickened. "There's more to what?" I coaxed. Was there more to just a simple arranged marriage? She bit her lip, her fear palpable in the way she squeezed my hand, her eyes imploring me not to ask. "He will make us jump, and he will kill you when he finds you," she rushed on, not answering my question, and I didn't push for now. "What does Mr. Salvatore do?" I was asking the wrong person, but it was worth a try. "Business." She shrugged. Laughing, I pulled the tie on my ponytail and ran a hand through my hair. "Mr. Salvatore wants you to wear this tonight." She pointed to a box on the bed. "You want me to open it for you, Signora?" I shook my head. "It's okay." I had no intention of wearing whatever was in the box. If he wanted me to attend his party without any of my clothes, then he was going to wish he sent me home instead. I knew I was tempting fate by going against his wishes, but I was staying, which meant he couldn't kill another man. So I was prepared to take my chances. Rosanna moved to a glass table near the window. "Your lunch." She lifted the silver lid to a plate of grilled chicken drizzled with a white sauce, roasted vegetables, and a side of green salad. My stomach gave a silent churn of appreciation, but I ignored it. "Thank you, but I'm not hungry. Since my father abducted me, my appetite had disappeared." Yes, that's what it was. An abduction. Because he didn't bring me to my mother's funeral, he'd abducted me, my life, my love, and with it, all the happiness I'd known. Something I wasn't sure I'd get back. Rosanna left after a quick nod. I ambled over to the floor-length French doors looking out onto a large terrace, edged by waist-high glass paneling. Sliding the doors open, I stepped out, my gaze taking in the sheer beauty around me. On one side, plush white couches surrounded a glass coffee table, and behind that, a wall-mounted fireplace looked ideal for those cold winter days. Not that I knew where we were to envision the seasons. On the other side, a white marble jacuzzi sat on a two-stair platform. Nearing the edge, I inhaled the slight breeze drifting around me. The castle sat on top of a mountainous hill that peered over the sea. I stared, drinking in the stillness of the water, laid out like a blue-green carpet. Then my gaze dropped down into the cavern below me. Suddenly, the gravity of my situation hit me. My shoulders tensed and my legs buckled. I gripped the railing, recalling the falling body of the man I was responsible for killing. What were his last thoughts before he jumped? Did he have family? What had he done to deserve such fate? Now that I was alone, the fear that I'd tried to hide suddenly clung to me like a second skin. The tears came quickly, and with it, unbearable tiredness I couldn't fight. Letting it all go, I allowed myself to break, to sink to the floor in a debilitating mess as jerky sobs slammed through my chest, ripping through every inch of skin, muscle, and bone, taunting me to fight it. I couldn't. It was just too much. I hadn't even begun to live before I died. Leaning my back against the glass, I surrendered to the misery of the last few days, allowing it to consume me. Because there was nothing else I could do. How had I ended up here? Despite all the protection my mother had given me, it all proved futile in the end. My father still got his way. What was my mother's last day like? Did she suffer? Once more the questions plagued my mind and I cried harder. Pulling my knees up to my chest, I dropped my brow and rocked my body, allowing the tears to console me because no one else would. I'd lost everyone who could. 24. Gianna, 18 years. Sliding my legs off the bed, I stood and reached for the box with the engagement dress. I held it up against my body for a moment. It was a knee-length, white halter neck with a scooped bodice and tucked-in waist, reminding me of the one from Marilyn Monroe's famous steam scene. Only my hot air came from two arrogant men, one being my father. Irritated, I grabbed the two ends meeting at the neck and tried to rip the dress apart. It didn't even tear. Shit. And the movies make it seem so easy. So much for my attempted insolence. Tossing the garment aside, I left the room, not bothering to check if I was decent enough for this so-called engagement. My footfalls soaked by the thick carpet running down the center of the marble staircase, I descended at a snail's pace. There was simply no reason to hurry. Just as I reached the bottom landing, Rosanna appeared out of nowhere and ran a slow gaze over my crumpled dress. Her eyes met mine, and I could see the part amusement, part dread swimming in those soft browns. "I know what you're thinking," I patted her hand lightly, "that I'm behaving like a childish misfit." "No, signora." She shook her head quickly, her eyes darting to all corners of the hallway before coming back to mine. "I'm worried for you. Signor Salvatore doesn't like anyone challenging him." I finished for her. She nodded, her smile hesitant. "It's okay, Rosanna. I can handle whatever punishment he has for me." Her eyes rounded for just a fraction before she dropped her head, hiding her expression, and just the tiniest bit of uncertainty tickled my nape. Did she know something I didn't? Obviously. She worked for the man. He'd warned me not to disobey him. Then again, I was still here, wasn't I? Leaving her standing there, I wandered down the hallway that resembled something out of a Cinderella fairy tale. When she'd arrived at the palace and ran down the passages searching for Prince Charming. Only I was on my way to meet the evil beast. Yeah, I didn't bother that I was mixing my fairy tales. Mine didn't have the happily ever after, but who cared? Soft music emanated from my right as I entered the large floor-to-ceiling double doors. 50 or maybe 100 people stood around in small groups chatting and drinking bubbly champagne served by white-jacketed waiters. I glanced around, admiring the beauty of the ballroom, before my gaze fell to the platters of delicious hors d'oeuvres set on a long sideboard. My mouth watered, reminding me that I hadn't eaten all day. Remembering whose function this was, I refrained and moved away. I didn't spot the host until I was halfway down the long red carpet that lined the center of the room. Nobody paid me any attention, and snagging a flute of champagne from a passing waiter, I took a moment to admire the dark prince who'd ordained himself my better half. He stood at the far end of the room, facing me, although he hadn't seen me yet. Unlike the other man in the room, it was easy to see why Mr. Salvatore would draw anyone's interest without effort. From the seamless fit of his dark gray suit and black button-down to hair perfectly styled yet casually complemented by a few fallen locks across his brow, to the look of utter boredom with the men vying for his attention, the man was in a class of his own. Everything about him screamed power and raw seduction. If I wasn't being sold into a marriage for which I hadn't been given a reason yet, I would have found the man undeniable eye candy that I might be keen on. In another lifetime, perhaps. "What the hell are you doing?" My father's abrupt appearance hid me from Mr. Salvatore's view. "Jesus Christ, girl! Do you have any idea who you're disobeying?" I glowered at him. "What's wrong, Daddy dearest? Afraid you might need to return those precious millions?" I downed the glass of champagne, the cold slide of the liquid, the perfect combination of sweet and acidic. Jesus, this is probably some expensive shit. I held the glass up. "What are we celebrating? My demise?" He dragged a hand through his hair, then shook his head with an impatient sigh. "Don't you get it, Gianna? Even if I return that money, there's no guarantee Mr. Salvatore will call off this wedding. My brow creased. I tilted my head. Why is that? You did sell me, didn't you? His eyes roamed over my face, and I kicked myself for even blinking at the idea that he looked genuinely sorry. When Mr. Salvatore sets his mind on something, the chances of swaying him is 1,000,000 to 1. Then I guess you have 50 chances to try, don't you? I choked out a laugh. If only it were that simple. What does that mean? Please, Gianna, just go get yourself changed and return before he sees you. He grasped my arm and gently nudged me in the direction of the door. Exhaling on an exasperated groan, I glanced up and froze. Being shielded by my father, I had no idea how Mr. Salvatore ended up on the other side of the room. Now, he stood between me and the door like the brazen lord of hell. Large, tall, and so freaking diabolical in both body language and expression. His black hair shone under the recessed lighting above him, creating a halo in mock contrast. Yet together with that chiseled jaw kissed by a 5 o'clock shadow, it gave him an enigmatic appearance, a dark mystery that would no doubt devour my soul and not be sated. I swallowed to rid the arid taste in my suddenly dry mouth. His brand of evil hidden beneath a beautiful face, one wouldn't suspect of anything remotely terrifying. I knew better. Determined to show him I wasn't intimidated, I squared my shoulders and tilted my chin, pouring as much defiance into the act as I could muster. My gaze locked with his, and fire burned torrent flames in those translucent grays before the hardening of his jaw signaled what was coming. His steps, the slow prowl of a panther, he neared me, and it took physical effort to stay my ground. I was sure every vein in my body was ready to pop from holding myself so rigid. The longer he stared at me, the harder it became to keep my composure from weakening. He stopped only when the tips of his expensive shoes kissed my white flats. "What the fuck did I tell you about disobeying me?" he snarled. I flinched, trying my best to keep from crying out, or worse, retorting with a cheeky comeback. Then he leaned in, so close I could almost taste the spicy scent of his bourbon. "I asked you a fucking question, Bella." His voice rose a fraction, and a quick sideward glance told me he'd attracted the attention of his guests, who'd gone quiet. Even the music disappeared. "Run, Gianna, just run," I urged myself, but for all the fierce bravado I displayed a moment ago, I was suddenly too afraid to move, trapped like a sacrificial lamb to the slaughter. "I didn't feel like wearing that dress," the words rushed out when I found the courage to speak, regretting the reply the second it left my lips. The darkness filling those eyes reminded me of the thunderstorms I used to hate until Zane, only he wasn't here to save me, to remind me that my fear was a figment of my imagination. Yet, looking at this man, I had to acknowledge that imagination could translate into reality. Next to me, my father cursed under his breath, then took a step forward. "Let me get her changed, Mr. "Everyone out!" Mr. Salvatore barked, his gaze a thunderous hurricane, trapping mine. I could see people leaving in my peripheral vision, and I suddenly didn't want to be left alone with him. Stupidly, I broke eye contact to search for my father, but he left the room without so much as a backward glance. Why had I not listened to him? I tried to pretend I wasn't afraid, biting my bottom lip until I tasted blood. The slam of the door, closing, hit my chest like an overzealous gong that wouldn't stop pounding until I realized it was my heartbeat that was going wild. Who was I kidding? I was freaking the shit out. Mr. Salvatore moved to stand at the head of one of the two long dining tables. Silently, I watched as he removed his suit jacket and tossed it over a chair. Then, with precise folds, he rolled up the sleeves of his black button-down, exposing the corded veins snaking under the tattooed skin on his forearms. The tension in the room palpable in the way my breathing turned uneven. "Come here, Bella." The deceptive quietness to his tone even more chilling than the bark a moment ago. "Stop biting your lip," he demanded, and I let go of the soft flesh. My steps hesitant, I approached him, keeping my gaze trained on those gray irises that seemed to be aware of my every move. "Strip." My stomach churned, and my lungs forgot to exhale on the last breath. What? I wasn't sure what I expected him to do to me, but that definitely wasn't it. "What did I say about repeating myself?" His soft tone a dire conflict to his darkened eyes. The room began to spin as ideas of his intention popped into my head. Even if a part of me thought I could handle anything he threw at me, I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't ready for sex. Not with him, or anyone, for that matter. Regardless of what he'd done, the other part of me still believed my heart belonged to Zane. "The longer you take, the longer the punishment," he warned. My cheeks burned with embarrassment, and I bit my lip again, hoping the pain would blank out the humiliation. Dropping my gaze, I reached for the first button on my dress, my hands shaking so badly I fumbled. "Eyes on me, girl." Fear stifled the words on my tongue, and I lifted my eyes to meet his, but only for a moment. I froze, my attention faltering from those silver orbs, dropping to his strong hands. Rigid knuckles, with symbols I didn't recognize tattooed on each finger, flexed as they wrapped around his belt, slipping out of the last loop. I gasped, more from imagining what he intended doing with it than the chill air hitting my naked body as my dress slipped to the floor. "What are you—" "Those two." He cut me off, gesturing to my underwear. I did as he asked, and immediately crossed my hands over my chest, folding one thigh over the other to hide my exposed mound. "Drop your hands and stand up straight," he ordered. I did. His eyes followed the contours of my body, and I tried not to squirm, hating that he was taking his time. "Bring me your panty." Picking it up from the floor, I handed it to him. "Turn around." With my heart in my mouth, I turned away, then gasped when he tugged my hands behind me and secured them at my back with my panties. "What are—" He moved the chair away. "Bend over." He folded the belt in half, palming the metal buckle, and slapped his other palm. It dawned on me what his punishment was. Dread built a slow pyramid in the pit of my stomach. "You can't be serious." His brow shot up. "Every time you disobey me will serve as a count. Right now, you're sitting at 8. I didn't bother asking how he'd reached that number, my mind too numb to concentrate. My insides turned, squeezing until nausea tickled my throat. "Please don't—" 9. While there was no smile, I heard the amusement in his voice. The asshole was enjoying himself at my expense. "Be careful, Bella. You don't want to make this pleasure so easy for a man like me." Pleasure? What sick, twisted fantasies did this man indulge in? Wordlessly, I moved to stand in front of him, compelling myself not to hyperventilate. With one quick swipe, he shoved aside the place settings. I jumped at the clatter of glass and porcelain shattering, followed by the clink of silverware against the marble tile. His hand splayed out on my back, the touch warm in comparison to his cool demeanor. He pushed me down until my breasts pressed into the cold wood and my ass perched on display. There was silence for just a moment. Then his hand glided over my ass, and I bucked against the touch, an uncontrolled moan slipping out. "Don't move," he warned. With my eyes on the paisley pattern of the chair, I heard the belt slapping his palm again. I flinched. The fear of uncertainty tensed every muscle in my body, and a shudder raced through me. Without warning, I heard a swoosh of air, a strike of leather connecting with my skin in a loud smack. I screamed, my ass lifting off the table. "Oh, God!" I couldn't stop shaking. The pain was so intense it burned down my legs. I squeezed my eyes tight, trying to whisk myself away from this place. The second one landed and I yelped, the tears breaking free. "Please!" I convulsed hard on the third one, my sobs echoing through the room. "I'm not done, Bella." His voice sounded different, almost thick and raspy. Was this turning him on? Tears dripped down my cheeks as the fourth one found its spot on my burning ass cheeks. And then I lost count. My skin felt like hot coals dropping through a sieve. My knees buckled, and I struggled to stay up. The upper half of my body now supporting my full weight, leaning heavily on the table. My shoulders ached from the position of my tied arms. My yelps became soft moans. Embarrassingly, I felt a change in my body, not understanding that strange tingle between my thighs. Or that on the next smack, I shivered, this time in anticipation. My nipples tightened, puckering with the need to be touched. I felt shame at the wetness trickling down my inner thighs. Had I become just as sick? Just when I thought it wouldn't end, I heard the sound of the buckle clatter against the tile as he dropped the belt to the floor, untied my hands, and pulled me upright. His chest to my back, he pressed himself up against me, and even though I winced, I felt the hard bulge of his cock grazing my painful rear. Gripping my chin, he turned my head to look at him. "Don't test my patience, little girl. The next time I whip you, it will follow with my cock fucking your tight cunt so hard, the pleasure of my belt on your ass would be the least of your worries." Even through my tears, the diabolical threat was frightening and strangely arousing. Startled by that notion, I lowered my gaze. How could I be turned on by what he'd just done to me? Not only had he punished me, he'd humiliated me, treated me like I was a child. Hurt me. He didn't let go of my chin, his cruel grip lingering a few seconds longer, waiting for what? I had no idea. Regardless, I let the tears flow, too overwhelmed by the emotion of everything. "You're questioning what you're feeling right now." Swallowing the surprise at his perception, I lifted my eyes once more, shards of annoyance infusing my body with silence. Those grueling blue grays raked over my face like he could read my thoughts. Tears caught in my throat as he slipped his other hand between my thighs and dragged a thick finger through my slit. Embarrassment heated my cheeks. "You're dripping, mia bella." The flames from my cheeks spread to my neck. He brought the wet finger up and studied it like he would a rare diamond. His gaze met mine before he rolled that finger over my lips. I would have flinched if his touch wasn't so soft, so intimate, coating my lips with my arousal and catching me completely unawares by the jaded lust starting in my pussy and radiating upward until I reminded myself what a bastard he was. I hated him, but I hated the reaction of my body more. I was his prisoner. Free will be damned. Seemed like my pussy didn't get that memo. "Taste yourself." It was an order. Biting back the urge to say I'd done so before, I ran the tip of my tongue over my lips, tasting the saltiness of the liquid. Then he leaned forward, the tip of his tongue tracing the path of mine. "Sweet, just like your tears," he said, drawing back. "Would you like me to fuck you?"
The low thrum of his voice conjured wicked desires I shouldn't be thinking about. The vehement shake of my head had him slanting his eyebrows at me, and once again I couldn't read his expression. A whimper fell from my lips when he cupped me between my legs, a finger massaging my clit with lazy circles. The sudden ache in my pussy made me delirious with need. His touch sparked fiery trails along my skin in unbearably slow strokes. My legs trembled, breathing quickened, and my traitorous body bowed, eager for more. In a complete 360, he pulled his hand away and asked, "Have you eaten?" Something snapped inside me. I dug my fingers into my thighs, the pain of no consequence. "You've just tainted my ass with your belt, and you're now worried if I've eaten. Seriously?" The sarcastic laugh slipped out before I could stop myself. "Shouldn't that have been your first concern, instead of punishing me for not dressing appropriately?" I mouthed off. "Then again, I guess you're used to keeping women captive in this castle and punishing the shit out of them for stupidity." The words slewed out between the tears, and I didn't care. He'd taken away my right to freedom. "I'd rather eat grass than the food you paid." "Go to your room," he ordered. Stepping away. My words did not affect him. Picking up my clothes, I moved to pull the dress on. He stopped me. "Naked, Bela." My head snapped in his direction, my eyes wide. "What?" He merely cocked a brow, his expression impatient. "There's almost 100 people out there?" A sob caught in my throat. I bit down on it, the ache in my jaw intensifying with each harsh breath I swallowed. "Please, don't." I knew my big mouth instigated the degradation, and I wasn't above pleading. He moved toward me, taking one painstakingly slow step at a time, stealing my space and towering over me. I tried to lean away, the chair at my rear, pressing into my back. With his thumb and forefinger hooking my chin, he tilted my head, forcing my gaze to meet his. "I won't warn you again. The sooner you learn your place, the easier this will be. Now go to your fucking room, unless you prefer my dungeon, where I keep all my women captive with nothing but rats for company." Despite his deathly quiet words, his eyes burned into mine like the epitome of hell itself. Rats. I shuddered at the thought of those pesky rodents crawling all over me. When I still hadn't moved after what seemed like a long while, he yanked the dress from my hand. As I gaped, open-mouthed, the sound of ripping material filled my ears. Half expecting him to laugh in my face, I got no reaction other than him handing the shredded garment back to me. What did he expect me to do with it? Thankfully, I didn't ask the question out loud. When I didn't take it, he tossed the material, gripped my arm, and walked me to the door. Opening it, he let go of me with a jerk, stepping back. Although I couldn't see anyone, the muffled voices coming down the hallway confirmed his guests were indeed still out there. I turned pleading eyes on him, the clenched jaw a clear indication I was wasting my time begging. "You're sick," I hissed. All I received was a blank stare. Shoulders sagging on a deep inhale, I stepped out. Cowering beneath my humiliation, I dropped my gaze to the floor, seeking its reprieve, and began walking. I heard the first sharp curse, followed by several shocked gasps, and my legs took on a life of their own. Not caring about the bodies I bumped into, I made a mad dash for the stairway. With the deafening roar of my mortification filling my ears, I sprinted up, and only stopping when the door to my room slammed shut behind me. I leaned against it, breathing hard. Then, every restraint I'd held onto crumbled, and, slowly, I slid down the door, crying so hard my throat burned, my jaw ached, and my chest caved in on itself, tightening until I was gasping for air.
With each extended sob, bits and pieces of my memories slipped through. Memories of my mother, Harsh, and Bhavna, Ishara, and finally Zane. All the people who'd played a hand in giving me some happiness in different parts of my life. Every sob made the pain more excruciating. I wanted the earth to open and swallow me whole. "Zane," I wailed, banging the back of my head against the door repeatedly, not caring that it would result in a headache later. He might be a killer. At least he hadn't humiliated me. He'd been kind and gentle and caring. Unsure how long I'd sat there, the sudden chill seeping into my naked body forced me to move. Dragging myself to the bed, I dropped to the mattress with a resigned sigh and closed my eyes. I was too exhausted to think of anything other than sleep.
25. Vincenzo, 35 years. I swallowed a mouthful of brandy and felt far from satiated. The usually sinful taste of the Vecchia Romagna no longer fed my craving. Something else had taken a hold of my taste buds. Something far less sinful, but with a distinct potency to destroy everything I stood for. "Do you really plan on marrying her?" "What the fuck are you doing here, Lucia?" I turned away from my office window and glared at Leo's niece on his wife's side, Lucia Bianchi. God alone knew why I chose to fuck the woman, but sometimes a man just needs an easy lay to fulfill certain lust-filled urges. Turning my back on her, I poured myself another brandy. "Less than 24 hours ago, you didn't mind fucking me over this table, and now you're treating me like I don't matter. All because of some little whore." I swung around sharply, my hand clamping around her neck so swiftly she had no chance to breathe, and clawed at my fingers. "Say one more fucking word, and I'll personally see to it that every fucking cock in this town fills every fucking hole in your body," I sneered. Tears sprang to her eyes, and I jerked her away from me. Reaching for the glass of brandy, I downed it with one quick gulp. "Where do you want me?" Lucia whispered, her brash from a moment ago having fled the scene. "On my fucking cock. It's all you're good for, isn't it?" I snarled, not recognizing the anger suturing my need to fuck. She moved to lean over my desk. I stopped her. "On your fucking knees." Wordlessly, she obeyed. I didn't have to ask before she reached for my zipper, her fingers shaking with the effort to slide it open. And even as she pulled out my cock, I couldn't help thinking about Gianna. Bent over the dining table, the red lashes on her skin raised and flushed, a stark contrast against her ivory complexion, and so fucking beautiful. My cock jerked at the thought, and fisting Lucia's hair in both hands, I didn't bother to check if she was ready or not. Shoving my cock down her throat, I pulled out, then fucked her mouth hard and fast. Yet with each thrust, visions of Gianna's ass fucked with my head. That look of utter shock and fear before she leaned over the table. Those soft sobs echoing against the hardwood. The plea in her eyes for me to stop. While I had no idea why I cared if she were in pain or not, I loved the fucking idea of her being innocent, sweetly submissive, and mine to taint. But her last words, "You're sick," although they told me she'd be anything but sweetly submissive, it fucking stung hearing her say them, and left me with a twinge in my chest, an undesirable feeling I couldn't understand. It felt familiar, at the same time unsettling, because I couldn't understand why it struck a chord, and that pissed me the fuck off. Lucia's moans grew louder, her hands flat on my stomach as I pounded home. Fuck, I needed to let go, to find that release I craved. My grip tightening, I breathed in before I pulled out for just a second. "Please, Vincenzo," Lucia cried out, her fingers digging into my abs, trying to stop me. "Shut the fuck up," I growled, my thrusts turning savage, forcing her to clamp down, her suction harder. An orgasm rolled down my spine, tightening my balls in one swift lunge. My release was quick, my pleasure even shorter. This time, Lucia wasn't quick enough to swallow, and spurts of cum dribbled out the sides of her mouth, making her less appealing, and leaving me questioning why I'd fucked her in the first place. Empty, I withdrew and stuffed my cock back inside my pants. "Get out," I ordered, turning my back on her. Her quiet exit telling me she'd learned her place in my hellhole. I poured another glass of brandy, took a sip, then stared at the brown liquid as if it held the answers I needed. I just came down Lucia's throat, yet my cock still throbbed, the dissatisfaction gnawing a hole in my chest. I knew what I needed. What I craved was within arm's length, but she wasn't mine for the taking. Yet. With her, I'd bide my time, savor the moment, relish the thrill when it happened. I took another drink and groaned. Not even the sting of alcohol could quiet the simmer in my veins. Less than a day, and Gianna had left her mark on me, and while her fear shone in those sparkling eyes, only if you looked closer would you see what I did. The silent promise that she would never break, not for her father, not for any fucker, and sure as fuck not for Satan himself. And if you look deeper, there was more. The hate, the anger, the raw repugnance that burned like flames of a phoenix on its death. And while the bastard in me welcomed the challenge, I knew that a phoenix rising was far more powerful than its predecessor.
26. Gianna, 18 years. Staring at the clock on the nightstand, I curled into myself with my hands banded around my stomach. It was just after midnight, and I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten. The pangs were beginning to worsen. Memories of Ishara forcing me to diet once surfaced. I'd failed. I laughed before somber thoughts replaced the moment. Losing one person was an emotional turmoil, but losing everyone you loved in a space of a week was mental instability on another level. I couldn't deny that hope for rescue was diminishing by the second, and the idea of death looked a lot more appealing than the life I'd been cast into. Sudden tears glazed my vision, and I swallowed against the ache in my throat. Rolling onto my back, I winced as pinpricks of discomfort tortured my ass. Cursing words I didn't think I was capable of, I stared up at the ceiling. Suicide was a coward's way out, and I could picture my mother's sad face if I gave in so easily. Then I thought of Zane, wondering who was the lesser of two evils between him and Salvatore. They'd both killed without remorse. They'd both treated me like I was nothing but a pawn in their mind games. But who would I have a better chance with? For the first time since leaving my home with Zane, I felt well and truly isolated, remembering the morning we'd spent together before he left for his trip, not realizing it would be our last, and that I never got a chance to say goodbye. Fresh tears slipped down my temples and dripped into my hair. "Would you come for me, Zane?" I stared heavenward, waiting. I was alone. There was simply no one I could turn to. No one. I would die in this place, and no one would miss me. No one would care. Yes, it would be better to just die, Forget my miserable existence. As if in response to my conflicted mindset, my stomach rumbled. This time, it cried out at the sharp agony of hunger I'd never felt before. There was only so much water I could drink to sustain myself. I had to eat something or kill whatever ugly alien had crawled into my stomach, and decided to add to the pain in my ass. Sliding off the bed, I strolled into the bathroom, washed my tear-stained face, and cooled down my puffy eyes, sore from all the crying. A glance in the mirror reminded me that I was still naked, and I had no clothes. I searched the closet for a robe. Nothing. Grabbing one of the large bath towels, I walked back into the bedroom to weigh my options. My stomach growled its irritation, cutting short my decision to wrap a bedsheet, toga-style, around my body. I glanced at the box with the engagement dress. Laughing at the vision of me, the dress, and a midnight snack, I shook my head and secured the towel around my body. It was late. Everyone would be asleep, and if they weren't, chances were they'd already seen my earlier walk of shame, so the towel would be an added attraction. Just as I was about to leave the room, my gaze fell to the credit card lying on the nightstand. I grabbed it and walked out. If he wanted a made-up doll as his wife, then he'd have to go shopping. Judging by the elegant clothing I'd seen the women wear at the party, my tastes were not even close to what he'd expect me to buy. Downstairs, an eerie quiet preceded me, and spooked by the notion of being watched, I kept looking over my shoulder until I reached the kitchen. I flicked a couple of switches until I found the lighting I preferred. It afforded the space just enough brightness for me to skulk around. Technically, I wasn't stealing, but given I'd insulted the owner by refusing to eat his food, I was certain he wouldn't hesitate to call my act stealing. Pulling open the double doors of the fridge, I scanned the contents for something quick and easy to eat. "Are you all right, Signora?" I jumped, barely managing to stifle the scream clogging my throat, and turned. "Rosanna!" I breathed. God, the woman was like a ghost, and the way she kept popping up everywhere had me wondering if she were employed to spy on me. Did she have hidden cameras to watch my every move? Stupidly, I flicked a glance toward the ceiling, not sure what I should be looking for. "I'm so sorry, Signora. I didn't mean to frighten you." Even in the dimly lit space, I noticed the pink flush to her cheeks. It was like the woman was scared to disappoint me. I immediately felt bad for thinking the worst of her. When she saw my smile, her shoulders relaxed. "Are you hungry?" "What gave you that idea?" Despite my grin, I wished I could have continued my hunger strike and refusing to eat his food, but recently my stomach had resembled a tornado, swallowing everything in sight, and right now I was starving. She pointed to the saran-wrapped plate in my hand I didn't realize I was holding. I glanced down at the cut slices of steak, then nodded. "Here." She held out a pale pink bathrobe. "I wanted to bring you some of my clothes, but Mr. Salvatore will not be happy." "Thank you. Won't you get into trouble if I take this?" Even though the castle was relatively warm, the thought of covering myself in something more significant than a towel was appealing. "It's okay. I'll explain to him that you were cold." Her concerned expression gave me the comfort of having a motherly figure around me. I took the robe and set it on the counter for the moment. "Shall I make a sandwich for you?" she asked, withdrawing a long roll from the bread bin. "It's late. Go on up to bed. I'll do it." Smiling, I set the plate down on a counter and accepted the roll. She opened her mouth to argue, but I shook my head. "I'm a simple girl, Rosanna. While I might be imprisoned in this castle, I'm no princess, and don't plan on being one either. I can make my own sandwich." Sighing, she nodded and walked away, then stopped to look at me over her shoulder. "You're right, Signora." At my frown, she added, "You're not a princess, you're a queen. One who'll rule wisely besides Signor Salvatore." I snorted a laugh, but she was gone before I could speak my disgust out loud. "Yeah, More like Queen of the Damned, I muttered into the silence, then laughed at my situation because it was all I could do for now, until I got the lay of the land, so to speak. Then I'd plot my escape. Blowing out a raspberry, I set to work on my version of a Philadelphia sandwich, drooling at the thought of biting into the cheesesteak roll. Done, I poured a glass of milk and thought twice about taking the meal up to my room when my stomach produced another loud rumble. Grinning, I gave it a consoling rub. Stomach, meet food. I bit into the decadent loaf on a long, drawn-out groan. Oh, God, that's so good. Mumbling on a mouthful, I gave my effort a chef's kiss, then laughed at my antics. I moved to sit down and winced when my ass smarted. Diavolo, I growled, slowly maneuvering my butt off the seat to prevent chafing the tender skin. Standing, I leaned my elbows on the marble counter, dipped a pickle into the bottle of mustard, and took a bite. Between the steak roll, pickle, and milk, my stomach was in heaven. I'd just taken the third bite of my sandwich when the uncanny feeling of being watched settled between my shoulder blades. Suddenly jumpy, I straightened, my gaze darting to all the nooks and crannies of the darkened kitchen. Swallowing the masticated bread, I mustered a brave face and called out, "Whoever you are, it's rude watching people eat." Not if they're eating the food they vowed never to touch because I paid for it. A startled sound choked in my throat as Satan himself moved into the light, shining from the beam above my head. At first, I only noticed those crystal-clear irises and daunting smirk framed by sleep-tousled hair that would make an ordinary man look untidy. Admittedly, on him, it was sexy as hell and a visual sin to look this good, unkempt. Then my gaze dropped, taking in his tall frame dressed only in sweatpants and a series of tattoos on both hands, from wrist to pecs. Of course he'd wear gray sweats, and of course he'd make them look so damn good. All 6 foot something of ripped muscles and chiseled perfection stared back at me. My cheeks flamed, a white heat I could feel slowly trail in a southerly direction. Oh, God, was it possible to die of embarrassment? Wait, he'd already done that to me. Cursing my eyes for appreciating the devil when I should be remembering an angel who, although he used me, Zane hadn't humiliated me. I averted my gaze. I tried to focus on the sandwich I held between my fingers, trying to play it off like I hadn't just gawked at him, but I couldn't, not while he watched. Until I had a chance to weigh my escape options, I had to do everything not to let him get under my skin, which right now seemed like an epic failure. The crumbs on my plate became an ideal distraction while I searched my brain for something to say. "I'll pay for it." Really? That's the best you can come up with? Idiot. I could feel his gaze on me, but I refused to look up. The man was unnerving. The silence even more so, eventually forcing my eyes to meet his. One dark brow lifted, a devilish gleam in the color of his irises, implicit darkness threatening to swallow me whole. Yeah, right. So much for not letting him get under my skin. I could have sworn a hint of a smile played around his full lips. Sadly, I was mistaken. His next terse words hinted as much. "How do you plan on doing that?" My gaze dropped, and I glimpsed the credit card I'd brought down with me. I reached for it and held it out. "Here, Mr. Salvatore." I met his stare head-on. "Since you gave me this to spend at will, you can charge my sandwich and milk to it." I bit my bottom lip to keep from laughing, knowing how childish I sounded. Strangely, I didn't care. He could whip my ass for all I cared. Wait, he'd done that already. If he was surprised or angry at my insolence, he didn't show it. Instead, all I got was a blank stare. But I couldn't help wondering if I'd mistaken that amused glint in his eyes.
Mr. Salvatore. Why so formal, Bella? I'm to be your husband soon. What should I call you then? Diavolo Salvatore Ilfredo? Or Salvatore il Diavolo? Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? I called him cold and the devil with a cheeky arch of my brow. It does. His soft response held a lot more threat than the actual connotation behind the word devil. Especially when you have no idea what hell I'd unleash on your pussy. Goosebumps littered my skin at the chaotic sin those words provoked in my stunned brain. After that little show and tell on my ass, I was part scared, part excited at the idea of him touching me again. Did that make me sick? A slut, perhaps? Or just an 18-year-old girl with limited options at her disposal? Could I seduce him into letting me go? Judging by those intelligent eyes pinning me to my spot, I'd be an idiot to think I could seduce him into doing anything. You're a wealthy, good-looking man who could probably have any woman he wants. Why would you want me for your wife? Christ, did I just compliment him? He moved closer, and I turned to face him. Leaning my hip into the counter, I had to lift my head to look up at him, every inch of me hyper-aware of his proximity, his presence dwarfing the large kitchen. My pulse accelerated, on the verge of a cataclysmic downfall. Eyes narrowed, he studied me as though expecting me to cower. I didn't. Shoulders squared, I tilted my chin in defiance until his next words. What makes you think being my wife will stop me from having any woman I want? Oh. My stomach flipped, and irritation stung my flushed cheeks. Are you always this conceited, asshole? I heard the words in my head, but bit my tongue and met the caustic lift of his brow, directing all the hate I could find inside of me toward glaring him in the eye, aware I'd never be able to match the intimidation of his stare alone. Does that mean I get to have any man I want, then? I blurted, my mouth speaking my mind out loud before I had a chance to mull over my words. Unprepared for him, I yelped when his hands shot out, swung me away, and I felt the countertop dig into my rear, his body flush against mine. One hand grasped my throat, fingers digging deep. The other gripped my hip. The skin on my ass burned, and I barely kept from reaching down to give it a rub. If he aimed to provoke fear, it wasn't working. Not while his muscular body was pressed tight to mine, his thigh between my legs, and his lips a breath away from mine. However, if he intended to seduce me into bowing to him, he was damn close to achieving it. Jaw clenched, those stony eyes roved over my face, the threat of something ominous, unmistakable. Ever had your pussy smacked, little girl? The words rolled off his tongue, liquid seduction dripping from his lips. I gulped, not even daring to imagine what that would feel like. I have belts in all shapes and sizes to do my bidding. His voice dropped to a husky whisper, his tone dark. If you so much as let another man look at you. And jackrabbit that my mouth was, I exclaimed, I can't control a man's eyes. Frustration lining my words. Then you'd better learn to try. His hand dropped from my throat to cup my pussy. If you don't want this smacked. Although, his eyes flashed with something wildly primal. It makes fucking much more pleasurable, and you might learn to like it. He squeezed until I squirmed, scraping my ass cheeks against the counter. I gasped as the pain became unbearable. Please. Please what? He cocked a brow. You're hurting me. I winced. Where am I hurting you? I blushed. My ass. For a moment, his hand stilled, and air rushed out of my chest in a grateful exhale. But instead of moving back, he leaned into me, both hands resting on my hips,
his body pushing me tighter against the counter. I whimpered, not from pain, but from the sheer hardness of his tall frame. Every inch of him was solid muscle, even the steel rod behind the sweats. My breath caught in my throat, refusing to leave my body and forcing me to swallow.
If you're looking for remorse, Bela, I suggest you give up now.
He gripped my bottom lip between his teeth and bit down. My eyes watered from the sting, and I squirmed. He let go, his eyes never leaving mine.
Luis's death had no impact on me. What makes you think me whipping your ass would?
I lowered my gaze, shielding the hurt from him. If I didn't conform to his threats, there was no telling what other punishment awaited me. He brought a hand up, trailing a lazy finger along the line of my jaw from one end to the other. His touch, amazingly gentle to his hard demeanor and crass words. I worked hard to control the silent tremors shuddering through me, once more hating what he was doing to my body, more so my reaction to his manipulation. Then he brushed his lips over mine, so light, I thought I'd imagined it, except for the goosebumps erupting over my skin. I frowned, wondering why he'd done that. He cocked his head to the side, leaning closer, his lips against the shell of my ear, his breath a warm breeze over my skin.
Like you said, the devil is cold, correct? I feel nothing.
I swallowed, searching my mind for the right words that would stop his touch and the havoc down south. Jerking my head back, I steadied my breathing. "Correct," I croaked. Okay, that wasn't it.
Yet you feel me, don't you?
He ran his finger down my neck, swirling lazy circles over my skin.
You like what I do to you, my insolent little bellezza?
You wish, I mumbled, trying to ignore his fingers and focus on something else. And stop calling me beauty, beautiful, or whatever.
Beauty and the devil. Appropriate, yes.
His finger dropped lower, rolling over my nipple, which had embarrassingly hardened. He tugged at the towel, and when it dropped open to reveal my naked body beneath, I resisted the urge to lift my hands and cover myself. "Don't," the words slipped out. Instead of the anger I expected, he slid a finger under my chin and lifted it until my gaze met his. His head cocked, those ashen spheres studied every contour of my face. In a desperate attempt to avoid his entrancing stare, I dropped my gaze to his chin until he spoke and I looked up again.
You're mine to touch, mine to ruin, mine to fuck. Don't fight me, girl.
His eyes flashed with something primal, a raw heat.
I will fuck this sweet body into submission whether you like it or not.
His words should have instilled fear in me. It didn't. Admittedly, the darkness cloaking this man held a certain appeal, an intimidating mix of desire and danger, the circumstances of which could either be cataclysmic or mind-blowing. His hand dropped from my chin to my breast. He palmed the soft flesh, squeezing lightly. A soft whimper of air rushed from my lips, and I closed my eyes. My breathing labored and grew heavier as his thumb rolled over the nipple, tingling under his touch. When he leaned down and sucked the hardened bud into his mouth, I bit my lip to keep from crying out. My heartbeat quickened, his expensive cologne filling my nostrils, seducing my senses. He sucked harder, and I clenched my fists to keep from gripping his thick, dark hair. In a deceitful taunt, my pussy muscles spasmed, clearly aroused by the slow torture he was inflicting on my body. His hand lowered, cupping my mound, before he pushed a finger inside me. Gripping the edge of the counter, I gasped both from the intrusion
and the unexpected sensation rippling through me. He bit down on my nipple, and I cried out. His thumb grazed my clit, and I shuddered, electric shocks nipping at the swollen bundle of nerves. I needed to say something to distract him, to get those hands off my body. Not for the fear of how far he'd take this, but that I might let him. Whether I admitted it or not, my body was reacting to his touch, and I hated it. Hated more that I liked it. "I can't marry you," I murmured. His movement stilled before he released my breast and straightened.
Why do you say that like you have a choice?
I tried not to look at those glistening lips, moist from what he'd been doing to my breast. "You're almost twice my age. Surely you have other, more mature women to suit your needs?" Shit. I silently reproached my runaway mouth, but I needed to get him away from me. Maybe attacking his age wasn't the right avenue. Still, at 35, the man had almost 17 years on me. Surely I wasn't wrong in my assumptions. He looked like he needed an experienced woman to cater to his needs, and I didn't want to know what deranged pleasures he was into. My ass-whipping was already an indication. Under Zane's tutelage, I was still discovering pleasure points I didn't even know existed in a woman's body. What would I learn with this dictator? He stepped back, releasing me, and I held my breath, unsure what to expect. His gaze roamed my face for a second before he walked off. Blowing out a relieved raspberry, I turned to watch his stiff gait head for the door, sure I'd angered him. Then he stopped at the threshold. I froze. He glanced over his shoulder.
Age is simply the number of years women have enjoyed me. Wait until you feel my cock between your legs, little girl. I give a whole new meaning to the word experienced, and I'll be sure to remind you about that when you're screaming my name.
I was still swallowing when he walked out, the thread of his promise still ringing in my ears. My eyes glued to the door leading out of the kitchen, I ran a slow hand through my hair. Surely he wouldn't force himself on me if I refused to have sex with him. My laugh was low. Who was I kidding? The man clearly was the type to do as he pleased. He hadn't given any thought to belting me. Why would he think twice about raping me? Trying to wipe the notion from my head, I reached for the robe Rosanna had left me and slipped it on, then picked up my sandwich. Only Mr. Salvatore had walked out with my appetite. I covered the sandwich with saran wrap, popped it in the fridge, and went back to my room. Chances my stomach would be grumbling the rest of the night were high.
27. Vincenzo, 35 years. A knock on my door had me looking up from the file I'd been reading. Yes. Rosanna entered, her smile hesitant. "Miss Lucia is here to see you, signor." Nodding, I went back to reading the file, then looked up to find Rosanna still standing there. "What is it?" "Signora Gianna is going into town." "I'm aware." "You are not going with her?" I narrowed my eyes at the unusual reproach in her words. She immediately bowed her head. "Mi dispiace, signor." She apologized and turned to walk out. "You think I should go with her, Rosanna?" My question stopped her, and she slowly rotated. "No, signore." She shook her head, fear that she might have angered me etched into her brow. "She didn't eat any breakfast. I worry she might be weak, yes?" She paused, uncertainty replacing her smile, then added, "I heard her vomiting this morning, and she looked off color when she came downstairs." When I said nothing, she bowed her head. "I will bring Miss Lucia." I figured if she were talking behind my back, Rosanna would have rolled her eyes. I held up my hand, and she froze to the spot. Leaning back in my seat, I steepled my fingers in front of me and eyed the petite woman. My housekeeper was good at her job, and began working for my father long before my place in the hierarchy was sealed. She was loyal to a fault, and one of the few people I could rely on among my staff. Her dislike of Lucia was evident in the way she always made some excuse to busy herself when Lucia visited. I didn't blame Rosanna, since Lucia's endless fawning was at times taxing. Still, she was a good stress reliever when I needed one. Gianna's arrival, however, seemed to make Rosanna's dislike for Lucia more profound. The look on her face said it all. "You don't like her, do you?" I asked. "Signor?" "Lucia." "No, signor, I mean, yes," she rushed on, flustered, her cheeks turning pink. I leaned my elbow on the armrest and cupped my chin with my thumb and forefinger. "What about Gianna?" Immediately, Rosanna's face lit up, answering my question without words. "She's a baby, yes." "You mean young?" She nodded. "But she will make you the perfect queen." After I've tamed her a little more. "Have Marco bring the car around and inform Lucia that I'm busy." Rosanna nodded, trying hard to hide the delight on her face before walking out. Perhaps my housekeeper's affinity for the girl would work in my favor. Not that I needed help showing her whose house she'd entered. Queen, indeed. I shook my head and reached for the file, glancing out the window as I did. My fingers stilled on the yellow file as my gaze drifted to Gianna, dressed in the engagement dress, and being ushered into one of my SUVs. I couldn't hide my admiration. With long black hair that swirled around a trim waist when she moved, engaging green eyes filled with a dormant fire waiting to be unleashed, and perfect full lips I wanted wrapped around my cock. She was a stunning girl. Yet, apart from the external beauty, she possessed an innocence that was captivating on its own. Some sixth sense warned me she'd become a handful if I allowed her. Maybe that's what I wanted after I extracted what I wanted from her first. The possibility was there to let her rule as my queen, circumstances be damned. Barely 24 hours had passed, and she'd tested my fucking restraint more than once. Strangely, the more she challenged me, the more I found myself wanting her, needing to fuck her hard until she screamed in submission. And the more defiant she pretended to act, the more vivid my imagination turned, picturing what it would feel like with her on her knees, pleading for a lick at my cock, even after I'd turned her mere dislike to unadulterated hate. Because that's what I craved most from her. This wasn't some cliched romance story where we fall in love and live happily ever after. No, I needed that girl to fucking hate me enough to want to kill me. Some might question my motives, but I'd learned a long time ago that the price of happiness was negotiable. It all depended on whose pockets were deeper, who had the right information. Up until his death, my father taught me one thing: the higher the stakes, the more entertaining the game. And those that knew me knew I played dirty, and those that didn't, they'd find out soon enough. Never go into the fucking ring with Vincenzo Salvatore unless you had an ace or 4 up your sleeve, because chances were I'd have a royal flush up mine. There was nothing I didn't know, and even if I didn't, I found out very quickly. You couldn't hide from me, even if you tried hard enough. I always found a way to hunt you down, and if I couldn't get to you now, I eventually would. Because, unlike most double dealers, I always knew how to play my cards right. There was only one person who'd managed to hide. The difference was, I'd let her, and she didn't even know how her fate had changed overnight. Right now, though, she was climbing into my SUV on her way to clothe herself at my expense. And they say chivalry is fucking dead. I stood and paused while slipping on my jacket when a knock sounded at my door. Yes, Leo entered. "Mr. Mancini is here." I'd expected the bastard to wait at least another day or so. Mendez, he wasn't quick to hide his surprise. "How did you know?" "There's very little I don't know, Leo. You of all people should know that. Or you would have been sitting in my place today, correct?" My right-hand man's features soured, and I cocked a brow. "True," he muttered. Leo might be my father's younger brother, but he understood his place. I was the head of the Salvatore household. I controlled everything the Salvatore name stood for. It was what my father wanted, and Leo knew better than to question my authority. Fuck, he knew better than to blink without my approval first. Still, I always detected a hint of his resentment whenever decisions needed to be made. He felt he deserved better. His ego was his biggest downfall, and why my father never gave him the title of Don. "I'll send him in," he finished with a quick nod before leaving. I stared out the window. Since my father's death, I trusted very few people in my life, and Cassius Mancini topped my untrustworthy list. A man who sold his daughter wouldn't hesitate to betray his business associates, and he'd proven me right. "Mr. Salvatore." I turned away from the window, wondering why the man had never called me by my first name. Ever. Cassius. I didn't offer him the same courtesy. He stood at the open door with his shoulders squared and chin jutted, declaring his arrogance. "May I?" He gestured to the seat on the opposite side of my table. I nodded. He unbuttoned his suit jacket and waited for me to sit. When I didn't, he lowered his tall frame into the leather seat. "Forgive my barging in on you without an appointment, but I felt it prudent that I get to you before it was too late." My blank stare was all he got. "I've had a change of heart." He paused, waiting for a response. I said nothing. "I'd like my daughter back, and I have the entire 50 million ready to transfer with interest, of course. Just to say the word." I walked around the table and stared at the man, who, in his circles, was probably a confident bastard. But the fine sprinkle of sweat across his brow and upper lip told me one of two things. Either I intimidated the fuck out of him, which was a given, or he was lying. In my line of work, I shot first and asked questions later. If you were dead by then, who the fuck cared? Then again, I already knew why he was nervous. His reason for wanting his daughter back had nothing to do with a loving father come to rescue his only child from the clutches of the devil. The word is no. I buttoned my jacket, a clear indication this conversation was over. His lips pulled into a thin line, and for a moment I considered emptying my 9mm in his skull. That meant him bleeding out all over my clean office. I didn't think his dirty blood warranted my staff's time. I was under the impression we were businessmen, Mr. Salvatore. Surely repaying my debt would warrant the return of my daughter, since you haven't married her yet. He stood, stiffening his shoulders to show his rigid stance in the matter. Taking my time to straighten the cuffs of my jacket, I lifted a slow gaze to meet his. Where his were hard, mine burned with raw fury. I'm not in the habit of repeating myself, Cassius, so make sure you hear me clearly. Fuck with me again, and I'll cut off your balls, have my chef make machaca, and feed it to you while you watch. Trust me, you'll enjoy every fucking morsel, I sneered. The man visibly blanched. Only because you're Gianna's father, I'm allowing you to walk away with your balls intact. Now get the fuck out. Swallowing repeatedly, he headed for the door. It would have been easy to gut the bastard from forehead to navel, but I was reserving that joy for someone else. Cassius, I stopped him. He turned to look at me. If you're not sure, ask Mendez to explain how to make machaca. I'm sure it would make for an interesting conversation of how you fucked up. Snagging his surprised expression, I turned my back on him. On my way out the front door 5 minutes later, my phone rang. It was one of the men I'd sent with Gianna. "Tony," I answered, climbing into the back seat of the SUV. "We were ambushed, sir," he breathed like he'd been running. "Fuck, how many?" Signaling for Marco to stop the vehicle, I climbed out and gestured for him to get out. 6, maybe 8. I lost count taking cover. They were after the girl, sir. Julian took a hit, and she—" He trailed off as an explosion of gunfire erupted in the background. I slid in behind the wheel, and Marco barely had time to jump into the passenger seat next to me before I shot off down the driveway and out the gate, tires spinning as I swerved on a bend. Fury pounded through my veins, heating my skin and shooting my heart rate top line. I was expecting this, just not so soon after Cassius leaving. Seemed like he was the decoy sent to distract me. "Where's the girl?" "I'm not sure if she took off or they dragged her out of the car and she ran. I couldn't see, but I know which way they went," Tony rasped. "I'm going after her." "Where?" I waited for him to give me their location before I cut the call. It took me half of the 55 minutes it would have taken Marco. The sight of Gianna's overturned SUV and Tony's bullet-ridden Mercedes didn't do anything for the rage flooding my body. I white-knuckled the wheel and turned to Marco. "Find out everything you can." I nodded to the policeman skirting the other 2 vehicles, probably belonging to Mendez. "Marco," I stopped him as he closed the door. He leaned down to look at me through the window. "Don't mention the girl. I'm going after her." "Yes, sir, but shouldn't I shadow you?" "I can handle myself," I gritted. "I want to know if any of the fuckers survived." "And if they did?" Marco's questioning eyes met my hard stare. "Right." Given I was more an action man than a talker, my men had learned very quickly how to read my expressions. I climbed out of the car, slammed the door behind me, and dialed Tony. He answered on the second ring. "Sir," he was breathless. "They went down 5th, but I lost them in the crowd," he panted. There was only one way out of 5th Street. "I'll cut them off on 10th. Pocketing my phone, I headed down the street at a brisk pace. The bad blood between Mendez and me began years ago. He knew I'd come for him. It was just a matter of time. Regardless, I doubted he was aware of the truth behind Cassius's manipulations. Maybe the promise of a warm pussy had Mendez going against a man like me. And while I was all for giving him the war he wanted, I still planned to bide my time until the right moment. The question right now, though, was whether my little minx was running or had the men taken her. Tony wasn't sure. Either way, I wouldn't give up until she was back where she belonged, with me. I rounded the corner into the alleyway on 10th, and the sight that greeted me not only answered my questions, but sparked a rage so intense my muscles spasmed as I clenched my fists. Their backs to me, 4 men surrounded Gianna. Too busy pawing her, they didn't hear my approach. "What's so special about you, bitch?" The tallest slapped her across the cheek. Her head snapping to the side, she cried out, simmering the intensity of my blood. Then she saw me, and her tear-filled eyes widened a fraction before I had the first man in a chokehold. In the time it took me to break his neck, his body to fall, and my hand closing around the neck of a second man, fingers digging deep enough to feel his larynx, the other 2 turned. "Who the fuck are you?" the tallest shouted, his thick whiskers making his words sound raspy. "Fuck!" the shorter one nudged his friend. "That's Salvatore!" "So? He doesn't look like no devil," the fucker snorted, his spit hitting my shoes. I figured he was new to the Mendez cartel. All the Mendez men knew me. They'd had more than their share of run-ins to fear me. He tossed a knife from hand to hand, his eyes raking a dirty look the length of my body. "Fuck no!" his friend paled. I cocked a brow, ripping the throat of the guy I was still holding. Blood sprayed from the tear as he sank to the floor. Gianna let out a sharp scream, her hands cupping her face, her eyes riveted on the man's twitching body. The 2 fuckers blocking her from me looked at each other, then at me, before they charged. I dodged both, coming up behind them. One hand palming his chin, the other on top of his head, I twisted, cracking the neck of the shorter guy. As he went down, I pivoted, my left leg flying up, swift and accurate, catching the other fuck in the jaw with the back of my shoe. He fell, his knife clattering to the floor. Dropping to my haunches, I picked up his knife, my eyes on him. I twirled the pointed tip on the pad of my forefinger. His hand on his jaw, his eyes flared as I leaned closer. "Your spit is not worthy of my shoes, bitch," I sneered. He had only a moment's notice of my action before I lifted the knife and drove down into his open mouth. Bone snapped and blood gurgled out of his mouth, his eyes round globes of shock. Straightening, I turned to look at Gianna. She was shaking. Fear-ridden eyes lifted to meet mine. I held out a hand. "Let's go." Slowly, she shook her head, shrinking back. "Get away from me." The shaky words slipped past trembling lips. I lowered my hand and took a step forward. She flattened herself against the wall like it could hide her from me. Then, without warning, she shot past me. Letting out a frustrated curse, I gave chase.
28. Gianna, 18 years. I'd seen Zane kill, but he had nothing on the viciousness of Salvatore's savagery. While trapped, I'd preferred Salvatore's brand of evil to the men he'd just killed with his bare hands. However, tearing through them as though they were clay models instilled a fear so deep I could barely breathe. There was no way I was marrying him. Not giving any thought to my action, I ran. If I could get to a phone, I'd call Zane, beg him to come get me, not caring that he'd used me to get to my father. Then I thought of him killing Ashara, Harsh, and Bhavna, and I stumbled, my steps wavering. That cost me. Glancing over my shoulder, I caught sight of Salvatore. There weren't many people on the streets, which made it harder to zip into a store. Not wanting to put someone in harm's way given Salvatore's wrath, I didn't dare stop to ask for help. I picked up speed, running as fast as my legs would let me, but he was faster. Just as I shot into an alleyway, his strong hand wrapped around my elbow, yanking me back, and I yelped when my body crashed into his. "Where the fuck do you think you're going?" "Let me go." Breathing hard, I squirmed against his grip. "You're a madman!" Salvatore's cruel fingers bit deeper into my flesh, shaking me until I was looking at him. "And you fucking think those men were any better?" he hissed, running a finger across the probable bruise left by the other man's slap. "You killed them like it was nothing!" My scream bounced off the alley walls. He gripped both my arms, slamming me up against a wall. "I protect what's mine," he snarled. I cowered from those gray orbs that blazed with a sinister threat. Yet the words, playing on the tip of my tongue, slipped out. "You're a freaking neurotic!" One dark brow lifted as he leaned in, danger rolling off his broad shoulders. "I'm an obsessive, Bella. Do you know what an obsessive is?" I didn't think he required me to answer, so I kept quiet, letting my tears speak of my pain. If an obsessive can't have the object of his desire, he'll destroy it instead. "What does that mean?" I whispered. "You'll either willingly marry me, or I'll make a corpse out of you, destroying your potential to be what you truly want, a nobody." I swallowed, debating whether he'd kill me or not. Yet he was right. I wanted none of this. I wanted to be a nobody who just lived a simple life. But my life had become way more complicated than I'd envisioned. He inched closer, our lips less than a breath apart. I forgot to breathe, the tempest in his eyes holding me captive. It raged, furious and untamed, almost eager to escape and smother me in whatever darkness hid in the depths of his soul. "I'm an obsessive who both desires you and is threatened by you, Bella." The quiet words startled me. "What?" His eyes searched mine, and despite the hardness to his jaw, those grays somehow softened into something I couldn't decipher. Strangely, for the first time since he blew into my life like a deadly hurricane, he didn't seem like the devil I'd labeled him, but rather a tired man who carried the burden of the world on his shoulders. Why would he be threatened by me? As if he'd revealed too much, he jerked me away from him. I swiped both palms down my cheeks, attempting to dry tears that wouldn't stop. Wiping my nose stuffy from tears with the back of my hand, I didn't care about the childish sight I presented. I was tired. My whole body hurt, my face hurt, everything hurt. Even my freaking chattering teeth made my jaw hurt. Still, I tried to stay strong, conscious of his gaze on me. When I finally glanced his way, there was no remorse in those eyes. Just that staid expression that radiated extreme power. The supremacy of a tyrant who knew his place in this hellhole I'd become trapped in. Whether I liked it or not, accepted it or not, he ruled, he dictated, and either I listened or got swept into the dark recesses he'd established for me alone. "Let's go." He began walking away, expecting me to follow, and when I didn't, he stopped and turned slightly. His voice hardened. "You have 1 second before I throw you over my shoulder." Exhausted to the point where my legs were weak and unsure how long they would keep me upright, I almost welcomed the notion of him carrying me. Biting my thumbnail, I neared him. He took the hand of the nail I was biting, laced his fingers with mine, and led me out of the alley. I held back my snort of surprise with both the warm intensity of his touch and the act itself. Anyone looking at us would assume we were a couple, and I internally cringed. With his broad shoulders, expensive dark suit, perfectly tousled hair, and clean-shaven face, the man next to me was anything but Salvatore il Diavolo. Rather, the epitome of ruthless power, absolute control, and breathtaking beauty. Next to him, I felt underdressed and knew I'd never in a million years match his status. Not that I wanted to, but I knew I'd never be his equal. Even if he were to marry me, I'd never amount to anything other than the woman he'd forced into his bed. And judging by the women pausing in their stride to admire him, they'd be more than willing to swap places with me. Their gazes trailed down to our linked hands, and I could have sworn I heard their death threats. "Yeah, kill me if you want. He's already set on doing that," I muttered under my breath. As we walked, he drew out his mobile, and when he dialed, I attempted to extricate my hand from his. He tightened his grip without looking at me. "Rosanna, the marriage will take place tomorrow morning." He cut the call, his gaze shifting to me. I bit my tongue to hold back my retort, knowing it would be wasted on him, and turned away from his penetrating stare. "Is there anything you want?" I looked at him. "Duh," I said in my head, and out loud I mumbled, "Clothes would be nice," not hiding the sarcasm from my voice. "That's taken care of. Anything else?" "Taken care of?" I frowned. I thought I was allowed to go shopping for myself. "That was before." "Before what?" He stopped walking, jerking me to a halt, and his expression looked like he was trying to rein in his impatience. "When are you going to fucking understand that you have a target on your back?" "When you tell me why." My words started high and drifted into a low whisper as his eyes darkened to the color of the storm clouds on the horizon behind him. "Can I have an ice cream, please?" I pointed to the ice cream parlor. His expression zipped into one of incredulity, as if I'd just asked for poison. Maybe he'd never eaten ice cream before. Given how cold he was, he'd probably freeze the dessert the second it hit his tongue. "You asked if there was anything else I wanted," I murmured. If I was to be an imprisoned wife, I might as well get used to it. He seemed to contemplate my statement. "You can have ice cream at home," he replied, immediately killing my get-used-to-it notion. Home. That word sounded so personal. Our relationship was anything but. "Probably not the flavor I want." I was acting like a petulant child. I didn't care. "What flavor do you want?" he asked, surprising me. Was I really having a normal conversation with a man who just killed 4 men? "Mint pistachio with chocolate sauce." Huh? I frowned, not understanding my craving for a flavor I hated. And chocolate sauce? I preferred vanilla ice cream with maple syrup. Had my head suddenly gone into the twilight zone with the rest of my body? "Let's go." Salvatore gripped my hand and began walking again. "I thought we were going to have ice cream." I licked my lips, the craving growing strong with each step away from the parlor. "You thought wrong." His harsh reply sent an immediate zing of disappointment down my spine. I tugged my hand, but his grip was strong. "Where's Julian?" I knew he'd been hit, and even though he'd asked me to run, I prayed he wasn't badly injured. "He'll live." Salvatore threw over his shoulder, his nonchalance speaking to his uncaring attitude. By the time we reached his car, I was so tired my eyelids grew heavier. If that wasn't enough, my stomach grumbled its dissatisfaction for starving it. Pressing a hand against it, I glanced out the rear windshield, waiting for Salvatore to finish chatting with his men and the cops before he took a call. I was barely conscious when I felt him slide in next to me and heard Marco start the engine. I glanced at Salvatore as his fingers punched a number into the keypad of his phone. The idea of grabbing his phone and tossing it out the window flashed through my mind, and I bit my lip to keep from laughing. How can he not buy me ice cream? Either there was something mentally wrong with me, or I was just plain tired of being told what to do. All my life, I'd adhered to my mother's cautions, and only because she was trying to protect me. Now I was at the hands of a callous killer and even merciless husband-to-be, and I should be anxious, afraid of what he might do to me. Instead, I was worried about ice cream. Go figure. Watching him from beneath the shield of my lashes, I had to admit that despite his hard angles and chiseled arrogance, he was every bit the sophisticated man, born to wear a three-piece suit. While it might get me punished, I planned to make his life difficult. Pulling my knees into my chest, I curled my arms around them, leaned my head against the window, and succumbed to the sleep my exhausted body craved.
29. Vincenzo, 35 years. With my eyes on the passing scenery, I was still on a call when I felt Gianna's head hit my shoulder as Marco took a curve in the road. I stopped speaking and glanced down at her. She let out a small groan of frustration each time her sleep-heavy head lolled around. On the next slide of her head, and not sure why I did it, I turned slightly, lifted my arm, and laid it across the backrest, letting her head drop to my lap. Surprisingly, she didn't stir, but turned into my body and snuggled closer. Cocking my head to one side, I caught the call and studied her sleeping features. She was a beautiful girl, the type of beauty that would make a man pause mid-stride to admire her unassuming innocence. Yet beneath that fragile exterior lurked a vixen who, given time, would probably bend the world to her will. I sensed it in the sudden bursts of irritation she quickly hid, seen it in the way her eyes, a rich, mossy green, flashed unadulterated fire while she fought to control her tongue, heard it in her subtle insults she tried to hide. Fuck knew whether she feared me or she was just testing my intimidation levels. Regardless, for a sheltered princess, Gianna Mancini was proving to be more of an enigma than I'd expected. Her skin was silky soft and porcelain doll perfection, flawed only by the bruise where the fucker had slapped her. I tensed, not wanting to think what would have happened had I not arrived in time. She shuddered, drawing my gaze to another bruise on her thigh. It peeked from beneath the hem of her dress that rode up as she moved her leg. Grinding my teeth, I shook my head and glanced out the window. Why should I care if something happened to her? After all, she was merely a pawn, a means to an end, nothing more. "Mom?" The sudden whisper had me looking down again. Her creased brow followed with another soft whimper. She gripped my shirt in a tight fist and shuddered again. Tears rolled down over the bridge of her nose and onto my pants. She was probably dreaming of her mother. I moved a hand to wake her and let it hover over her shoulder before I fisted it. "What the fuck are you doing?" This was no time for sentimental shit. She was there for a reason, and letting her play with my emotions would deviate from the plan. Marco glided the car to a stop, shifting my attention. I shook Gianna lightly to wake her. She made a tiny noise, but didn't stir. My driver glanced over his shoulder. "Would you like me to carry her in, sir?" My brow creased as he blinked, his eyes filling with an immediate apology as he scrambled out to open the door. I slid a hand under her thighs and back, easily lifted her light body against me, and climbed out of the car. Heading indoors, I glanced down at her. With her face wet with tears, her body delicate and soft in my arms, she appeared so vulnerable. I snapped my gaze away at the sudden tightening in my chest. What the fuck was that? I was a second away from shoving her to her feet when Rosanna and Leo appeared in the living room, their expressions polar opposites. Where my housekeeper was fighting hard to hide her pleased smile, Leo's clenched jaw would probably cut through ice. "What happened in town?" he asked, his glare riveted on Gianna's sleeping form. "Mendez. Ambush." I moved to walk away, and he stopped me with his next words. "They wanted the girl, right? Why don't you hand her over? You've come so far, built a solid foundation. Is she really worthy?" "Finish that sentence, and it will be your last, Leo," I warned without looking at him, and continued walking. He followed me. "Are you seriously threatening me over her, Vincenzo?" My eyes narrowed. I stopped and slowly turned to look at my uncle. "Yes. Do you have a problem with that?" Challenge flashed in those dark eyes, then he seemed to rethink his words, turned, and walked away. Tempering down the heightened rage his words instigated, I glanced down at the girl in my arms and began walking. My uncle was right. I'd not only strengthened my father's foundation, but secured it so damn well only someone with no value for self-preservation would risk going against me. Regardless, I'd be lying if I said the idea of playing God over this girl's life didn't stir my thirst for blood. It seduced the fuck out of me. I laid her down on my bed, and I was still leaning over her when her eyes opened. She looked up at me. As though she were still in a dreamy state, she reached up and palmed my cheek. Her smile so slow it was alluring. "You have such beautiful eyes," she whispered, startling me, then turned on her side and sighed, her eyes closing. The frown still a rigid groove in my brow, I straightened and stared down at her. Plenty of women had tried, but none had messed with my emotions like this girl did in barely a day. The urge to wake her and shake some fear into her, or better still, fuck some rigidity into her, raced through my veins. Instead, I slipped off my suit jacket, walked into my closet, and quickly changed into sweats and trainers. Needing to work off my agitated state, I headed for the gym. An hour later, when bench pressing did nothing for my lingering agitation, I beat the shit out of the punching bag until my raw knuckles cried from the strain. Under the shower now they burned like a bitch, and flexing pulled the skin tight, drawing blood. I ignored the flash of pain when I reached for the towel and dried off. Wrapping a towel around my waist, I secured it, grabbed another, and dried my hair as I walked out. I paused when I looked up to find Gianna, long, sleep-tousled curls draped around her face, sitting on the side of my bed, scrutinizing items on my nightstand. Leaning a shoulder against the doorframe, I watched as she tried on my titanium ring emblazoned with the Salvatore crest. Oblivious to my presence, she slipped the ring first on one slim finger, held up her hand, fingers down, and watched it slide off before trying it on her next. Her pink lips parted slightly, the tip of her tongue curled up over the corner of her top lip, her smile slight, almost amused by what she was doing. The light from the bedside casting playful shadows across her ivory skin. Once more, her sweet innocence came to fore. Plenty of women had stained my sheets, but none I'd kissed, not even Lucia. Maybe I believed kissing created a certain intimacy worthy of lovers. Or maybe I hadn't found the right woman I wanted to share that moment with. Yet, watching this girl right now, was a turn-on I'd never experienced. More so the abrupt urge to kiss her, to cover those plump lips with mine. I wanted to know how her lips would feel crushed against mine, kissing her hard until she couldn't breathe, consuming the very essence of her. Would she taste like the strawberries I'd smelled on her lips the first time I'd almost squeezed the life out of her? Jesus fucking Christ. I had no fucking clue what the fuck was happening to me, but it was time to stop this shit. Clueless meant lack of control, and lack of control equated loss of power, and that was something I couldn't afford, especially now when the vengeance I craved played with my fingertips. Wake the fuck up. As if she could hear my silent reproach, her eyes lifted, darting to me, her breath hitching on an audible gasp. "Are you done snooping?" I asked, my tone stern. Her cheeks immediately flushed a deep pink. She shot to her feet, but I didn't miss the slide of her gaze over my naked chest before her eyes widened. "You're bleeding." The unconcealed concern in her voice startled me. Refusing to acknowledge that weird fluttering in my chest once more, I straightened. "It's nothing," I muttered, but I could feel the wetness of the blood rolling down my fingers. I'd pretty much torn the skin. Ignoring the pinch of pain, I balled my fists and took a step forward, expecting her to shrink back. Instead, she dashed past me into my bathroom. My frown barely registered before she zipped back out with a first aid kit in her hand. Biting her lip, her uncertain gaze lifted to mine. "May I?" She gestured to my hand. "Get the fuck out," I barked, hating that she wanted to help, hating that weirdness I couldn't explain. Turning my back on her, I dropped to the mattress and covered my closed eyes with an arm. I wasn't sure how long I laid there when soft fingers grasped my hand resting at my side and turned it, knuckles up. Removing the hand covering my eyes, I frowned. Gianna sat cross-legged next to me with my hand resting on her thigh while she wiped my fingers with a towel. "What the fuck are you doing?" I growled, attempting to move my hand. Not looking at me, she merely grabbed my wrist, held on, and continued wiping like I hadn't just questioned her. What the fuck was wrong with this girl? She should be fearing me. Baffled, I relented, her determination captivating. The tip of her tongue curled around the corner of her upper lip like she'd done when trying on my ring, even more so. Satisfied I wasn't going to resist, she cleaned off the remaining blood, squeezed some ointment onto the wounds, and rubbed it lightly. Next, she carefully wrapped a white bandage around my hand and secured it in place. Only then did her eyes meet mine, and I could see the questions swirling into those lovely greens. "Other hand, please," she whispered, the uncertainty back in her eyes. This time I didn't resist and held out my hand. Given the angle she was sitting in, she had to move closer. Lifting onto her knees, she rested my hand on my stomach, leaned in, and began working on it. I watched her, waiting to see if she'd meet my gaze again. But all I got was fierce concentration on her task. Done, she slid off the bed without a word, taking the blood-stained towel and first aid kit with her into the bathroom. When she came out, I pushed up onto my elbows and stopped her movement to the main door. "Where are you going?" With her hand on the doorknob, she glanced over her shoulder. "You did say get out, and I'm hungry." She was gone before I could stop her. Glaring at my two neatly bandaged hands, I shook my head and fell back to the bed. Would wonders never cease? Raking a hand through my hair, I stood, the stiffness under the bandage annoying me. I was on the verge of ripping the material off when my gaze fell to an earring on my floor lying just under the bed. I picked up the silver dolphin-shaped stud and stared at it, wondering if there was any sentimentality behind the jewel. Scoffing, I tossed it on my nightstand, entered my walk-in closet, and, giving no thought to my action, I swapped my towel for sweatpants, sneakers, and a t-shirt. Downstairs, I walked into the dining room to the aromatic smell of something I didn't recognize. Rosanna was crossing the floor from the kitchen and glanced up. She paused in her movements of setting a serving dish on the table, her gaze raking over my casually clad body. I cocked a brow, and she bowed her head. "Dinner is ready, signor." I understood her surprise. Dinner was a formal affair in my home, whether I had guests or not. The etiquette always remained the same. It was my father's one rule in the dining room, and I'd never changed it. With a quick nod, Rosanna disappeared through the entrance doors leading toward the kitchen. Scratching my chin, I turned, intending to go up to change, when Gianna entered. Dressed in black yoga pants and an oversized shirt, her hair wet from a shower, her face void of makeup, she looked refreshingly casual, comfortable, and the smile on her face indicated she felt that way, too. Noticing me, she paused, and as if she caught my examination of her dress sense, she glanced down at her clothes before lifting her gaze to meet mine. She bit her bottom lip, then ran a hand through her hair. "Should I change? I borrowed them from Rosanna." Wordlessly, I took my seat at the head of the table, and I was surprised when she immediately slid into the seat on my right. I expected her to seat herself as far away as possible from me. Rosanna appeared a moment later and placed a plate in front of Gianna. "Just the way you wanted, signora," she whispered. "Thank you, Rosanna." Her smile at the older woman was filled with a glee I didn't understand, until she lifted the silver-domed cover. Catching my surprised look, Gianna's smile faltered for just a moment. "It's a burger and French fries," she offered. Her reply hushed, as if worried I would have the casual dish taken away. When Rosanna walked to my side and removed the cover on my plate, this time I hid my surprise at the ribeye with rosemary and wild mushroom serving. Not sure why I was expecting to be served the same as Gianna. The girl's simplicity was beginning to test my patience. "Grazie, Rosanna." When she stepped back and moved to her spot she always occupied until dinner was over, I picked up the fork and knife to begin eating. I glanced up to find Gianna watching me. Quickly, she dropped her gaze and picked up her burger. I didn't miss her soft moan on her first bite. Her eyes closed. She was licking her lips while slowly chewing. Annoyed with the sudden twitch of my cock, I proceeded to slice my steak. Only the stiffness in both hands persisted, and I dropped the knife. The clatter on my plate had Gianna standing up. Frowning, I looked at her, and barely kept from cursing when she moved to stand near me. She picked up my knife, took the fork from my hand, and began slicing the meat on my plate. For a man who killed people, stumbling on words shocked me more than the audacity of this girl. "What the fuck are you doing?" I asked, my tone steel. She didn't answer. When her eyes met mine, her smile light, she continued slicing the meat. Her perfume, a soft smell of lavender with a hint of vanilla, curled around me, and Clenching my teeth, I clamped down on the emotions stealing over my usual thoughts. Jerking the knife out of her hand, I pointed to her chair. "Sit." She set my fork on the napkin, moved away, and slid slowly into her seat. Forking a piece of the cut steak into my mouth, I glanced at her. She was toying with her French fries, moving them around her plate in an absent-minded design, her burger untouched. "Stop playing with your food and eat, girl." Fuck, I sounded like a reproachful parent. Instead of doing as she was told, she looked up. Her eyes, glazed with unshed tears, met mine. Leaning back in my chair, I arched a brow. "If you don't want me to help, or at least try a relationship with me, why marry me? Why keep me around?" she mumbled. "To fuck?" My reply slipped through thinned lips, annoyed that she was getting under my skin and I was usually the narcissistic bastard no one controlled. "Then why don't you get on with it, instead of playing with my emotions? At least then you can satisfy whatever urges you have and send me on my way." She jumped to her feet. I was out of my seat so fast she wasn't quick enough to move. She leaned away from me, her body bowing backward, as I caged her in with my palms flat on the table on either side of her. "You might be a cheeky little girl with others, but trust me, you don't have what it takes to fuck with me," I growled, dropping a hand between her thighs. Even as I said the words, I wanted nothing more than to fuck that virgin cunt of hers. Blinking rapidly, her eyes glazed with tears, torment painting her cheeks a distinct shade of fear. I craved. "I'd think twice about provoking a man like me, Bella." I wanted to taste the sweet nectar of her innocence on my tongue. The idea of being her first fucked with my head. Would she cry out in pain or writhe in the pleasure of my touch? I squeezed her mound, and she whimpered, pushing her thighs together to keep me out. Jerking her legs to the side, I forced her thighs apart. "My sexual proclivities might scare the fuck out of you if you're not careful." I could practically taste the scent of her arousal. The thought of slipping my cock into her dripping cunt after I'd whipped her ass tightened my balls. If I stayed there a moment longer, I was likely to fuck her right there on the table. Pulling a deep breath, I stepped back. "Now sit your ass down and shut the fuck up, little girl, before you make me regret giving you a bedroom to sleep in," I snapped. Immediately she dropped to her chair and, with a sullen glance in my direction, began eating. After 2 bites, she pushed her plate aside and stood. "May I be excused?" I could hear the restraint in her voice. She was attempting to keep either her anger or tears at bay. It would have been easy to toy with her, to see how far I could push before she probably retaliated with a steak knife through my heart, but I didn't. I planned to keep that little endeavor for when she truly became mine. Yet something told me that while she'd become my wife, it would be in name only. Anything else I wanted from her I'd have to take by force. Bastard that I was, I anticipated the outcome would be one to remember. For me, at least. I nodded without looking up. After she walked off, Rosanna stepped forward to remove her plate. "Make sure she eats something," I instructed. No longer hungry, I dropped my fork and stood to walk away. "She's trying to be brave, Signor. She's just lost her mother and thrown into a world that doesn't make sense to her. Speaking in Italian, Rosanna's soft words stopped me. She'd never spoken out before, and that surprised me. Slowly I turned and studied my housekeeper's solemn expression. I don't want a Barbie doll to play house, Rosanna. You know what I need. With that, I walked away, once more annoyed with how quickly that girl was beginning to occupy a lot more brain space than I cared for. With a brandy in my hand, I walked out onto the balcony outside my den. Leaning my elbows on the railing, I glanced out toward the now darkened sea in the distance, wondering how I'd landed myself in this situation. When Cassius took a loan from my father to cover his debt, I had no idea what the terms of their agreement were. I was 25 then, and ignored the agreement until 10 years later, and that moment she stood in my living room fighting her father's decision. After finding out the details behind Cassius's operation, I now understood the reason her mother hid Gianna all these years, untouched and innocently beautiful. Manipulative bastard that he was proving to be, Cassius would have easily sold her to another if I'd turned her down. No one, not my father, Cassius, or her mother, could be certain I'd go ahead with the marriage when the deal was signed, and that left everyone making alternate plans until my digging uncovered a lot more information than I bargained for. Now, my reason to marry her might be considered unwise, but it was fucking foolproof. Turning to lean my butt against the rail, I glanced toward Gianna's bedroom, visible from where I stood given the concave design of the building. She was sitting on the railing ledge, one leg up in front of her, the other dangling on the inside of the balcony. With her elbow resting on the leg up, her head leaning on that hand, she looked out to sea as if, like me a moment ago, lost in thought. Even if I didn't want to admit it, another few days with her, and I was fucking terrified of the idea that she might ingrain herself into my heart. I couldn't let that happen. Not now, not ever. I took a sip of my drink, and as if my movement disturbed her peace, her gaze shifted. Those serene eyes, rimmed with tears, locked with mine. Startled by that inquisitive tightness in my chest once more, I clenched my jaw. As though she'd had a similar reaction, she swiped her tears and retreated from the balcony to disappear into her room. Shaking my head to calm the physical reaction in my sweats, I downed my drink. Solitude was my best companion. Now I needed a reprieve. Grabbing the brandy bottle from my desk, I headed for the West Wing, knowing I'd find it there.
30. Gianna, 18 years. My eyes fluttered open, my brain trying to process those soft sounds floating around me, a haunting, melodious sound I couldn't decipher. Sitting up, I cocked an ear to listen. It's a piano. Even if I didn't understand classical music, I'd heard it often when Harsh played it, to appreciate its beauty. I glanced at the bedside clock. 1 a.m. Sliding off the bed, I pulled on the robe Rosanna had loaned me and opened the door. The music drifted through the air, louder now that the wooden door no longer blocked its path. I stepped out onto the landing and craned my neck left and right to ascertain the direction of the beautiful sounds. Taking a few more steps, I paused, realizing it was coming from the West Wing. I glanced around, expecting someone to jump out of the shadows and repeat Leo's warning not to venture into the West Wing. Like a cat after a laser light,
I followed the mesmerizing sounds. As I drew closer, the music grew louder. When I reached the last passage, I stood with my back against the wall and peered around the corner. The air in my lungs stalled for just a moment as a vision of Salvatore, seated behind a gorgeous white piano, filled my gaze. Dressed in a long-sleeved white shirt, open down until it disappeared, his hair tousled from sleep and a 5 o'clock shadow sheltering his usually clean-shaven face, the man was hauntingly beautiful, just like the music he played. Given his fearful persona, he was the last person I'd expect to find there. His body moving in tune to the sway of his fingers, his brow creased in concentration, his hooded eyes the only glint against the moonlit darkness streaming through the window at his rear. I would have thought him a ghost if I didn't know better. He seemed broody and angry, all wrapped up together, and I wondered why he would take his anger out on such magnificent music. Then his gaze shifted slightly, connecting with mine, and my heart stopped beating. I waited for him to stop playing and come charging after me. Snarl at me for breaking his rules, lock me up in a dungeon, perhaps. But he didn't. Yet there was an uncharacteristic difference to his features, something almost gloomy. Sad, maybe. Then recognition dawned. Although he was looking at me, he didn't see me. He was lost in thought, and I startled at the sudden ache that passed through me when I realized why he seemed different. 2 rivers of tears ran silently down his cheeks, as though he was unaware he was crying. Was this the reason I was not allowed to come into the West Wing?